Predik
16 sih. Nah.
16.
Oh, nosotros.
Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
За өмнө жил яг баяцэд цомоо алдсан. Тэгээд нэг юм бодоогүй. Тэгээд амартсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл.
Halo, aku Rosemary.
Halo, aku Alfa.
За сайн байцгаана уу? Falcons Force багийн тоглогч Top байна.
East.
Merhabalar, ben Wolf. Ben de Frozen Enix.
Hola, soy Milo
Hola, soy colega.
y somos de Team Queso y hoy haremos la predicción del grupo rojo de la PMGC.
Mungkin yang pertama dari tim kita Predik
16 sih. Nah.
16.
Karena kita lolos lewat PMGC Race Point.
Altrигого орлоо тавьчихлаа.
Alt Ego bizim ilk üçümüze girmiyor. O yüzden 4. sıraya atacağım. Çok sağlam takımlar ama ilk üçe almadık Alt Ego'yu.
Roy мэдгүй баг байна. 14 дээр гоцлаа.
Groy geçiyor. Valla bence kalamazlar diyorum ben. Yani hiç elenirler diyorum giderler. O yüzden onları da 15 atalım hadi.
15'e attım.
Untuk Face Clan mungkin aku taruh di survival stage. Karena dia lumayan bagus di PMSLC.
Face, un equipo que vengo viendo un poco en su región. Se me hace un equipo un poco irregular, pero tiene muy buen roster, así que yo le daría un top.
Nigma Galaxy aku taruh di survival stage. Mungkin karena itu dia lebih sering ketemu kita juga sih di game.
Энэ бэлтрээд алчлаа гэсэн.
Ivy Rex biz geldik. Bizi ben sona atıyorum. Direkt 16.'lar. Direkt elenir gideriz diyorum yani buradan.
Apa nih tim apa nih? NRX. Kayaknya sini deh. 13 nggak lolos. Karena gua nggak tahu tim ini. Gua baru tahu.
Virtus Pro bizim arkadaşlarımız. Onları biz direkt... Bizi oradan çeksene. Bizi 14'e koy.
Gel.
Virtus Pro'yu direkt biz 16'ya şöyle ters bir şekilde yapıştıralım.
Team Falcon Force.
Falcon Force.
За тэгээд мэдээж өөсөө өөртөө нэгдэр хэлсэн шүү дээ.
Falcon aku taruh di Grand Final. Karena mereka punya tim yang power kuat, jadi bisa lolos ke Grand Final.
Falcon, muy buen equipo, tiene jugadores de mucho nivel. Yo la verdad le daría un top 4.
Ай нэмээд. За долоо дээр бас.
Хэлээрээ.
Долоо дээр усчих та.
Arabistan takımı.
Hayır Pakistan.
Pakistan mı? Pakistan takımı ama bence iyi değiller. Bence bizi bir öne daha atalım.
Yavaş
Hep kaydırıyoruz Allah. Biraz sonra bire kayacağız.
Kayaknya sini deh. Mereka sering ketemu kita juga.
Oh, nosotros.
Top 3, top 3, top 3.
Сайн мэдгүй баг. Тэгээд 15 дээр ослаа.
Ini deh, survival deh. Aduh, ini bisa tukar nggak sih? Dendam gua. Ya, ini yang terakhir, IAC, champion kemarin di PMGC
2023.
2023, kita taruh di 1. Awas gua anjing.
Саяцыг хоёр дээр тавьчаа.
Монгол хүн байд.
Монгол манай улсын бас өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аваргууд отхон дэлхийн аварга.
Tabii bir şey diyeyim mi? Şöyle yapak bekle dur. Bak 10 numarası sıralama yaptık ha. Bende DHC kaldı buraya. Bence 10 numara oldu.
Bence de 10 numara oldu.
Vallahi gene kaldılar ha bu arada. Beni normalde eleyecektik ama
Ama zorla kaldırdık.
kaldılar.
Karena dari hasil yang kemarin kita dapatkan di PMSLC belum terlalu ada pembuktian lah, karena kita juga nggak tahu hasil di PMGC itu seperti apa. Jadi makanya kita taruh di hashtag 16 karena mungkin saja kita bisa juga lolos di survival stage atau enggak kalau di bisa langsung lolos di Grand Final.
Нэгт өөрсдөө тавьсан байгаа. Яагаад гэвэл энэ жил ер нь өөрсөндөө итгэлтэй байгаа. Аварга авна гэсэн зорилгоор орж ирсэн байгаа ер нь.
Одоо би бол яг өөрийнхөө бүсийг бол ерөнхийдөө чанга гэж хэлж байна. Одоо тэгээ бусад бүсүүдтэй ч гэсэн ерөнхийдөө үзгийг бол үзэх бэлэн байна гэж.
Aksir olarak da bizi neden sonunculuktan yukarı çıkarttık? Çünkü
Kendimize yakıştıramadık.
yani evet bu takımlar arasında da inşallah kalamamazlık olmaz tabii her şey olabilir ama
Al final los resultados saldrán y bueno, esperemos que salgan.
Oke guys, jadi inilah hasil prediction kita di grup Red.
Манайхыг дэмжээрэй. Үзсэнд баярлалаа. Баяртай. Өмнө жил бид авраг авахад маш ойрхон байсан.
PMGC Champions!
geçen sene PMGC'de hiç ismimiz yoktu.
La temporada pasada, mi equipo estuvo a un paso de llegar a las finales.
Season kemarin kita pernah menjadi harapan Indonesia. But this time,
We're here.
For the glory.
За өмнө жилийн дэлхийн аварга гэх юм бол ерөнхийдөө яг авраг авахар хэмжээнд бид нар бэлтгэлээ хийсэн. Тэгээд яг сүүлчийн мөчөд яг сүүлчийн матч дээр жижигхэн асуудлаас болоод тэгээд ерөнхийдөө хоорондоо ойлголцоогүй улмаас тэгээд арай болоогүй байхдаа ер нь elimination болсон. Тэгээд яг тэгээд болох хэвээр юм болдгоор болоод хоёрт орсон баг. Аврагынхаа яг цомыг атгаад алдахад тэгэл санал санагдсан байлээ. Яг тэрэндээ тэгэл бочроод байсан баг.
kalau mau ditanya titik terendah sih yang pasti kita waktu gagal lolos ke EWC kemarin. Di situ kita benar-benar sedih banget dengan apa performa kita yang lakuin waktu saat itu benar-benar parah banget. Itu kita udah semua tuh udah nggak bisa ngomong apa-apa lagi sih. Semuanya udah sedih. Intinya itu benar-benar titik terendah kita. Sampai benar-benar kita udah nggak mau main PUBG lagi.
За улаан группийнхээ бүх багуудад амжилт хүсье. Тэгээд бид нар юу ч хийж магадгүй шүү. Би ялагдлыг мэдэрч үзсэн. Одоо ялагдлаа ялалт олох гэж энд ирсэн байна.
Geçmişte sorunlar yaşasak da biz bu turnuvayı hazırız ve bu turnuvayı domine edeceğiz. Yani bize hazır olsunlar. Görüşmek üzere.
Los verdaderos jugadores no se rinden, se adaptan, mejoran y regresan más fuertes. De ganar y pues cuidado con Team Queso.
Ke IHC sih. Gua nggak tahu nanti di Sanok dia nabrak atau gimana. Lebih ke arah hati-hati aja sih sama alter ego bro. Walaupun lu juara PMGC nggak ngaruh kita.
Never give up! Together we rise as champions! Don't even try, you are already in my shadow. Stand, fight, in the pride!
PUBG Mobile Venom, The Last Dance is here. In this collaboration, you'll get to enjoy a bunch of fun gameplay, including Black Symbiote Clusters, the Black Symbiote Arm, and a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Let's check them out. From October 18th to November 10th, you'll encounter Black Symbiote Clusters in Erangel, Sanhok, Livik, and Miramar. Near them, you have a chance of picking up a Black Symbiote Arm or coming across a Black Symbiote Warhorse. They offer great advantages, giving you more options in matches. Let's start with the Black Symbiote Arm. With it, you can aim at buildings, the ground, trees, or other fixed landmarks to get around faster and reach your destination. If you aim at a moving target instead, such as an airdrop crate or even another player, it will pull the target towards you, so you can always be on the offense. To travel long distances swiftly, use the Black Symbiote Arm to anchor to the ground and hurtle yourself forward. You'll be covering ground in no time. Furthermore, the Black Symbiote Arm can transform any regular horse or Bloodfire Warhorse you come across into a Black Symbiote Warhorse. Mount the Black Symbiote Warhorse, and you'll find yourself wielding a Black Symbiote Lance, which can be used to deal close-range attacks from atop the horse. At the same time, you can toss the Black Symbiote Lance to ensnare targets within a reasonable distance. While it doesn't do much damage, it's effective for restricting enemy movement, which provides a great battle advantage. Oh, and during the collaboration, Venom himself will appear in-game by showing up prior to jumping. On top of that, follow the in-game collaboration themed event for a chance to get a Venom The Last Dance avatar, avatar frame, parachute, and home items. Join us in PUBG Mobile and check out the Venom The Last Dance collaboration with your teammates. Become the ultimate duo.
After a week of intense battles, have you felt the thrill of the competition? Hope you're still with us, PUBG Mobile fans. The 2024 PMGC Group Stage is heating up as Group Red takes the spotlight on November 7th. They've had moments of glory and times of defeat, but they didn't give up. They regrouped and returned to PMGC stage, ready to make a run for the finals. 16 elite teams are set up to clash in Group Red, each with a legacy, each with a story of resilience and never give up spirit. Only the top 3 will secure their place in the Grand Finals, while those from 4th to 11th must fight on survival stage, and 5 teams will face elimination. They have come too far to turn back now. First up, Falcons Force, a powerhouse 14 heartbreak, runner-up in both the 2024 PMSL CSA Spring and Fall seasons. They faced bitter disappointment when they were eliminated on the PMWC stage, missing advancement by only a few points. Every setback has made this team hungrier, making them relentless and more driven than ever. Falcons Force embodies the essence of never give up. Is this finally their moment to soar? Next, Alter Ego Aries. In 2023, they inspire an entire region, dominating Southeast Asia and bringing hope to their homeland, Indonesia. But their journey in 2023 PMGC was cut short in the Fear Group of Death. Yet their spirit remained unbroken. They returned stronger with a fierce determination after toppling rivals like Boom Esports. They have proven that resilience is their greatest strength. Will Alter Ego carve their names into PUBG Mobile history this time? Then, Team Queso, one of PUBG Mobile's original legends. Since 2019, they have battled their way to the top. dominating the Latin American region by 2022. But they faced a crushing setback in 2023 with the departure of a key player, Ayala. Unshaken, they have regrouped, bringing in a young fragger Colgoat, a rising star with the hunger to become the best in the world. Team Queso is here to prove that their legacy endures. Will they reclaim their place in history? And ASIA Esports, a team hardened by countless battles. They have won title after title in their region, but the global stage has tested them. Every fall only fuels their drive. They bring fresh energy and a tougher spirit. With multiple award holders and the renowned grenade master, Falak, fighting alongside ASI8, this week is about more than just a spot in the finals. They are fighting for the pride of their regions, their fans, and their legacies, knowing that defeat is only a stepping stone to greatness. Will they rise above this time? The 2024 PMGC Group Stage will push these teams to the limit. Every moment their journey stands as a testament to grit, resilience, and an undying power to never give up. Catch all the action on the PUBG Mobile Esports channel from November 7th to November 10th at 10:45 UTC. You don't want to miss a single moment. PUBG Mobile fans, welcome to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League Stage, broadcasting live over the next 4 weeks. Let's take a look at the intense journeys of the top teams in Week 1, Group Yellow Showdown. Week 1 kicked off with the highly competitive Group Yellow, where many rising teams made impressive debuts in this group of death. Despite the challenges, the experienced contenders Team Spirit, DRX, and Alpha 7 Esports secured their slots to PMGC London Grand Finals. Team Spirit opened strong on day 1, racking up 59 points to secure a top 2 position. Despite rising competition from teams like Mirai and Sejong and DRX on day 2 and 3, they steadily increased their score, reclaiming a top 3 position with a crucial chicken dinner on day 3. By day 4, they demonstrated resilience and consistency gameplay, closing the league stage with a decisive chicken dinner that solidified their position and proved their strengths in the competition. DRX, the rising star from South Korea, started slow on day 1 but steadily gained momentum throughout the following days. Their persistence ultimately secured them 2nd place in the group of death and a ticket to PMGC London Grand Finals. As one of the most anticipated teams, Alpha 7 Esports, the 2024 PMWC champions, brought a formidable presence through the tournament. Their entry alone turned Group Yellow into the infamous Group of Death, reinforcing their reputation as a PMGC powerhouse. Despite a slow start from day 1, 2, 3, Alpha 7 Esports managed to stay in the fight, keeping their position close to qualifying spot for the Grand Finals. In day 4, they secure a crucial chicken dinner, solidifying their place in the top 3 overall rankings. In a thrilling battle for 3rd place against Major Pride in the final match of the league, they emerged victorious with decisive points, securing their spot in the Grand Finals and reinforcing their status as a top dog in PMGC. A tough break for Major Pride, who held strong in the top 3 overall rankings from day 1 to day 3, only to fall short on the league's final day. Now they face the challenge of battling for their slot through survival stage. The Indonesian powerhouse Bigatron Knights had a strong start on day 1, however they struggled to maintain their gameplay in the following matches, placing them dangerously close to elimination. Although facing early setbacks, Bigatron Knights secure a chicken dinner in day 4, which locked their spot to survival stage, preserving their hopes of making it to London. Despite the hard efforts of DXavier, Vampire Esports, and Susi Esports, they were unable to secure a direct ticket to the Grand Finals. However, they will have another opportunity to prove themselves in the survival stage. Hora and Twisted Minds made their first appearance in PMGC this year. Although their journey concluded in the group stage, we hope they make a strong comeback next time, equipped with new experiences and determination.
Цели банальны, как у всех других команд, выиграть титул чемпиона мира.
저희가 런던에서 원하는 등수는 당연히 우승인 것 같습니다.
Bom, nosso objetivo é um só, é ser campeão. E a gente vai se preparar muito. E se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai sair de lá campeão. E eu creio que dessa vez chegou a nossa hora.
PUBG Mobile fans, this marks the conclusion of Group Yellow League stage. Stay tuned for the upcoming league matches where each team will battle for a spot in the Grand Finals. Who will be the one? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of Group Red. Today we'll be finding out who
who is going to be going to the Grand Finals in London? Who will get that direct ticket? But you know what? I stumbled upon some players here warming up. And let's get started because I want to ask them a bit of a question. We're going to start off with Navi because they are currently in second place. What place will you guys finish at the end of the day?
Let's see in the games.
He doesn't want to spoil it just yet. Now we have IWNRX to my right side. What place will you guys be finishing today?
First place.
Okay, he does want to say first place. And we have one of my old friends here from Falcons. Top, what place will you guys finish today?
First place.
Okay, a little bit of confidence here. Two saying they're going to go for first. We'll see how that ends up happening. Now we got Snowwix here from Enigma Galaxy. What place will you guys be finishing today?
I'm not going to spoil the result.
See, I stumbled because he doesn't want to spoil it. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate your time. But as I mentioned, it is the final day for Group Red. We will be finding out who's going to be going to the Grand Finals in London, who will be moving up to survival stage, and the 5 teams that will be eliminated. So stay tuned and find out because PMGC action starts now.
I really love how Seven trying to sit on the highest step he possibly could to look that much taller than other people. But Max, let me ask you, what position do you think you're going to finish today?
We'll see in the game.
See in the game? What about you, Patrick?
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Can we answer like that? That's great, right? I don't want to spoil it. We'll see you in the games. No, yeah, it's crazy, man. This is going to get wild here today. I mean, there's so many storylines to talk about, so many teams. I mean, literally every single squad, right, need to put up a great day today.
I think I'm really happy you didn't have TJB there being asked about what place they're going to finish because it's looking like number 1 if they can replicate any sort of performance like they had yesterday. But we had a ridiculous day yet again, not only towards the top of the table as we had constant swapping happening between our teams, the bottom of the table, some of these teams, for instance, like Furia, has been able to massively step up in the second half of yesterday. It's about whether or not they can keep this pace as they put themselves within reach of getting to survival stage.
A massive step up from Furia. I mean, the way they rotate and the way they're taking fight is just completely night and day compared to their day 1, day 2 performances. I mean, they had 28 points total after day 2. And yesterday they got 49 points on the day, which is a massive day for Furia. And maybe that's going to allow them to make a jump into top 11. Furia need to keep this day going in the final day of Group Red. There you go. Got it. I forgot. I was going to say green for a second.
It's fine. It's all good. And maybe it should be called Group Orange right now because of the way TJB have been dominating these lobbies. But one thing we're going to have to worry about here, Hot Jukes, is a potential of a tiebreaker. And looking at the chicken dinners in our top 7, IWNRX has still yet to get a single one.
That's crazy. I mean, if they qualify here, I believe this will be the first team we see actually qualify to a grand finals like this without a chicken dinner on the board. I mean, it's wild. It's wild to see them up here when you got Falcons right below them. Enigma Galaxy started off so strong. Both teams have 2 chicken dinners. We've said that, you know, IWNRX is only a matter of time, but when is that time gonna come, Max, right? I mean, we only got 6 games left here.
I don't want to bring up bad news about IWNRX, but yesterday was their worst day. Like, they did not have a good time. Even their eliminations took a significant dip compared to what you saw, especially in the second day of Group Red. It's red. So right now, it's a little bit of a rougher time for IWNRX because guess what? Na'Vi and TJB were not sharing chicken dinners. Like, all the points were going towards those 2 top squads, and other teams were able to do a little bit of a comeback, especially Falcons. But outside of that, IWNRX need to be careful because if they keep having this kind of trajectory, they might just unfortunately slip out of the top 3, just like Meren Sejong last week. So they need to be careful.
Man, I'm going to be so sad if a team like them, who have been able to sit in top 3 for what feels like the entire time, to potentially not qualify because of not having any chicken dinners. It's going to be a shame. But one team as well making final moves in the last match of the day was Tianba, able to get themselves up to number 7. Again, putting themselves within reach here of potentially going for this top 3. And I feel like we can kind of all agree anyone in this top 8 could go for it. Forget Roy. They need to show, I think, a little bit more if they want to actually have a legitimate chance to get into top 3. But let's just say 7 and above, proving like they could easily take top 3 at any given moment.
Yep. And when it comes to 8th and 9th place, I mean, we have to see them literally start off Sandhawk strong. Like, we need to see a Sandhawk chicken dinner from both those squads if we want to make it happen. And we talked about this, Jason, about, some people could say that, oh, we're trying to say that, hey, these teams just need to try harder. That's not the case. You know, it comes down to urgency. You know, it comes down to urgency and being able to take more risks, right? We saw Fudia do that yesterday, right? We saw them take those crazy pushes towards that center position and to be able to get some good games under their belt. It worked out for them. It is risky, but right now, I mean, you might as well go for it all. You have no choice. If you want that top 3 position, you got to start off strong. So a regular game of just like, oh, nations, it's not going to cut it anymore, Max.
Yeah, it's not going to cut it. But Jason, every time I hear someone say they got to try hard, it's like, I think double point day.
Every time you hear that, you're just like, you're getting PTSD of me just
you making
berating
fun
you
of
constantly.
me. Yeah.
Yeah, but as you saw there, right, the difference between like, was it 9th and 15th place was like 11 points. That's it, 11 points. And I mean, Hotchukes, I kind of disagree with your statement about you can't just only get like 5 eliminations. Honestly, if you could just get like 5 eliminations a game throughout the entire day, I think you're actually gonna make it to the survival stage if you weren't already in there.
You know what? I'm gonna disagree, dude. And the reason why I'm gonna disagree is because, you know, we've seen just the crazy pop-off potential of all of these teams, you know? And the thing is that if one of these teams get a good position, and we're talking about right along that cutoff, they're gonna put up 20 points. You know what I'm saying? So you not only just need 5 points, you have to hope on the downfall of these teams above you. So at a certain point, you have to hot drop on them or camp a rotation to stop them. Especially if they start off strong here, Max, if you want to be able to make it. So it's yeah, you're right. It could go either way, but personally, I would not leave it up to fate.
I'm going to further disagree with you,
Let's go.
Can I talk? Oh my God.
12th through 16th, and only one team, well, hey, 2 teams have a chicken dinner here. You have Incilio with 5 eliminations on a chicken dinner. And then you have IHC with 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner.
Disagree again, dude. Double, triple disagree, dude. I'll tell you what.
All right, let's hear it.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's so crazy because Incilio's right there, right? Right below Team Kessel, only 1 point, okay? The thing is that if you're going into that mindset here with just, oh, you know what? Let's just put up consistency. I think that is a strong point. At a certain point, though, you're going to have a pop-off game. So, you know, in these next 6 matches, you could get not one favorable circle, right? And if you don't get a favorable circle, at a certain point, you're going to have to take that risk. I think send it towards that center, crash a compound, and take it out. You gotta make it happen yourself. I hate seeing squads just do the same thing over and over and over again, and then we see them not make it because of it.
I'm going to quadruple disagree and talk about consistency with the Infinix GT20 Pro. It can make your play become consistent. You can play like a pro with 120 FPS and 144 Hz AMOLED screen. As Max Van realized he was playing upside down.
I did a 360 with my phone. What are you talking about?
Did you do a no scope at least, though?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, man.
Got him. 1v4. Easy.
No look.
Oh man, I want to see Top pull one of those out in the middle of a match to win the chicken dinner. But of course, make sure you guys follow PUBG Mobile Esports over on all the social channels. It's going to be YouTube, it's going to be Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok on top of that. And not to mention, while you're doing all this, remember, we still have tickets available for the Grand Finals in the UK over in London between the 6th and 8th. We can get yourself entered into some activities that will be happening at the event. You can meet some players, meet some potential commentators as well. And not to mention, you also get a sweet little draw within game as well for a 2024 PMGC skin. But as we start to transition into what's coming up today here, let's take a look at our teams to focus. And Hotchukes, you went down towards the bottom.
Yeah.
And Max, you went bottom and top.
And middle.
You went all over the place. You went all over
bottom,
the
top, middle. You made a nice little sandwich.
Yes. But I quintuple disagree.
You know, and the reason why I picked the bottom,
No,
the reason why I picked the bottom was because of that point, right? The fact that I really think these guys need to start off so strong. And there is an extra point that I forgot to mention, is the fact that towards the end of the day here, it's going to be so unpredictable, right? Of what is going to happen. We've seen it happen every single time when it comes to this type of the tournament. We saw it in Group Yellow. Last game of the day, all these teams go out. If you need 10 points, the chances of you getting them are like almost none. So I think you need to get ahead earlier on, and you don't want to wait till the last game to need double-digit points.
What about you, Jason Kaplan? Well, I went for my... No, Max, go ahead. You're going to get a word.
Oh my God. No, IWNRX, as I talked about earlier, they've had a little bit of a downwards trend when it comes to their results. I'm going to say if they want to 100% secure their spot in top 3, looking how Falcons are playing, Nigma Galaxy are playing, I8, Tiamba are all racing for that top 3, we need to see a chicken dinner from IWNRX. That needs to happen today, because otherwise I think there's a big chance they might just slip out of the top 3. And looking at one of the contenders I have also in my teams to watch is i8, which is also competing for that spot of IWNRX. I mean, they have 127 points, IWNRX, and i8 in 6th position. That's 3 spots lower than 3rd, only have a 2-point difference. It's an insane point gap to have between so many squads, 4 top 3, 4 spot in the Grand Finals of PMGC, fighting for the lion's share of $3 million. It is so damn close, Jason. So I'm just looking at those 2 teams to see who's going to be in the top 3, because unfortunately, some teams will be disappointed after today.
Oh, we can see here action running over the script from the interview at the start of the show with Top, making sure he said number 1 correctly, which he did. Really nailed it.
He said
no, I mean, the thing is, right? IWNRX, Hot Jukes, they're kind of potentially becoming the Mir and Sejong of this group, where they are sitting extremely high for the entire time, and then to lose it on the last day.
Oh my gosh, Vlad is rolling over in his chair right now.
In his grave, I thought you were going to say.
Yeah, no. That man is alive and well. You know what? I'll tell you what. When it comes to IWNRX, I mean, this is too close for comfort. I mean, even Team Falcons, when they said that first place is what they wanted, it's possible, right? It's not impossible here. I mean, I don't want to shy away from the performance that we heard from TJB yesterday, where we saw it was unbelievable. Over a 70-point day. Do you know how ridiculous that is? That's average 10 points plus a game. I was looking back through the stats to find out when the last time we saw a team have that kind of performance, and after about 5 minutes of searching, I was like, this is ridiculous. I don't know when we're going to see it again. So I mean, it's crazy to see a team like that perform on that day. Will we have another one like that here with so many teams, right, that desperately need those points?
Yeah.
I doubt it. But man, it's so impressive to watch.
Yeah, I mean, Blank mentioned it. This is the best PMGC we've had, and it keeps getting better year after year after year. But I have a question for you, Jukes. I want to see if you're on the Copium train. It helped Inco to make it to survival last week.
It sure did.
What do you think is going to happen with Fiora here? Because they've had a big step up yesterday. Are they going to keep it going, or are they going to fall off?
I hope so. You know,
when
it comes to, it was it wasn't the loudest Do Brazil, because I mean, Furia, they're in that hot seat big time. You know, that's why they're one of my teams I definitely want to keep an eye on here, because we saw a sign of life. They put themselves in the position. That's what I love to see, because if they didn't do the performances we saw in the last 3 games yesterday, it would be impossible today, I would say. But now they're right there, 9 points away. If they start off strong in Sandhawk, they are in the top 11. So, man, they just do not want to get behind, because those last 2 Miramars, Jason, I mean, it's just too unpredictable to want to be dependent on some major points.
Well, so Jukes, I want to even give more ups to Furia, because it wasn't even the last 2 or 3 matches. It was 5 out of the 6 matches yesterday. They had a 4th or higher. They had a 4th with 2 eliminations, a 3rd with 6 eliminations, a 2nd with 3 eliminations, a 2nd with 4 eliminations, a 3rd with 3 eliminations. Like, that is insane consistency. I think the one area they're lacking in, though, Max, is eliminations. Like, I feel like if you're a team getting that high in or that high in the placements that late in the game, you should have more limbs to back it up with. So for me, it shows Fear is a little bit scared to go for these engagements, and they really just want to focus on just surviving this initial group stage.
I wouldn't say they're scared of fighting. They are taking fights. They're very important in the games, but they lose players in the process. And you can see that the elim count is always around 4. So that means they take 1 fight and they're pretty much done. They need to keep 3-4 players alive after a fight. And if they do so, maybe we can see finally a Furia chicken dinner on the board.
Let's go.
All right, well, it's time to head into the first match of potentially the last matches of the year for some of these teams. So I'm going to drop into Sandhawk with John Allen and Blink.
For the last time in Group Red, match 19 will see us sent to the jungle once more. Plane path from Kampong up towards Hartid, and we should be locked in for a treat. Can Furia finally find that chicken dinner?
I mean, that's what they need. That's what they want. I think a lot of our teams down towards the bottom side of the table, this is real close in terms of the action, in terms of the points. And that's what wasn't us arguing over, whether to go for something a bit more consistent, try and make a breakout. Honestly, I think if some of these teams could have made a breakout, they would have done it by now. All right. I'm not sure what kind of risk that they could take, which is going to magically give them 20 points. Right now, they just need to have a better mindset coming today. It is literally as simple as that. You need to be disciplined on your approach. You need to play the best PUBG Mobile you've had throughout these 4 days. But for some of those teams, it's just not going to be possible. You know, you can't just switch it on just like that. It doesn't happen. All right.
And that's why we make fun of when it's just try harder. You know, it's just not like that, right? It's not that simple.
Yeah, it really isn't. There's so many factors that go into this. And I genuinely think that for some of our teams, you know, down towards the bottom of the tables, maybe this just wasn't their PMGC, man. Maybe it just wasn't meant to be. I think that they can be thinking themselves fortunate coming into Group Red, considering that a lot of our teams are around about that 78 to 90 point barrier, where it is easy enough to slip up and down between that 11th and 12th place position. You see here in Cilio 85 points, and Team Quesos 86 and 87 in 10th and 88 in 9th. It is real close. For Vengeance, they're definitely not safe in 9th place, but we'll see how the day progresses here.
There's very few teams that can actually start to make a couple of risky decisions in these games as well. You're probably looking down towards Furia, Virtus.pro, and IHC, but I would say that maybe you could also include teams like Tianba and Getso Roy in there, right? So maybe 5 teams out of our 16 can actually afford to take risks, because if you're in that 9th down to 13th bracket, if one misstep and you're out, right? You're out of the tournament entirely. So you really can't be affording to go for super risky plays. So it is, as you said, just back to locking in, getting some of the best, most disciplined PUBG Mobile that you've played all tournament. And the same at the top of the tables, right? It is so closely fought for that 3rd place spot. A little bit ahead for TJB, but they still need to keep their wits about them, because teams up there really know how to put points on the board, which is fantastic to see, but definitely not something that you want to be taking too many risks with around that 3rd place as well.
FaZe already starting off to not the best beginnings here, with Falcons Icy trying to take on the entirety of the FaZe squad. Finds a second on the engagement. Dude, it's just him here right now. Is this a 1v4 versus FaZe coming right out the gate? Almost has it with the shotty as well, mate. And there is backup coming through right now for FaZe. It's 2 players coming through for Falcons, and they better get these reses on quick.
Johnson's in there, Noise not going for the res, but there's the first knock. The second player from Falcons needs to find a knock now. Does manage to tag the backline. Onzen's around the rock. Can they finally take the Falcons out of this one, or are FaZe going to lose it all here? Around the side, the Falcons lose a 3rd player. Blank at such a crucial moment. They're not even going to get an elim for it.
But where's East? Where is East? East is West right now. What's he doing?
Up is down.
No. He didn't even try and engage on that fight. I mean, that could have been an easy cleanup there for Falcons. And considering their 4th place, trying to break into the top 3, which is just 1 point away, by the way, this is a horrible start for them. For FaZe, on the other hand, wow, good job to them. They get some points on board. JK, Navi's here.
They're here to play as well. Oh dear, trying to cross that river. Moving on through, but Alter Ego, they're having a real tough time of it. 2 players down already, a 3rd to go as well. Boysil under the stanchions. As Puncher needs to reload on the DBS, but on the inside there, spots the player fleeing out back. That ain't going to go well. The rest of Na'Vi handle it. Alter Ego, crumble.
Well, that is a depressing sight for Alter Ego. I mean, whilst the boys from Na'Vi were somewhat distracted with FaZe, Puncher decides that he's just going to 1v2 in that moment, makes the fight incredibly easy versus Alter Ego, and they do not make that crossing from the northwest side. This is one of the few times where we've actually seen Alter Ego have to leave from that northwest island scene, as it has been multiple times. We've ended up over towards Hatin, over towards Camp Alpha. East, final player here for the Falcons, does get taken down, and not a single point put on the board for Falcons. What a bad start for them.
It was really bad timing.
It's almost like handouts, though, for the lower squads.
That is true. Yeah, a couple of little prop-ups there for Virtus.pro to pick up 1. Team Queso, FaZe now on 3. It's nicely done. Not to mention Na'Vi. Na'Vi, don't know where that one came from. With 5. Nays with 5. There we go. ASIA trying to take shots out their way, and again, ASIA in that top 3 spot conversation, but they are a little bit up against it right now. Still up on that northwest island, Blank. The North Bridge rotate, I feel like wouldn't be a terrible idea, but they have to have figured out first that there is no one holding it on that far side.
Yeah, for ASA, yeah, again, this is one thing that does somewhat confuse me here, where they didn't go for that northwest bridge. I know they want to get down towards the central of the circle early on, but it is just a free crossing. Potentially wrap around the top side of Paris Resort, even take a fight with Tiamba. Possibility. I think for ASI8, taking the shallows, somewhat dangerous. I know definitely a possibility for them to make it happen, but yeah, I would say that's dangerous. And for them who are currently in 6th place, trying to catch up, I mean, it is funny. Basically, we have 1st through 6th all battling out for a top 3. And then 7th downwards are all just trying to hang on for dear life.
I mean, yeah, it's front page versus back page right now. There's 2 sort of individual tournaments almost unfolding now into our final day, with some small wildcard potential. But it looks like ASA8, I mean, this looks like the idea here feels to me to be waiting for this next circle. They've moved UZM across to the mainland, just to the west of boot camp now. So they do have an opening there. And as you say, taking those shallows, potentially a bit of a risk. But it feels like they're waiting for the circle to close so that they can really commit to one side or the other.
Probably a smart decision for ASA as well, who we know they're a strong team. Currently in the war zone, really, with Falcons, Nick Galaxy, and themselves all sat on roughly 125 points. You do want to make a smart choice here, because if you can get ahead early on, that would be ideal. So ASA playing it a little bit more cautiously. IHC over towards Barnside, they're playing on that ridge. No one's really making that rotate past Quarry on that south side though, so I think for IHC it's likely they're going to be out of the conversation for a little while. Furia, another team who had some pretty good rotates yesterday, honestly. I was happy with what we were seeing from Furia in terms of being able to get towards the center side of the circle. I think they were able to put up the majority of their points yesterday. So that was good to see, and hopefully some of that contest for the top side, well, for 11th place, continues to come through today.
Entrance into the walled compound to the west of Quarry. Incilio, all the way up on the north instead this time around. Furia just leaving Paradise, or well, in the foothills to the southwest of Paradise Resort. Incilio in this location do have a nice sweep down to the north side of Boot Camp. Some definite opportunities as well to break out to the east side of it and sneak their way in through towards Quarry. This is a fairly solid position for Incilio and a good opportunity to put a 5-point minimum game up.
For Incilio, this will be ideal. I mean, playing on the northern side of Boot Camp, it's not a bad spot at all, and there's a fair few options to go for, especially if this does move further towards that west. But as Circle does pop, heads down towards that south, so Quarry still kept in. IHC fairly happy with this as well, considering they can continue to play that Barn Ridge. Tiamba, though, again, on their wide wrap antics. This is all the way on the eastern side. They're going past Camp Bravo. I wonder if they do cut in underneath Cave, because they would have to face off against Vengeance as well as Tong Jiabao.
Oh, they're busy. They've decided to hop out. Maybe going for a little bit more loot. Not too sure there, but Tiamba taking it very slowly. We're still stage 2, so blue zone obviously survivable. Na'Vi pulled back off the trifecta compound. They're currently moving past ruins and maybe also going for another wide swing. Could this be a fight between Na'Vi and Tiamba unfolding over towards that cave location if Tiamba opt to go for it?
It's pretty packed down towards the south side, though. I think if you're Na'Vi, you're sort of assuming there's going to be quite a big line going down from Boot Camp to that south side. I don't know how much more free it is going to be over towards the southern side of the lobby, though, with Nick Galaxy, Vengeance, and Tong Jiabao in this location. Like you say, Tong Jiamba also on the way. I'd be curious to see what they do. They could wrap all the way to the eastern side of Quarry. I think that would be the smartest choice to go for here. Might not keep you in the circle forever, but there are definitely positions to play that have high ground in terms of scouting capability as well. That would be good. And you know that if you're making a wide wrap like this, a lot more times it is better to wrap into slightly less strong position just to give you more scouting, because you really do not have a lot of information on the circle.
Na'Vi have just made their way past Cave now, and looks like they are going to go up the east side of Quarry here. Try and navigate from that southeast side. They move up, they get a little bit of information to go through this compound, and they're aware that it's unlikely anyone is still holding into it. and they can move further on this west side of Quarry. Actually, getting up to the north compounds of Quarry would be a really great start for Na'Vi to get into these mid-game to late-game circles, getting that compound, taking that position away from Tiamba as well, and potentially picking up the points on a crash.
Yeah, they need to make a quick rotate up towards that north side now, though. There is a good compound to play on that northern edge, but I think Tiamba's considering making their move over towards it. Though they are being a bit slow on that decision. Shan is the one to first make that move, and Lemon's being really quite concerned about what lays over towards that north side. But yeah, Tiamba very slow on that eastern side. They just sort of allow Na'Vi to get in, and they should be able to play this one. If anything, Na'Vi at this rate might even be able to cut out Tiamba.
Could potentially, yeah, take that position ahead of them, get in the way, make things difficult, force Tiamba to take a fight with them, right? And that's potentially a very dangerous prospect for Tiamba. It'd be good news for Na'Vi if they can secure it, though. Make sure that they are feeling all the more snug in the top three. They're second place right now. They're only 2 points behind TJB with the eliminations that they found this game. The TJB looking to equalize that scoreline, finding one on phase. Onsen's the last to stand after their scrap earlier with the Falcons. The laser sight from behind. There's Flower. You don't need no laser assistance there. He's already laser focused.
Yeah, Onsen's, it's a matter of time till he goes down. Sadly for FaZe, they'll be happy with the 3 elims they got. Puts them a little bit further ahead, and with how close it has been down towards the bottom side of the lobby, 3 elims, like Jason said, you know, you get 5 elims per match. That's likely going to see you safe with how things have been going. But it's that consistency is so hard to continue here towards the bottom side of the lobby, because I think our teams are up and down all the time in terms of performance. Virtus Pro, this would be a team that I would be quite unhappy to see leave the tournament. We know they can do better. We know that this is not where they want to end their tournament. They've had such fantastic showings in the past, and I think they definitely can do more here. But again, sometimes it's just not your day, it's not your week, it's not your group stage.
Galaxy embroiled with them here. Virtus Pro with a test. Nade over towards Icy, but it's on the wrong rock there. Redox might take one in response. That does damage, but it doesn't get that full knock. 25 seconds before the blue zone is unresable as well, Blank. That nade's going to do the trick. Icy goes down to one of them. Comes in from SnowX on the off angle there. Tixie trying to crawl forwards, but I think Nick McGalaxy should look to disengage here. Move up to the compounds, but it looks like Redox has other ideas. Goes for the spray and the flush over onto Tixie, and Virtus Pro cut down to 2, and then 1 knocked in the blue zone. With the blue zone unresable almost, well, right now, Blank, it's not going to be possible. What a shift for Na'Vi, and TJB on the top of Quarry.
Yeah, Tongjubao, once again, no matter what circle is on Sanok, apparently getting the circle is the name of the game. Nick Galaxy will find the entirety of Virtus Pro. I think they have to go for this push here, considering they'll be rotating in alongside with Virtus Pro. So they don't have too much of a choice other than to go for the fight. And 4 elims, that'll be pretty decent for you. That knocks IWRX out of 3rd place. And pushes Nick Galaxy back up into the top 3 for the first time in a couple of days. ASI8 coming up against Furia, though, who are struggling versus the Onslaught. This is a backstab that came through. 2 players now for ASI8, though, and it's a question of whether they can finish this fight off between UZM and Noki.
Nade up high, Noki launching it towards Furia. Damage coming back his way, and the Molotov there. Traps towards the north side. Furia had a decent position for a while on this north side with this hard south shift. The necessary movement that they have to make, it's going to make it so much harder to extricate themselves and get into a solid spot here. This Kayowski can finish off UZM, but no, there's a crossfire from Noki. This Kayowski is spotted. UZM does go low. Doesn't have any meds, though.
Yeah,
that should be him going down. He just can't get into this one. ASI8 may draw short here with only the 1 elim.
Yeah, just Noki remaining. Again, that's UZM. In fact, Gustav finds Noki on his rotate inwards. So SA go out early with only 1 point on the game, dropping down to 5th place. Damn, that feels pretty rough for them. I was excited to see more from ASI8, but it feels like, you know, the plans really did go awry as soon as it moved away from that northwest side, which they're used to playing on here in the group stage. IWRX, though, finding Furia. Kayowski goes down. I think Fury is down to one player now. Incilio at the top side of the hill. Here's IHC though. They lost a player earlier on to Tong Jiabao, but are now putting the pressure over towards Incilio, who have to come off this hillside.
They've already sent 2 players down into the compound beneath, but it was a contested drop down into those sight lines, and you can see just how difficult it is to make that approach. Fash navigating that smoke train and actually may have slipped through the cracks here. 3 players for Incilio, 3 players for IHC. Everybody on this eastern side is packed into this set of compounds here. Neither team really wants to step too far forwards because you can see there's off angles. Tianba up a little bit across the way, will take shots if they can. Na'Vi further south as well. Getso Roy cramming in on that northern side as it crunches over to TJB again. They really are feeling the luck today on this circle. Can they capitalize? Can they push that front of the pack even further out?
I mean, if you are a team that's chasing first place spot, I'd be pretty annoyed by this. The amount of times that Tong Jiabao has been able to secure a central position in the lobby, or at least a spot where it's sort of unplayable for a lot of the teams to play off the back of it. Yes, Tong Jiabao, they are very good at holding these positions. However, you can't deny there has been some circle hook over the past few days.
Especially on this circle. I mean, they have the high ground. It's centered up on a hard shift and a full center on them. Yet again, 2 circle shifts in a row. The question is, what can they extract from this, right? Because every team over the course of their careers will get games like this. It does go both ways. TJB do sometimes get cut out by shifts like this as well. But this is their time to benefit from that shift. So we'll see if they can do more than get 2 elims here. There's a lot of teams from the north side are going to look to push in, but they may cut themselves down to size before they even reach TJB.
So many squads on this northwest edge, all having to rotate in alongside with one another. Nigma Galaxy started things off well versus Virtus Pro. Would like to continue that a little bit further because they cut out that competition. It means they can get into that western edge quite comfortably. Incilio does find AHC. They go down. So our 13, 14, 15, and 16th place teams are all out. And with that, too, Vengeance drops into 12th place, so is now out of safety, just like that.
IWNRX, 2 players moving forwards towards Getso Roy, doing a brilliant opener there to turn the corner with the DBS. Frozen tucks back in, stays safe. 1 player left for them to handle. Porsche with the nade cooking over towards Frozen, sees him break wide, puts the nade back in. Not likely to be able to get these reses either, as both of the IWNRX players are on the hunt now. And Porsche is spotted. Sliver of HP and through the smoke, the last blow is struck. IWNRX now up to 4 eliminations, but Nigma Galaxy are on 6, Na'Vi are on 5, TJB are on 2. The chase is still as hot as ever.
Good recovery from IWNRX. That looked real dangerous versus Getso Roy, but yeah, they're able to get all of those elims through. Nigma Galaxy, 9 eliminations. What's happened inside this lobby for them? Another disgusting nade over the top side from Nigma Galaxy. Tong Jiabao finds a shot over towards Na'Vi, cutting them down to 3 now, as Tong Jiabao looks more and more likely just to take absolute control, the reins over this game, the north shift as well. Damn, this lobby really wants Tong Jiabao to win.
This is uncanny. They have managed to get an incredible shift going their way yet again, but it is Nigma Galaxy who are profiting the most right now. Unfortunately, they have just taken a knock from Na'Vi across the way, still on that east side of Quarry, but they are going to have to shift north. The blue zone's putting pressure on. This is Six, who is at the back of Na'Vi's extended train position on that east side of Quarry. Will have to crunch back up to the front carriages of it. Na'Vi will have to move on in just a moment. So what impact can he have until he needs to go for it?
For Na'Vi, that compound has seen them safe for quite a while, but they need to cut out some openings on this eastern side. And Six is in the blue, doesn't move out of it. Here's Tiamba, though, finding shots over towards Incilio, which is good, clearing out that northeast side. Frozen finds Narvalo on a nasty backstab from them. Wasn't likely he's going to live for too much longer, but it's sad to see Narvalo hit the deck. That is 10 eliminations so far for Nigma Galaxy and a really good streak out towards the top side of the lobby.
Brilliant stuff, and 8 elims for Na'Vi. These top 3 spots, they're getting confirmed on towards. I mean, IWNRX getting into top 6 here with 4 elims. They're probably thinking, oh, you know what? This is a pretty decent game. And then they're going to see the tables after this one. Enigma Galaxy struggling to get off this hillside, though, with TJB starting to strike out. They're up to 3 eliminations now. And a difficult approach for Enigma Galaxy. It might be easier for Zedwolf, actually, to make this one work.
For Zedwolf, it is a 1v2 that you'd have to be in versus Longs as well as Flower, but 2 dangerous players to come up against. Ralph has to make this send down the hillside. The blue is pushing them like nothing else, and Flower just has some nasty angles. Snowix will find Zedwolf, so it's IWNRX now down, and Na'Vi equally in a really tough spot over towards our eastern side.
Trying to make that push up on the east is just so tricky. They will fall to it. Incilio with a chance, Vengeance as well. These 2 teams looking to stretch away from that 12th place bubble. They do not want to be the chump holding a ticket at the end of this match. That's on the back of their minds, got to be a constant worry. But TJB now, 7 elims, starting to pull the points in towards their tallies and kick off the last day with a great result.
I mean, look at this circle, dude. What are you meant to do versus Tongjaba? I mean, they control the southeast side, which is where all the teams are. The possibility for them to get into the circle is going to be tough. Tongjaba did lose Triple S, but for Vengeance, a very important game for them because they got knocked down to size very early on. A few teams around that area to get more points. Second place is quite crucial for Vengeance here as TPZ does move up with a nade. Yamak is down to the play zone. Ideally a second place here for Vengeance, but Incilio just as desperate to grab it.
Ooh, turning the corner, 676 goes down. Unfamiliar of a feeling there, because normally with that pump action, he's dead on the money. But this time around, Fash able to win that trade, and it's going to mean that Vengeance have a little bit longer to try and crawl in, to try and survive against TJB, who are now on 2. So this is dangerous. There is still that 1v2 potential from any player in this lobby. At this stage, Fash crawling forwards. TPZ has the high ground now against TJB, but I think Flowers should be able to spot this or hear this, know something's going on the north side. Fash spotted, no, Longs is just pre-firing into the smoke. Fash is looking healthier than the player up the top, and that's actually Vengeance to step up, get that second place, but it is, of course, TJB to kick us off with the first chicken dinner of the day.
Yeah, it's a naughty game there from Tongjaba. Honestly, the fact that I think it's around about 18 points that they take away from that one, despite Enigma Galaxy getting so many eliminations, despite Na'Vi having a pretty awesome rotate down towards that southeast side, it's still Tongjaba to come away with that one. And there is a lot of circle blessing going on there, but they control it well. They maintain the majority of the circle throughout the whole of that one. Very cool stuff, and Tongjaba will be our first team on the last day to pick themselves up the chicken dinner.
Well, with the way TJB are playing, it looks like it's going to be one of our teams locked in to get through directly into the Grand Finals after a really underwhelming performance on day 1 and even slightly underwhelming on day 2. Day 3, now the beginning of day 4 has proven to be exactly what they needed, just getting some time. As you said, Hot Jukes, talking about their performance in PEL to get warmed up, get into this, and you know, who's going to stop TJB at this point?
Yeah. Not no team doing 5 points a game. I'll tell you that right now. Because, oh, goodness, dude. TJB, once they got that position, and this is the thing, when you're on top of the leaderboard, you are big chilling. You know that, hey, you know what? You have some room to be able to make some mistakes. And as soon as we saw Enigma Galaxy go as crazy as they did, that room definitely shrunk. But TJB's center circle had no worries. It was just about cleaning up these players and winning the game, Max.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really solid match from TJB. They went for center position. I mean, yesterday we had 7WG talking with the coach yesterday, right, of TJB, saying that they were gifted some pretty good circles, but they're doing good decisions and acting accordingly based on whatever kind of situation they find themselves in. In his spot, that 2-2 split was on point. If I had to play that spot, I would do the exact same thing. That 2-2 split is solid for information gathering, having solid angles when the only kind of defensive positions you have Jukes in that position is going to be rocks and trees. So 2 angles are going to be negating any kind of push in that vicinity, in that kind of area. So it's solid, and I think that one thing that did help them out a lot, Hot Jukes, is that all the other teams were fighting each other on the edge, which means they didn't really have a 4-man team pushing on the area. It was always like a solo, a duo, maybe a trio. So right out of the gate, they had the man advantage, they had the position advantage. It was all going the way of TJB.
Yeah, that's why whenever you get blessed in Sandhawk, it's just that much more potent, right? I mean, because, you know, the blue zone just comes in so viciously. You're forced to fight those teams on the edge. There's nothing you could do. So you saw Na'Vi forced to fight Tianba, IHC, which I thought would have had a little bit of a better game considering that they had that northern precision just on top of TJB. But unfortunately, they weren't able to get it done. And that it really grinds my gears here, because to me this was their opportunity, right? Like they needed to win this game, I think, in order for them to feel comfortable to make it into that survival stage, Jason. But oh man, it's just it's not looking good.
Well, I'm going to see how things are going to shape up. Obviously, it's taking into account some of these other teams. I think the fact that Vengeance was able to get so deep makes them a little bit more comfortable, but obviously with still 5 matches left to go, we're going to find out here. But one team we do have to mention that you two were heavily discussing was Falcons and how consistent they play Sandhawk in terms of their positions and rotations.
Yeah. We were theorizing with the Jukes during that game, like, this is kind of interesting, because we know that this has been the case for years now. The Falcons drop in boot camp, and very quickly they pivot into Bootcamp Hill, south of Bootcamp, which has been a great scouting position, especially in this circle, Jukes. It was a great spot for them to play from. But FaZe, I really think, read into that. They dropped Trifecta, which is the old reject split they had in PMWC, PMGO, and then they said, wait, we can punish this rotate pretty much for free on Falcons, which currently is a contender for that top 3. So I think FaZe came in with a game plan here, Jukes.
Oh, I think they did as well. And that's the thing, is that, you know what, at a certain level, when you're here at PMGC, these teams have so much respect for each other. And that's why we see a lot of the times these teams, you know, constantly do very similar things. But we're on the final day here. It's do or die, right? So any kind of those, you know, that respect is gone, right? You got to do whatever it takes to make it into those finals. And if you are FaZe, right, you did your homework. You notice that Falcons like to go up to that bootcamp hill very early. So you rush it, right? You take that hill first before you can get them, and you knock them out, put some points on the board. And not to mention, that's the team in 4th place, right? That's the team you're trying to be able to pass up to get into 3rd. So a great play from FaZe at the rip. Unfortunately, they weren't able to survive late into the game, but I love seeing plays like that for sure.
Yeah, I love what we're saying. Oh, FaZe, that was a really good early play, and they're just not on the first half of this page. But it was a really good mechanical play for the drop. It was actually really on point. But we saw some great results from some squads. And I really want to talk about Vengeance here. I think that we disagree a little bit, Jukes, in terms of how they played out this game. When they were fighting versus Nigma Galaxy, they decided to go down the cliff and actually just try and survive into the late game. I think that was a great play, because if you push from where Nigma Galaxy were downhill into TJB, and we already mentioned they had that solid 2-2 split, you do not survive that transition. You are getting instantly eliminated, as we saw for Nigma Galaxy. So I think Vengeance here, that plan to survive until the late game to then secure 2nd place was the best option they had available at the time. Even maybe Nigma could have done it, Jukes.
You know, actually, I disagree with what you just said, because I actually do agree with you. I do agree with the Vengeance play going south. They had no choice, right? You're on the so bottom of the leaderboards. You need to survive. You need to put any points on the board you can. The part that we did disagree on, though, was if Nigma Galaxy should have gone south towards Vengeance position, right? Now, I think that Nigma Galaxy, they popped off this last game. They had so many eliminations, and I think they were going for that win, which is something I think they needed to do in order to usurp TJB for that 1st place. Of course, they didn't, because TJP just went crazy. But Enigma Galaxy, they were going for the win. I think that's why they stayed on that kind of like on that western side rather than going and wrapping down south towards Vengeance. What do you think, though?
I mean, I think Nigma should have gone into the Vengeance position and actually fight it from there. I think that would have been a really good angle for them to play from. But you know what? At the end of the day, it was a TJB kind of game. Jukes, and they got himself their 5th chicken dinner. And I really want to go back and see previous PMGC League stages. Who got the chicken dinner record, like the highest amount of chicken dinners in the league stage? Because 5 is an insane amount for the amount of matches played, Jukes. So like, is this a new record in the making? I'll have to check.
I think so too. I mean, they're playing, ridiculous here. 10 points a game yesterday plus. That is unbelievable. I mean, so when it comes to TJB starting off at Sandhawk, they're just letting everybody know this is our stage, right? Group Red, we're going to be the champs. Good luck when it comes to the finals.
Pretty much it. And we saw some teams that are like, I8 normally, we really like Sandhawk. This is going to be our best map. Well, unfortunately for them, not much was really done. They went out, going south in Paradise Resort, encountering Furia, encountering also possible late rotates into IWNRX and Getso Roy if they survived Furia. But unfortunately for them, it was just not quite able to work out, because I mean, Jukes, we've played Sanhok so many times. The terrain south of Paradise Resort is an absolute plague. It is horrible to play. And unfortunately for some of these squads, they were just struggling to get out of that kind of area.
For you guys at home who are watching the show, make sure you guys go into the, well, I mean, you're going to be watching on the English YouTube channel anyways, but you can vote on who we're going to be interviewing next with Seven Worlds Gaming, whether it's going to be Falcons, Na'Vi, or Enigma Galaxy. Make sure you guys get your votes in right now. But as the last note for me in reference to that last game, really unfortunate to be I8 or Falcons because TJB, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, and even IWNRX were able to get some consistent points in that last match, making it even harder now for you to catch up to these teams and break through to top 3. And whereas at the bottom of the tables, I mean, we did have Nsilo get a good couple amount of points here, able to put them up to 10th place, which is going to be very important as we progress through the day because a gap is starting to grow here as well in the bottom of the rankings, where previously it wasn't that many points. But we didn't see Furia, we didn't see Virtus Pro really step up. Ultra Ego getting 0 points on this game. I hate to say it, Max, but it's looking like your boy Rosemary might not make it through.
Well, unfortunately, it's a reality I have to kind of accept, Jason, that might be happening here. I mean, at what point do we start counting out for real some of these bottom squads in the bottom 5? Because we're going to get to that point where right now, IHC technically, oh yeah, they might be able to do a bit of a comeback, but if they still remain in that position by, you know, game 3, I'm telling you, IHC are out, then it's going to be VP, then Furia, then Ultra Ego. We're going to go up that list really, really quickly. Game 1's already done, and we're going on the Erangel, and we know, Jukes, that Erangel right now, for these top teams, for your TJBs, for your Na'Vis, for your Enigma Galaxies, for your IWNRXs, this is going to be their battleground where they get a huge portion of their points. So those bottom squads are going to have a real tough time making it out of that red zone.
Oh, yes, they are, man. I mean, IHC, VP, I think they need to win this next game, to be honest with you, if we're going to see them make it on in, because that door is just closing on them, and they need to kick it wide open with something big, I think, in order to make it into that next stage. But another team that I'm really worried about, Max, and another player that we might not see in the finals is Z-Wolf. And that would be crazy because Enigma Galaxy just popped off. Na'Vi, TJB, if they want to make it straight to the finals, they need a big game here and soon.
Yeah, we have to see eventually. I'm even looking at Tiamba and Getsoroy here. We need to see a game if you want to try and contend by the end of today for that top 3 position. Again, you got so many storylines happening. The race for top 3, the race to make in survival stage, the race to also not get out of the conversation in the first 2 to 3 matches of today. You still want to stay relevant in the conversation. So all 16 teams have something to fight for here going into these matches, and going into Erangel, you know it's going to get real good. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's becoming do or die time here if you want to have a chance to make it, whether it's into the survival stage or into the grand finals directly. Let's head into our first Erangel of 3 of the day with John, Allen, and Blaine.
I absolutely agree 100% that it is going to be real nice. Oh, yeah. Going down from the southeast side of the Plain Path Mill to Power Peninsula up towards Zaki.
Yeah, we do have a bit of an interesting playing path coming through already. Again, I think that when we look at these games, it is so difficult to call who's going to be dropping out and heading through into the bottom 5. There is a fair few teams that I think all of us here on the broadcast do want to make it into that top 3. But it's hard to decide at this point in time because it has been so close. We do have so many teams who are really good, who could absolutely make an impact in the grand finals, but there is still only 3 slots, and that isn't changing.
No, if you want to grab another slot and you're not making it into those top 3, you need to go through the survival stage, and that is a brutal gauntlet, let me tell you. The teams that set foot in there, it's kind of anyone's game. I mean, you're playing 3 days, you're only playing 2 days of games, which makes it very, very volatile, and it is definitely just that last chance that you are trying to cling on to. So hopefully the teams vying and bidding for the top 3 spots will be able to put up their best show today, because right now the top 3 just had a pretty banger game, right? A lot of double digits being displayed towards the top.
Yeah, a huge amount towards that top side already. And again, like you're saying on that last match, a lot of our teams probably are looking over towards the leaderboards and like, suddenly just became really difficult to rank up with Enigma Galaxy, Tongjiba and Na'Vi all having really strong matches. I think you look at Tongjiba, 161 points. They might have just cleared themselves in towards a guaranteed top 3. Still, things can change. I think it'll depend on this next map. But now the fact that we are on that northwest side, Tongjiba starting in Severny, there is a strong rotational path for them ahead.
just to put in context the point scorings from last week from Group Yellow, the cutoff for third place, well, Major Pride were in fourth with 184, so if you'd have got 185, you would have been in that third place. 190 was the scoreline for Alpha 7. Team Queso, their countrymen, they have been looking for a little bit of an improvement so far over the course of this tournament, but right now they're on the bubble. 7WG did manage to get caught up with them, so let's take a listen.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time it's going to be in regards to Team Queso. I got a chance to talk to one of the players. He said that the biggest issue so far in PMGC League stage has been individual errors. They're trying to clean that up. So I know Blank was talking about just teams having to be a little bit more disciplined, especially those bottom teams. This is one team that has to do that, but they also have to be willing to take risks. And right now, the energy is not quite there yet for Team Queso. Hopefully they can pick it up.
Fantastic stuff. I mean, absolutely. More discipline, individual mistakes, seemingly how they feel their games haven't been going as strong as they could do. And right now is not the time to be making those sorts of mistakes, Blank, in that 12th place position.
I think it's fair enough. When you get down towards 12th place, you're right on that bubble. Individual mistakes are going to be happening because there is a lot of pressure on you. This is not a case of, oh, we dropped out the top 3, so I guess we'll go to the survival stage and we'll play it out there. This is a case of, we've dropped out into the bottom 5. We're not going any further. We're going home. So those individual mistakes are going to happen more frequently, especially in that last day, which is why the point scoring margin here is so terrifying for a lot of teams, because it's not a case of we have to beat 1 or 2 squads ahead and they're 10 points behind, so it should be easy to stay ahead. No, it is Getso Roy in 8th place all the way down to 15th place of Virtus Pro, all with a big chance to leapfrog over one another. So it's going to be an absolute war up until those end moments, and for these teams it is a case of marshalling the soldiers on their team to get ahead and do what needs to be done here in these matches. But it is that discipline that is required, and individual mistakes are going to cause you big problems, because we know a lot of times if you're dropping one player at the start of the game, that can be horrendous for your chances towards stage 6, stage 7.
Yeah, absolutely can. It's a really rough time. I mean, you just need everything on your side at this point. Whatever you can get, you'll take it. I mean, right now, 11th to 12th place, Blank, it's a tiebreaker between FaZe and Team Queso, so it is so close. Every single advantage matters. If that point goes to your direct competitors as well, it's not only that 1 point that you don't get, well, it's not the point that that you don't get, it's also a gain for them as well, right? So it becomes an even more dramatic swing, losing those small little margins early on into a match. And that's what teams are looking to avoid. Right now, it feels like Tianba is kind of on this island on their own, just sort of the only team not super likely to be able to make it to the top 3 and not super likely to drop all the way out towards 12th place as well. And right now, it's kind of a weird placement and a unique one within this fold.
Chamber's got somewhat comfortable with this position, though, I would say. I think I said it yesterday that they're not quite as good as our leading teams, but they're not on that same level as our teams who are desperately trying to clamber up towards a position that feels safe. Getso, Roy, and Vengeance are the interesting ones to me, because I look downwards and Cilio, FaZe, Team Queso, Alter Ego, Furia, VP, and IHC all have this pedigree behind them. So it's just odd to me seeing that, you know, it's Getso, Roy, and Vengeance who are ahead of them here. And I think that they have just had a better understanding of what improvements they've needed to make throughout the days. We had a nice little graphic pop up just earlier for Vengeance where it was 1.7 average eliminations to now 2.8 going into day 3. So they've definitely went lower deck, cleared up those holes, those breaches in the ship, and they have looked a lot nicer because of it.
Yeah, definitely need to be sailing on open water there, nice and calm. That's what you're looking for, but there's going to be plenty of chop, swell in the future, I'm sure, for them too. Because as you said, it's going to be an all-out war here down towards the bottom side of those tables, especially, not just towards the top side for these small margins, these small little openings. Teams condensing towards the middle of this map here, over towards South George. This circle pushes up to the northwest side of this. And in general, teams seem to be favoring a more central style, as we've become accustomed to over the last few days.
SI8 on our screens. That's the team that I think you really want to get in towards that top 3, but it's looking less and less likely as the day goes on. Realistically, again, it's what I was saying earlier. Realistically, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, Tongjibao, all through these teams just need one more big game, and then they're pretty much set for the rest of the day, because the consistency that they've displayed, I imagine after one strong match, it's going to be hard to profit over the top of them going forward unless they completely drop the ball on these games. And I think that when you are this far ahead in terms of seeing those tables reveal with Na'Vi, Enigma Galaxy, and Tongjibao all having a good game on Sandhawk, the first match of the day, it gives you this sense of calm, right? Which I think is really important for consistency, because I imagine there's a whole bunch of turmoil going on for our teams towards the bottom of the lobby, that fear of being knocked out of the whole tournament. Our teams at the top, the worst thing that can happen to them is to go to survival stage.
Yeah, that's still, though, a much less favorable result, as I said before, right? For survival stage.
Well, much less favorable? I don't know.
What, than getting a direct qualification?
No, I was saying getting knocked out.
Well, yeah, more favorable than getting knocked out entirely, but it's still a really dangerous situation.
It is. I think I'd rather stay at the tournament.
2 days. You only get, yeah, that's true, but it's still, my point is, it's not pleasant. It's really, really tricky to make your way through the survival stages. And I'll concede you're definitely right on the fact that it's better to be in the tournament than not in the tournament. But in general, it's still got to be a big weight on your shoulders, especially if you place 4th and you only get that. You only miss out by like 1 or 2 points, or even on a tiebreaker. It's in general really, really galling to have that sort of a result unfold in front of you as well. When you see the teams ahead of you just accelerate away, and you're like, I didn't keep up with them. We are now going to have to go again. We're going to have to go for round 2.
Yeah, I don't think anyone wants to see that one happen. I agree. It's not fun going into survival stage. But for, like I said, for these teams at the top side, getting that first strong game of the day, the fact that it's all 3 of them getting it, it's surprising to say the least. But yeah, it does mean that for the start of the day here, for our next 5 matches, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi, and Tongjibao are all just laughing really at this point in time, because they've been able to accelerate ahead from a lot of our squads. IW, NRX, and Falcons still looking to put those points margins back up again, but there has just been mistakes coming through from both these teams. IW, NRX not always looking as bold and as controlling over some of their team fights we've seen over past years, and the Falcons, I would say that there's mistakes happening on that team. They're still a really strong squad. They're still putting up points margin because they all are individually very strong players. But there's just some little moments here and there from them where I'm like, that didn't go well and it could have gone better. For instance, even that fight versus FaZe, I think although East is in boot camp, technically quite central, I think you give up the central position to make sure that you're not going down in essentially a 2v3.
And if you want to catch up with Falcons, well, you can vote for them to be the team that is interviewed. If you're enjoying the interviews, you guys, the fans, have an opportunity to let us know which team you would like to hear from next. And if you're in the English PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel, you can cast your vote for either Falcons, Na'Vi, or Enigma Galaxy. We're all on standby for an interview with 7WG at some point during the show. So make sure that you are voting to say which team you want to hear from. So we'll catch up with them and get you all that juicy gossip as to what they're feeling, how they're looking at the last set of the matches today, and getting on into this one. So definitely make sure you're heading on over there to have your say, because I know there's certainly plenty of interesting information out there, but the question is, who's going to have it available for us? Now, looking at this shift, that is plenty interesting, Blank. IHC at the top of Everest, overlooking their domain.
We see some nasty fights on top of Everest throughout Group Red actually already. And this is one of the circles that I really wanted to watch. I don't think we've seen too many Everest circles before. And I always really like the dynamic of the fielded area down towards the south of Everest and the compounds that kind of lie along the base of Everest itself. It's always a really fun circle, and I think it does test a lot of our teams of how they want to play out their rotations. Do they play Ruins, stay a little bit out of the way? Do they try and be the king of the mountain? Because FaZe is now looking to head up over towards our eastern side, and IHC is looking for their response. And already FaZe is getting pushed back a little bit, but I think that is from off angles.
Maxman's highlighted something as well in this in the group chat, is that we're at 12.5 minutes. This is almost certainly the longest we've seen a game go without losing a single player, and he's topped that one off with a hashtag discipline, which I think is fairly apt. He's also brought up in our group chat that this is a circle that IHC used to qualify for PMWC in the spring, so definitely something that they are familiar with and they're ready to fight for it.
Hey man, the previous point was from the jukebox himself. Is Hot Jukes.
Oh, you're right. Oh my goodness. I think it was Kalaris actually. That's my bad.
Yeah, you got to give him credit. Credit where credit's due, you know.
No, it was Hot Jukes.
But yeah,
that's my bad.
we do finally lose some players. 30 minutes in. So 2 players now down, but yeah, a lot of players just looking to keep themselves on side. It needs Vengeance to lose those 2, and Vengeance, who was on the up and up there, I think they really just need to have one more decent game and keep that consistency up. But here's Falcons up against Na'Vi. This is a big fight, and already one player goes down in Lemon and is flushed out. Now, what is Na'Vi's decision here? Do they continue the fight or do they send away? This is one of those spots where you can get good nades over towards the top. There's a little ditch here where you can see Falcons playing in. And I think for Na'Vi, it might just be a case of leave this alone, try and head further in. But Team Cases already picked up that strong compound that sits on the western edge of Everest, and Na'Vi's been pushed out into the blue.
I mean, the difficulty for Falcons here is that they are locked in as 2 here. Actually, finally, a flex out comes through. The rest of the players are a lot closer to the next circle and trying to make work on the path forwards for them, but turning RV around, that's going to allow them to regroup now to their forward position. I think they've still got the 1 player on the front foot there. Na'Vi losing 1, but we'll get away with 3, rotating up to the north.
It's a quick decision they make because they know that they're heading into stage 4. That's where the circle's going to really start to pump damage across to them. They wanted just consistent games coming through, and that circle really does not benefit them whatsoever. Though Falcons are running into quite the zone of death over on this western side. So we've got Nigma Galaxy, Team Queso, Tiamba all lined up here, and Falcons were one of the last to enter. They have this small field with the ridge sides on the roads to play around with. You can see that IHC already finding the shots over towards 6, knocking him out the vehicle as they attempted to get up towards Everest. What a bold push from them.
Gonna move all the way up into the thick of it. Falcons taking a lot of damage from Tianba. There's the spray down onto Action, sorry. There's the nade over the top from QZ to just make life all the harder. From the south side, the crunch is on. This is just a 1-player flex out from Tianba. Nigma Galaxy really sit in front of the Falcons. That is their major hurdle, but it's just so hard when you've got a pest over the ridgeline just launching nades at you time and time again, even if he is getting backed off, but gets that healing on. The Falcons just have to slow things down. The question I have, though, is where did Tianba go? Because of the circle shifting off of Everest, they do have to move out to the east, but there isn't too much conflict there for them to worry about.
The difficulty of heading towards the east here, though, is that you're locked into trying to play around where ASIA is playing, and then any ground towards the north side of ASIA, it's somewhat no man's land. You need a clean fight versus ISA to make this happen. That means 4 players left alive, so Tiamba's got to be pretty careful here. They do find Icy as he tries to wrap through.
Will manage to get that spray down. Another knock to the back lines, and Tiamba are doing well, but unfortunately, finally an opening is found, and XC has to hit the deck as well, has to get some healing done. On their flank, Falcons are pushing in. Nigma Galaxy could third-party this. We've seen them do it quite a lot before. It looks like they're going to repeat that action, moving up into the fight, trying to pick off some of these points, and in a crucial qualification position, Shan lighting up the players on the ridgeline. The Falcons are falling to it, but there's the off-angle coming on through for Nigma Galaxy, who really want to pick these points up where they can. The shutdown onto the Falcons, their bid for the top 3, once again curtailed here in our first era go.
Yeah, Falcons out again. We're only 2 eliminations. It's a sad experience for them so far. And being cut out both first few matches means that the pressure just mounts and mounts and mounts here. For Vengeance, I think they're going down to just the 1 player now as Noise hits the deck, as Nick the Galaxy will pick that up with 3 eliminations already saddled away for themselves. Na'Vi's in a very weird spot over on the northeast side, so I can't imagine they're getting too much further into this one. PMGC, on the other hand, northeast side of the field. They're happy.
They are really, really chilling right now. That is a big pickup for them on that position. All 4 of their players alive. A mad dash in for Nick the Galaxy. Well, less mad, more calm, calculated, but Team Queso are here to play as well. Let's see if these individual mistakes can be patched up. An immediate opener, and that's great to start things off for Team Queso, but there's a little bit of danger left in the wings. Where did that nade come from? The backline pressure, and Incilio picked them up almost immediately. A hop out the back, and Fash does get knocked, but he can start to crawl on through. Nick the Galaxy looking to rampage on the compound, and Westron holds down that angle. Redlick at the backline, launching nade after nade. Can they get Fash back up? Incilio holding well against a double crash.
Yeah, Incilio, I don't know how they've kind of got away with this, but they certainly have, so well done to them. But obviously, this is not an easy position to be in for Incilio. The fact they've been able to battle back is very important for their point scoring. Nick the Galaxy still going at it, though, and with 1 player down on the back lines, Westron and Fash will regroup alongside with Redlick. There's tons of nades pouring out over on this high ground at the moment.
IHC looking to fend off FaZe, but 1 goes down. Rogue is traded. An immediate flush comes through, and FaZe are pushing IHC up to the wall with their backs to it. I think they might just fall through. And IHC have to fold, move down the sides of Everest here, play on as 2.
I see, sits underneath, and again, this is a team that does usually have pretty damn good control over towards the Everest position. Sad to see them fall like this, though. Ziol still up and available. Nick the Galaxy takes control of that high ground plateau. Incilio will sit underneath, but both these teams fairly protected off against one another, though on the edge of the circle.
Nick the Galaxy with that high ground ridge overlooking the fields to the south. They can hold on to this. Even with 3 players, they'll have a massive impact and a great chance to pick up more eliminations. They're up to 4, and that is fantastic news for them. I'll look to try and hold that. FaZe, they managed to get off of the side of Everest, down to the roadside. They will have to cross it and figure out where they get to go after that. Alter Ego behind TJB and next door to Virtus Pro, both going to have to make their move. It could be another double crash on this northeast side.
PMGC, nice spot, but do take a knock. It is Virtus Pro and Alter Ego attempting to get in. Alter Ego trying to make up for past mistakes on that last game where they got handled by Na'Vi pretty easily. They tried to make that crossing from the northwest side. Good Molotov will finish off 6-7-6 in that front line. But yeah, there's tons of off angles all over the place. Nasty lineup from that northeast edge. In comes Ghetto Roy versus Furia, though, and it's Zunder trying to hold off on the inside. Silence crouched on the outer edge, just Porsche remaining. Good cleanup, and that's Furia with 7 elims on the game. A wonderful start for them here on our angle, and that puts them back up into a position where they can challenge versus a lot of our teams that sat around that 11th place bubble.
They really have been keeping up the pace. There was an unfortunate finish on Sandhawk for them to kick off the day. They had that north side position. The circle was a hard shift down to the south, and a difficult approach cut them out of it. But this time around, they're not letting that phase them. They will be moving in again from the north side, but they pushed in, and as you say, 7 eliminations. The placement points will start to add up fairly soon, and hopefully they can keep their ascension going, and the do Brazils from the desk can get a little bit bigger from Hot Jukes and from 7 over in the arena as well. Virtus Pro were taking shots to TJB and actually finding more and more openings, Blank.
Yeah, I mean, it is Alter Ego and Virtus Pro going up against Tongjibao right now. Malloy gets a rundown on towards Flower. IQ's able to find Malloy in the process. Triple S is on towards Dixie. It is a nightmare on this northeast side. And Alter Ego looking to clean up the pieces afterwards. But in comes Furia. Arthurson rocks up. IHG over towards Nick the Galaxy. What is happening? It is all systems go for every single team here as they attempt to transform this game into something that that keeps their tournament alive.
ASI8 starting to flex out from the south side, establishing a full baseline of fire to cut teams out, trying to move from the top of the hill. FaZe lose Mela on the high ground, still Furia close by. They've lost one, but they still have a little bit more power left in the bank. Unfortunately, though, that might just be the sails being clipped there. And they'll have a difficult time moving Kojovski off. Still 7 points on the match, and that is going to prime them to be in position to make this one work. The placement points will start to kick in a little bit. FaZe accelerating away from them, though, and the goalposts will continue to move. ASI8 isolated on this south side. Blank, they might have a good chance here. Triple S goes down to it, and that is going to be another elimination found. 4 points on this match, with Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down. Nick McGalaxy most likely going to be going down here as well. This is a big opportunity for the team from Pakistan.
For ASI8, like they were playing on this south side for such a long time, and again, if the circle starts to push down towards the south, you have a great control over towards that fielded area. I think what's going to come into effect though in a little bit is ASI8 starting to move into the circle. There will be a lot of angles looking down that way, looking for free picks. You can see how open it is for ASI8, which is why they're quite split right now on this 2-2.
The difficulty is, though, for the teams on the hillside, you can't take free open picks, right? For Alter Ego, you can't step up and go for shots because there's teams out to your west side. You've got FaZe who are going to be looking over at you. Luckily, they managed to find Falak, and that now flank has been curtailed somewhat. The pressure that they're feeling is lowered. Now, Alter Ego needs to make the most of this time, make the most of this opening to get further on in, and you can see they've just crept forwards a little bit to the next rock on their path.
Noki taking shots over towards Alter Ego now with 3 players still up, 4 eliminations. It's not been a horrid game for Alter Ego, but Boysil will get the explode in the vehicle, takes himself down off the back of it. I think that is just a case of trying to explode that vehicle, but took a bit too much damage from the sidelines.
Nades,
these nades are nasty.
Oh no, but they're not quite bouncing right. Nearly catching it. Finally going to be able to find that shot. That's 2 players down for Alter Ego, and ASI8 may have just been able to seal those 2 away. Very unlikely that Alva can get back in, get those reses. Just try and play on as a solo. You can't put your head up. You will get taken down. And ASI8 controlling from the fields now. Blank, I really like that duo flank out. It was worrying when they took a knock over on that east side to Alter Ego, but they picked it up admirably with a lack of roll down from Alter Ego, the lack of availability of that as an option. They have controlled this south side, and I'm really in awe of this play style right now from ASI8. I would love to see them navigate these circles so well.
For ASI8, they're doing a really good job. Again, they were one of the few teams that play down towards that south side. There is a rollout you can make. I think they understood the worry that there were going to be teams looking down from the hilltop towards their position. This is why they take this lineup, and they are just causing problems for all these teams that they know are all in contest with one another on this northeast side. Another great shot from Falak. 7 eliminations found for them. This could be a massive match for ASI8 to get them back into the picture here.
Moving that high ground angle now as Falak tries to roll on forwards. I think staying up on this hill isn't a terrible idea. It's dangerous, though, and if FaZe catch this, if they capitalize on this lone player, oh my goodness, has to fall back, and that's exactly the sort of danger that I'm talking about. However, just his presence here makes things so much harder for FaZe. It means that they can't go for a clear roll down towards Incilio.
It's been a very, very well-played game here from ASA in terms of the hold on the picture. FaZe's position somewhat interesting. I mean, it's a wild rollout. They do find IQ. Mormon goes down to Noki, but potentially Resable here. Exploding the vehicle is going to be dangerous. That might be all of FaZe going down. They know they desperately need to get this vehicle exploded, but the shots coming in from Noki in a very shrouded position. Man's playing an assassination game right now.
Yeah, he's in the circle as well. Onzin's looking for that res. The high ground regroups. Falak moved in to keep people alive, but unfortunately did go down. IQ did get res in the meantime, and the nades can start to come through on this position. A bounce over the top, and Onzin's loses his teammate, but not his life just yet. Another one comes on through, but again, doesn't quite connect. Coming through on the back line, Onzin's gets that heal off. As the shots will ring out as soon as he pokes his head out.
Onzin's just trying to live. I think this is becoming more and more likely to be a win here for ASA8. Sileo, Fash will find Snowix. This is still all battling off on that western side. So Nick the Galaxy do make it fair way through, get a 4th place. I think they're going to be too unhappy with that kind of result here.
Just want to remind people watching as well that we do have an opportunity to vote for a team that you want to see interviewed. If you head over to the English PUBG Mobile Esports YouTube channel, you can cast your vote in the chat. But let's get locked back in onto this match as ASI8 make their bid towards the top 3. 10 eliminations. For the back lines, UZM locking it down from the crate, and they have control over this. Incilio have been a roadblock for everybody trying to move through. IHC, remember as well, they're looking for a top 11 spot to try and close out this game. They've descended from the top of Everest. It looked like they may have been done and dusted, but they're into a top 3 guaranteed. Godless doesn't know which way to look though, and he has not been lucky on finding those shots either. Zjol pushed behind the building, needs some healing, but the blue zone is here. ASI8 are clamping down on this position as well, all in the meantime.
It's fair enough to come through. Incilio might have had a chance on this game. ASA, their control from that south side has been just monstrous though. Fash not likely to be brought back up into action as Westron and Redlick just attempt to try and get themselves back to a position where they can maybe fight this one out. I don't know how the meds are looking for them though. And that is Fash going down. 3 players still alive, 12 eliminations. A huge chicken dinner available here for ASI8.
A massive opportunity. Zjol goes down, and that is IHC done. It's now just Incilio. 2 players on the inside. 13 elims for ASI8, but a nade up to Noki opens the door for an upset. Incilio can look to move out here, but they're on the inside of the building. They have to leave. They have to step out into the open. The blue zone pushes them away, and ASI8 have them on a chokehold. Moving around the edge there, Westron tries to break out wide. Redlick up on the high ground, but both of them spotted. 1 and 2, and the pride of Pakistan shines through.
Absolutely. What a game from them. It looked to be getting a little bit dire for ASI8, but they bring it around town on that last game. And not a lot of teams decided that it might be a good idea to play from the fielded area. And it is a really hard place to play on the map, but just goes to show how strong this team is from Pakistan in terms of their control, in terms of the lineup. Very, very well done. It requires some serious maneuvering to make that work.
That was a fantastic close down. ASI8 in charge every step of the way. Let's head back to the desk.
You know, to look at potentially coming in from the south side, and they get themselves a buttload of eliminations on top of that. This is going to be I8 most likely breaking through into top 3. But Hotjukes, Max Ben, what was your takeaway from this game?
That everyone is scared of I8. Apparently. Oh my god. I mean, we saw Drix at one point, Falak just pushing onto TJB. He gets the clutch, by the way. He gets the elims. Like, okay, that's a crazy clutch. And then all of Alter Ego book it. The moment they see Falak get remotely close to their location, like, we don't want to deal with the Pakistani. They're too powerful. We're out of here.
Yeah, and rightfully so, because these guys were just on fire this match and perfectly on time too. I can't stress it enough. If these guys want to make it straight to the finals, they needed a game like this here, right now. A chicken dinner with double-digit eliminations. This is 100% going to put them in the running for top 3.
I was a little bit scared though at one point. Jukes are looking at Knockim like, you're getting a bit overconfident. You're learning from Falak. That's a bad tendency to have. But sure, he does get taken out. But the other 2 players, IQ, was able to just lock down that game versus Incilio and get himself the chicken dinner that really, as Jason said, right, they needed, because we were somewhat starting to count them out of the race. But this game puts them right back into it. And this is a game that we might look back onto at the end of today and say that was the game that helped them push themselves in top 3.
And you know what? I gotta just reiterate it again, dude. That off angle from Naki was just unbelievable, dude. 1,000 damage. And we were hoping to see it because I think at the time he had like 2 eliminations, and we were like, dude, how much damage does this guy have? Because he is just punishing teams. I love that spread from I8. It was perfectly executed. A lot of the times the meta has shifted more to like this group style play, but when you have an open field like that, you know, to be able to get those different angles, they laid down, they played it very, very carefully, and they just executed each player one at a time.
You could even see how solid the angles of I8 were, because FaZe sent in the center, which I think was an okay desperate play. They had to make a move. They didn't want to get pressured by the blue zone and become super predictable. I kind of get why they do that play, but the angles were so solid from I8, the ones you're talking about, Jukes, that they play center and they get obliterated in the next 20-30 seconds. They just could not survive because Noki in particular found the perfect bush. He was in a bush and a small opening through the bush and he could spray everyone down. I think his biggest enemy, Noki, this game was not enemies, it was running out of bullets, realistically.
Yeah.
And
he was literally just like,
yeah, he was on point.
He was almost single tapping. It was crazy, dude. It was ridiculous. And you know what? I mean, great on I8, but at the end of the day, there's so much to talk about, right? And there's one team that I really want to just mention here, and that's Furia, right? Because Furia, they were getting some serious eliminations up top, Max, and they took out some serious teams.
I mean, they took out IWNRX and Na'Vi at the same time, and then they cleared Getzo Roy all in one clean sweep. What's happening to Furia? They're not just being now a team that's making it to late game, going for some good rotates and eliminating one team. We said it on the pre-show, they only get one team typically. They squad wiped 3 squads. Okay?
Unbelievable.
Madness, Furia. More of this, please. Like, this is the kind of games that will push in top 11. Sure, no placement points, but the fighting was top tier. So, Furia, more of that, please.
Yes.
But I mean, I don't know, Jukes, you said they need to have big games. Not to go back to our discussion, but I want to be right. It's got to be me. No,
I disagree.
But yeah,
I think you're right.
A big part of that match, though, was Everest and the conglomerate of teams that we had up there as well. I'm amazed to see really any team make it so deep into the game, like IHC, for instance, because you had, Na'Vi, Vengeance, IHC, FaZe, IWNRX, all really on towards that Everest position. And coming down from that spot, it just, like, I think I just avoided the cluster of teams and was able to just, if anything, get a ton of placement points because they didn't have to really worry about the massive fighting towards the north.
I mean, they got a bit lucky, I8, with this circle. I think we can all agree on that. They had a bit of circle luck on their side, but they made use of it in a way that I did not expect. The angles they were taking, Falak just going in, 1v2ing TJB, pushing away all of Ultrigo. That's crazy stuff. That's absolutely crazy stuff that we just witnessed from I8. So this game has got to be one of my favorite games so far for this group. This is madness from so many squads. You talked about Furia, talked about I8, even Nigma Galaxy's third party Jukes is something we could really try and highlight on the West. It was a good approach, but there were just too many teams at the end on the West.
Yeah, dude. I mean, this is crazy. I'm going to give the clutch badge to I8 already because, I mean, just how far are they going to move up the leaderboards? Naki MVP here, 1000% deserved. I mean, that angle pretty much won them the game. But, I mean, prior to this one, they were in 6th place with 126 points. Nigma Galaxy was sitting in 3rd with 139. So, I'm really interested to see those overalls to see just how far they've gone up because, dude, a game like that, I mean, with 25 points, I mean, you gotta be able to push up the leaderboards big time, right, Max?
Yeah, exactly. I have to say, Jason in particular, I can't wait to see what memes by KNAT's meme is going to be about this game. You know they're preparing something good right now for Instagram.
Yeah, 100%. And hopefully it's actually going to be something along the lines of me talking about Naki and how I feel like he's been the underperforming player on the team as he kind of shuts me up in this last match, proving he can frag out with his teammates. But we do see I8 coming into 2nd place at 151 points, pushing Nigma. Replacing. And if I'm perfectly honest, Max, we didn't expect I8 to be top 3.
I was expecting them to making it in the middle of the pack survival stage, right, with how they were playing. I think because we were looking at Falak especially as a big standout player, but the rest of the squad is doing great. And you said it right, Noki, maybe we were expecting a bit more from that play in particular. He just shut us all up, not just you, Jason, me too. I was like, okay, Noki, you came in and you mean business on this Orangle game. So really, really happy with them. And if they keep this kind of momentum going, they are going to hold on to their top spot in the top 3. I mean, 180 limbs, currently the leading fragging team. That is madness from this squad. I was thinking they would just be middle of the pack, Jukes.
Yeah, you know what? I think it's time to get serious, boys, right? Because I'm going to be really honest right here, right? Looking at the first page, I was looking at the scoreboard. I'm going to say it right now. When it comes to Falcons and Tiamba, I need to see a chicken dinner in this next game, or they're going to be in the survival stage. That's my opinion. And when it comes to the second page, it's going to go the same for IHC and even like Virtus Pro and Furia. Like, honestly, if these guys do not win this next Aaron Gale match, I think they're going home. What do you think, Max?
I'm thinking we need to see a win in the next 2 matches, or a second, third place with a lot of elims. I'm talking like 10, 15 eliminations, something along those lines if you want to still remain part of the conversation of making it to or survival stage or to the grand finals based on where you are in the rankings. So so much is currently happening, dudes. It's going to be a real tough one for these squads, but the amount of pressure these guys are dealing with right now, I mean, you were talking about nerves, I think, earlier today, Jukes, and it must be getting to some of these players.
Yeah, and you know, the reason why I say that is because not just because some people are gonna be like, what do you mean, dude? There's still like plenty of matches left to go. The problem is that this is the last day, folks, right? And on the last game, I'm telling you, it's gonna be a smorgasbord of just teams sending it on each other, because you're gonna need some squads that need 20 eliminations, so they're gonna start pushing everybody. I mean, we're gonna see half the lobby like wiped out by the time you know, circle 4 comes around. So I hope these teams truly understand the urgency of what is happening here. Yeah, we still have 4 matches left to go, but you got to put some points on the boards here and now, because I mean, even a team like I8, they just proved that, hey, if we get a good position, right, we're gonna get into top 3, and the same's gonna go for so many other squads.
We kept talking about it for so long, Jukes, too. We're looking at I8, right, with this chicken dinner. They overtook not 1, not 2, but 3 teams with that game alone. They overtook IW. No, actually, wait, No, they overtook 4 teams, right? They were behind Falcons, IWNRX, Nigma Galaxy, and Na'Vi. They overtook 4 teams with that 1 win, and we keep mentioning how close it is between all of those squads fighting for top 3. One big game like that, if you're in the bottom, like 5 or 6 position in the rankings, could push you in the grand finals in the very last game. I'm telling you, that last game on Miramar is going to be absolute madness. So I really can't wait to get to that point, because we're going to see some of the coolest fights ever, I believe. Like, these teams are going to really be sending everything they have in the arsenal in that final game.
Yeah. Especially when it comes to IHC. I mean, I saw IHC that last game, right? And they were lasting towards the end, and I was like, I was so conflicted, because I was like, should these guys just risk it and push just to try to win the game here and now? And I understand why they played it a little slower, just to be able to put some points on the board. But this game going forward, they gotta risk it if they want to continue on here. Otherwise, they're gonna be done for the rest of the year, and that is not what we want to see, especially from somebody who's been the champions of the big show not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean, desperate time required desperate measures for some of these squads. Do it, send it all, or just go home at the end of the day. We'll have to see how it goes, but as we get ready for our 3rd match of the day to reach the halfway point of day 4 for Group Red, we'll send it back to John Allen and Blank for our 3rd match of the day.
Things are really heating up here, and we had a demonstration of the volatility at the top of the tables, with ASIA blasting their way up into 2nd place, Blank, and things can still all change at the drop of a hat. Our playing path this time will take us from Kameshki down towards Sosnovka military base.
I think it's my fault, honestly. I was
I think so.
Top 3 safe. Apparently not. Everyone's just like find the little gaps they can get their way through, and just owning a lot of the squads here inside the lobby. We get a heavily eastern leaning playing path, so a bit awkward for some of our teams, and I think that this has helped out Tongji Bao as well, because always getting towards Severny has not really been a problem for them during the majority of these matches. ASA probably dropping down towards Sosnovka military base, unless they decide to go for something a little bit interesting, but I don't think that they'll be changing their game plan just yet, honestly. Alter Ego out towards Lipovka, who have been consistently shut down by fair few of our other squads inside this lobby, and it is sad to see. I really would like to see Alter Ego do a little bit better here, but it's just not happening at the moment.
It's just such a tough lobby to make your breakthrough. Virtus Pro dropping down on the south side here. A split drop on the west side of that military island, all the way on the south as well. There's a potential split there. Is it going to pay off? No, it's not a military circle. That could have been miraculous for Virtus Pro, but instead... Or are they going for a long drop, actually? They are. I thought they were going to drop down on that military island, but it looks like, nope, they're just going to send back over to Primorsk and not compete for those vehicles over by Ferry Pier instead.
Yeah, send off on that side. For Virtus Pro, long drop over towards Primorsk. Nigma Galaxy starting over towards Pachinki. I don't mind his position from Nigma Galaxy, honestly. I've enjoyed how they played out from Pachinki side. They usually have good control over towards the rest of the map, playing off the back of this. And they are somewhat of an aggressive team when it comes to those edge pushes on the third parties. So it makes sense for this to be a good drop spot for them. So far, though, man, it's been such a good group. I think Group Yellow was very fun to watch, but there were some specific teams that we were expecting from at least day 2 to just maintain that top 3, and they did. They absolutely did. Here it has just been up and down all over the place for all of our teams on that top side. I think from what we've seen from ASIA, it's not even... maybe after this next match, but it's not out of the realm of possibility that Tiamba could ladder up to a top 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's an outside chance now, but as they were saying back on the desk, right, you need a pretty big gain here, but you're right, it's still all very, very possible to make these work. And we'll see if they are able to do so. But on 163, TJB still quite far behind the mark set by Team Spirit last week of 225 for that top role. But it doesn't matter. If you qualify with 10 points or 100 points, it is still a qualification. And getting that first place spot is also really, really great news, because it means you are, of course, booking that direct ticket to the Grand Finals in London, which is fantastic for morale, if nothing else. It means you can actually turn your attention fully to researching the rest of the lobby, not have to concern yourself with doing your homework for survival stages, and you can start to really develop those strategies and mature them to bring over towards London, not have to bring out anything special in the survival stage, to throw things out there that maybe you were trying to keep back. But either way, it's good stuff coming through from our top teams, because right now, if you consider where we were last week in this sort of same era of matches, in terms of being in towards the last 3 of the last day, we were looking at maybe 4 and maybe 5 teams competing for the top 3 spots. Here we are looking at 6 teams, maybe 7 teams competing, which is a hugely big jump up, right? And it's got to be nerve-wracking.
It's kind of funny as well, because I think for Tongjiba it's actually really important they get into the top 3, like they were saying before, and from a lot of the really good coverage we've had from 7 by the stage, Tongjiba just didn't have a lot of time to prepare, right? And I think that is something that's really, really quite... It's something that we need to hammer home here, is that if they get into a top 3, it gives them a ton of time to watch the other groups. It gives them time to figure out exactly who's going through in towards that top 3. Start doing that studying now whilst they have a chance, as opposed to having to prepare for a survival stage, where likely a lot of those teams they prepare for, only a couple of them are going to be going through to the Grand Finals. So much nicer for them now to get in towards that top 3, get the direct invite, and start doing some more targeted study to the teams that they know they're going to be going up against in the future. So I think that is something to take into big consideration. That's the advantage of being in the top 3, is that there is way less teams that you need to be watching out for in the future, and means your preparation can be much more targeted.
Yeah, a lot more open road, and you can give yourself the best platform to play in towards those finals. ASIA going to be looking to leave the military island. No roadblock, as IWNRX have already moved from Ferry Pier. Virtus.pro are still in Primorsk, so no one in their way just yet. They should be able to get across this bridge fairly simply, unless they psych themselves out and decide, ooh, I don't know if I trust that. I wonder if there's something to be said for moving some vehicles into a position that looks like people are holding in the buildings on the far side of the bridge in this scenario, if you're IWNRX, and trying to psych ASIA, slow them down on their approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's an interesting one. I think there were some road spikes set up as well. I'm not sure where exactly they were on the map, but it's definitely curious to see how these teams are causing problems for other squads. I think if the road spikes were already set up by IWNRX and just left there, here they are. Yeah, they were. See Daisy.
Oh no. No, Noki.
Oh no. Oh, it's so hilarious. That is so hilarious. I mean, well played to IWNRX, knowing this would happen. Yes, that they can't hold them out, but what they certainly can do is really deal some damage to the vehicle presence, at least.
Is the other one going to catch them? Fell like on the swivel, trying to dodge them.
Yeah, go left, go left.
It. Guys, I've cleared the right side of the road. Just go on that. Goodness me, that is unfortunate.
That's actually hilarious. I really enjoyed that. Well played, IWNRX. Cheeky maneuver. And in one of the second to last Aaron goals to do it on the day, yeah. That's a way to catch your opponents off guard. That vehicle's done for.
Yeah, it's on the rims. No way to get that one back. And it's on the rocks as well. Team Queso, as we hop on over towards the more central areas of the map, playing out to the east side of Rozhok, just southwest of Yasnaya Polyana, of those fields. And playing pretty chill right now. They are certainly not chill on the standings, though. They only managed to, well, they didn't manage to get anything really done last match. And on 90 points, Alter Ego, Furia, Virtus.pro, all breathing down their neck. And 8 points now separates 11th to 12th. This is the biggest this bubble has been, I think, for all of this group stage so far. That's probably the biggest we've seen that bubble jump be. 8 points.
Yeah, it actually is a bit of a separation, which is funny considering, like you say, it is only 8 points. It really is not a massive margin to be scoffing at, honestly. But for FaZe, wow, it's the safest they've felt in a long time, alongside with Vengeance at 98 points too. But we'll see how this circle pans out, as it is fairly central right now over towards Rozhok way, but knowing how Group Red has gone, it's likely could be a northern shift that it is. I didn't even get time to say it before the circle threw it in there. But yeah, up towards that northern side. And Tongjibao, once again, haha, we have the circle.
Tricked you. We're on the edge. Just kidding. We're in the middle again. How do you like them apples? Goodness me. So pushing up to the north side of the river, going to be high priority for a lot of these teams. ASA, they're already making their way through. No more spike traps, hopefully, to be laid out in front of them as they pass IWNRX on their left-hand side, trying to make their approach and getting ahead of that one. But a lot of teams all condensing over towards the bridges to the east of Rozhok, towards Yasnaya Polyana as well. Only one team right now on the west swing, which is IHC, moving up from their Everest position, and Virtus.pro super late out of Primorsk. All these teams crunching in, and it's causing some fights.
And they all have to move so incredibly quickly over towards that northern side as well. So it's a difficult one. Alter Ego probably with the best path ahead of them over on that northeast edge up towards the compound that sits down towards the south side of Stalba. But yeah, it's a difficult crossing. See, Falcons can't really go for that same play they made before, which was to set up underneath the bridge on north side of Rozhok. And Na'Vi already down a player, which is rough here. I did enjoy the fact that, you know, we got told earlier that even the coach from Tongjibao realizes that, you know what, they have been lucky, but they're not going to let those blessings go to waste and pick up more points off the back of it. But for Tongjibao, I think they're lying. I think that they have a circle magnet they're not telling anyone about, and they're just trying to play it off all cool.
Oh, you know what? That actually makes so much sense. And it's basically truth now, I think.
Yeah.
You said it. And
that's right.
That's how that works. TJB, I mean, just unreal on this one, but still not out of the woods just yet. With the number of teams descending on this location, Getso Roya now close by, FaZe over the hill, Alter Ego. As we take a look at a replay, this was the pickup from FaZe to be able to find the first and only point so far in this lobby, 10.5 minutes in against Furia, which is a little bit unfortunate. I'm surprised that this is the only casualty of this crossing. Oh wait, no, Na'Vi lost a player to Tiamba, so there's been 2 casualties in this lobby. But still, I feel like there should be more on a circle like this.
I think so as well. I mean, I think a lot of teams are just realizing that, you know what, for the guys around this circle, we can figure out where exactly these players are coming from. They've had 3 days of play now in terms of figuring out these rotates, analyzing those rotates as well. So they're all making these interesting decisions. Virtus.pro even on a nice western rotate. You can see them here on your screens heading over towards shooting range. It's a smart decision, smart choice. One that was born of necessity as well, considering they are in 15th place. But they know they need a strong match. And if they can make a gamble, a bit of a risk, they're not going to have a lot of scouting done, but they do get in towards that western side of shooting range. And now they need to backstab over towards IWNRX, which I imagine IWNRX are not going to be happy about because they're desperate for some big points on this game. But for Virtus.pro, it's way more important for them to stay in the tournament.
Absolutely. Virtus.pro moving in on that west side. IWNRX are actually moving up north to deal with Alter Ego's approach from that side of the map, which of course does need to be handled, but that might allow Virtus.pro to get in and ahead of them. Falcons as well, moving up the bank of the river from that west edge, as Virtus.pro move closer to the IHC compound, or the position that they hold that overlooks that south side. Is difficult to play, though, if a team like IWNRX starts taking shots down towards IHC.
Taking a look at the map here in terms of positioning. Weird circle though, dude, because we're heading down towards that south side again. And Rozok is still in. Nickbit Galaxy is praying that the circle continues to move down towards the south because they have a strong spot over towards the warehouses on high in Rozok, giving them a bit of that high ground advantage, allowing more scouting to come through later on. Falcons also managed with this southern shift on the circle to set themselves over towards that western side. I think that was very, very lucky for them that this happened, but they made a quick decision to route themselves into a better spot. These wide wraps are now killing off Tiamba, though, sadly. They tried to wide wrap all the way to the northern side, only for circle to come back down again, and now they are flowing in through shooting range behind Virtus.pro, behind IWNRX. I imagine the northwest side of the map is about to get very hot very soon.
There is a lot of teams moving in who set up to that north side, and a little squonky south shift has caused
Squonky?
a little bit of... I know, it's a good word, isn't it? Down towards that south side has caused a little bit of panic, potentially. Well, not panic, but disarray, certainly, over on this north side. Tianba at the back of the queue here, and starting to suffer to the blue. Stage 3, not pleasant to sit in. It's doable, but not ideal. However, we did see their proclivity for staying out in the blue zone back in Sandhawk. They stayed there for ages. They seem to like it, like a warm bath, but unfortunately, it's a little bit too hot for the health bars, and you do need to get out of it sooner rather than later.
I think stage 4 is going to be the big one, right? That is going to be the big shift on the circle. Shan goes down for Tiamba. This is what I was saying before, is that for Tiamba, they love these wide ramps. They love making their way into circle from unconventional areas, but most of the times they just have no info of where they're going into, and that's what's really hurting them. I don't think they mind too much as long as they're able to put up consistent points, but it feels less to me now that Tiamba's making a break for top 3 and now just accepting the fact that they're likely going to be going to through to survival stage and just looking for consistent points on the games.
Woo. TJB. That's what I'm looking at right now, and I think most teams will be as well. That top spot looking to be a little bit more squared away time and time again with these shifts. Tiamba, they're moving into these bridges. And now, this is something that we saw yesterday, was these bridges on circles like this are actually really, really impactful. The position allows you quite a lot of cover from high ground shots, and you have so much influence on teams trying to look to navigate the crossings. In general, it can be quite profitable. Not necessarily a game-winning position, but certainly a points-earning one.
I mean, only 2 players, though, means that it's more of a survival spot for Tiamba going forward. I think that Tiamba turned off the magnet for a second to throw us off the scent, let it go down towards the south side, then dragged it back up towards the north. But Vengeance here, gone. Blink of an eye. Yeah, deleted.
Guess so. Roy just tucked them into the ether, and they're gone. Never to be seen again. Thanos couldn't even do that. That's crazy.
Control Alt Delete on that bad boy. Pull the task manager. End task on Vengeance.
Oh, that's pretty cruel.
Yeah. Over. Well, I mean, that is still good stuff for Getso Roy. Again, I think haven't been our craziest team in the lobby, but certainly a team that has worked their socks off to stay in this tournament. I'll tell you that now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's, as I said, like right towards the start, it's Incilio and Getso Roy. These 2 teams that they're not having massive games, but they are just survivors in these circles. They're making some solid rotates. Getso Roy sent into this position very, very quickly, Blank, the one that they've just been able to hold off successfully. And rightly, they've managed to weather the storm here, but they have lost a player, which is unfortunate. It's unlikely that they go fully down, and I'm expecting them to place into, I would say, a top 7 from this position. I feel like that's fairly likely, as Furia losing their last player. Team Queso able to pick that one up. And actually, remember Team Queso, 12th place right now, only 4 points now behind the bubble.
Okay, so again, we were talking about them earlier in terms of their energy being quite low today, but they need to bring that energy up. And with Vengeance going down, you're right, there is now an opening to be had. And Cilio going against Team Queso, though, as they make this crash. And these crashes, I think there's only one that's worked out for them, and it is versus Alter Ego previously on day 2 on our angle itself. But since then, the aggressive crashes coming through from Team Queso, I hate them. I hate them so much. I think that they're ill-informed. There's no smokes been thrown down to cover off windows. There's no preemptive nades. There's no backstop in play either. So I think for Team Queso, these crashes need to be reworked. However, it's day 4. There's no time to be discussing this type of thing now.
IWNRX currently suffering a crash from Virtus Pro. They got in ahead a little bit, but there is danger afoot, and there's only one player for IWNRX. You could see in that picture-in-picture, bottom right of your screens, that Virtus Pro are in control of this fight. They've managed to take all but one down, and in comes a third party from it as well, with Alter Ego crashing into the far side of the compound. Now it's all on IWNRX to just keep their head down. Alter Ego moving forward, it might handle Virtus Pro for them. Goodness me, it's all topsy-turvy. Alter Ego saving the day. IWNRX fall, and now it's an all-out pitch battle on that north side. In the picture-in-picture, ASI8 in the meantime on the main part of your screens, holding out on the south, but the blue zone will push them in.
ASI8 looking to keep themselves alive in this scenario. Virtus Pro, though, taking a lot of damage to Alter Ego. Both these teams desperate to find value off the back of this fight, with Alter Ego down to 3 players, only Malloy left. He's a strong player up front and close and personal, but a nice jump shot there from Alva will keep the dreams of Alter Ego alive. But you're right, FaZe hear this fight off the back of it. They have 4 players alive. Arna in 10th place. They'd love to pick up some more points and down their competition.
There's that IHC as well, flexing out to try and third party. This is, I mean, I really like it from demo, but won't be able to find too much. The fight has already concluded there. FaZe back off as well. They sent out to try and third party. They left Mormon back over on the northeast side. ASI8, their big crossing has to happen now. Na'Vi over to their east side. Enigma Galaxy in the way. Blank, this is a scramble for the top 3. All 3 of our second, third, and fourth place teams are battling out in Rozhok.
Hongjibao, though, suffering to FaZe on the side. I mean, FaZe is taking another fight all at the same time. That's Team Queso out. Ooh, really bad news for them. In 12th place as well. 94 points gained on the match, with Vengeance still above them. But nice nades coming through from the Falcons, who are looking to regain this position. Hongjibao retreat back into their cave there on the northern side.
Alter Ego go for the crash onto TJB. Alpha goes down first. It looks like TJB were ready, but a third-party potential from Getso Roy makes this fight dangerous, even if they conclude it now. One knock sent back, and there's that flush coming on through. Alpha's too far forwards to go for the rescue mission here for Alter Ego, but UK's starting to send those nades in towards the top floor. Triple S takes a hit from that nade, doesn't go down, but that is still very, very dangerous. IHC could move over and third-party this as well. Finally, a shot comes through, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Demo moves in and takes a player of Getso Roy down. There are 4 teams fighting in this compound.
It's a strong compound as well to play. Really nice sightlines. The 3-story gives you a huge amount of ability going forward, and the exit does give you those little ridge sides to play off the back of. Hongjibao, though, done a fantastic job to stay in this one with Triple S as well as Longs, but the sidelines are here to play. In the meantime, you can see ASI8 taking a tumble. That's versus Enigma Galaxy, in fact, who have absolutely annihilated them on the southern side.
We've got Na'Vi as well, trying to make this crossing. Enigma Galaxy want to get back up towards the top spots here, taking down Na'Vi, taking down ASI8. IWNRX are already out of this one. They have a chance to try and breach towards TJB's position. If TJB go down in this conflict, there is a really big opening. Unfortunately for Enigma Galaxy, they're on 3 players alive, and Tianba are going to hold under the bridge, the trolls they need to move past.
Tianba have not made a sound, not uttered a murmur over on that eastern side. Alter Ego is still desperately trying to finish out this fight versus Hongjibao, but that high ground, the 3-story, gives them so many options, so many angles to play from. Circle keeps them in with that cut. I think for Enigma Galaxy, actually, if I was them, I'd assume there's a bridge camp coming through. They'd love to hold on to vehicles, but I think at this point in time, it might just be the right play to go for a swim. on the north side of Rozhok and just play across that way, you can slightly cut out the angles coming through from Tiamba by playing far over towards the west. But I'm curious to see what their next move is. So many teams that are needing more points down to a few players remaining. It is Incilio and FaZe, though, still with a strong amount of players into this one. Incilio getting themselves 111 points with 2 extra on the elims. They're looking to see themselves safer. May even overlap Tiamba, who has been sort of our test team over towards 7th place for the longest time now.
Looking to try and lock down a spot in these survival stage teams as well. Enigma Galaxy open up. IHC, they're getting spotted. This is a really great pickup. Enigma Galaxy have actually moved 2 of their players up to the northern shore now, trying to stay covered off from Tiamba over on the bridge. I like this approach from Enigma Galaxy. Falcons are stopping a lot of these teams from moving too far down, but I think that if a team can get into Falcons' position, they're going to have a great time of it. Incilio moving down, I think they've read this too, over towards that lower ground now, and taking a tumble down the cliff sides, taking a lot of damage as well. This is dangerous. Tiamba are there. Westron dropping those smokes. Look at it, keep them safe.
I mean, they know what's coming next, and that was a dangerous move from Incilio, but it has worked out, keeps them alive. XC does find Ralph on the crossing. This is what I sort of expected them to go for, is to drop the smokes. He's a little bit closer to the eastern side as I might have liked, and they did have time with that blue coming in, but IHC, they quickly read the scenario. Enigma Galaxy's a little bit slow on this crossing, but they can stay alive, and Ralph does get back up towards his feet. The big refresh on a lot of the utility and the meds coming through from the wipe over towards ISI-8. Enigma Galaxy should be fine for now. I just hope they brought enough smokes with them.
Enigma Galaxy, 6 elims, those rocks that sit on the riverbank right now, keeping them safe from Tiamba. Obviously, Ralph decided to peek up a little bit and was punished for it on that angle. Coming through from underneath the bridge, and the nades can start to come in from IHC. Teams moving downhill. I mean, it shows you that those ridges, they feel like they can play. Falcon's position, that's what I was saying, I feel like is one of the strongest right now in the circle. This fight needs to conclude. Alter Ego, okay, they try and go for it, but TJB, so ready for it. They're up to 5 elims.
Alter Ego this entire time, I've just been literally knocking on the door of Dongji Bao's free story, like, let me in, and they just cannot find anything. I feel so sorry for them there, and they don't break out from 12th place. They remain down towards 12th. Vengeance still ahead of them with 98 points here, and Dongji Bao now looking to work the problem forward.
2 players alive, 5 elims. They do not want Enigma Galaxy to be able to catch up here. A shot around the side, though, when they might not have a choice. Mormon sets them back a pace or 2 as he sends around the corner with a DBS. 5 eliminations for FaZe, and they are making a bid for the survival stages as well. These breakouts from Incilio, from FaZe on this northeast side, they might do enough here to make themselves safe to the next stage.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there are some teams that came into today with a renewed sense of will, and they've been able to get much further forward. Some of our other teams just have felt like the game's already over for them, which is a sad thing to see. But yeah, for FaZe, Incilio, they have found their mojo. They're looking to push this one further. 8 eliminations now for FaZe, with all 4 players up. A big game potentially in pocket for them.
Nade over towards Tiamba. Remove that threat from the sidelines of Enigma Galaxy, and you afford them a lot of freedom here. Dangerous potentially to take Tiamba out of the mix this early, but Tiamba have to move, so do Incilio, so the fight therefore has to wage on. And Bond looking for the res, trying to play on us too. The smoke's going to clear soon, and that's going to be when Incilio can open the cannons. A dangerous approach from that southeast side. The riverbank for Enigma Galaxy is still in. IHC hold the ridgeline, and the Falcons' position now getting overwhelmed by FaZe from the northeast.
FaZe pushing in now. They did lose a player, but were able to get that knock back up again. Fash looks down, finds Bond. That's 2 players from Incilio looking to put up some more points here. 3 eliminations found for Tiamba and a 6th place position. They are still a little bit ahead. I think it's by 5 points here, so Incilio needs to get further into this game. And Enigma Galaxy have just been living on the edge of that embankment. But a quick roll down will take down Icy, and that's 10 elims now for FaZe. A fantastic performance, and they're catching up right now, John.
They are really pushing the boundaries now, as Enigma Galaxy have weathered the worst of it, but The team sat ahead of them will not make it easy either. FaZe, I think, in the strongest command position over this circle. They've got a ridgeline to look down towards the rest of the circle on. They've got those off angles to stay protected from different flanks. It's looking pretty good for them. Can they convert? Can they capitalize and keep this gravy train rolling as IHC get pushed on these long slopes, these open grounds, which make it so hard to move?
IHC on their triple stack. On this western side, a team that has been down in the dumps for a long time and now looking to crawl out of squalor, potentially pick up some more points into this game. But it's FaZe who is just rocking the boat here, and everyone's feeling seasick down towards the water side. Enigma Galaxy stay alive for a little bit longer, will secure themselves at least a third place, staying out of the way down towards the southern side of the lobby. Now FaZe versus Enigma Galaxy and IHC.
I mean, this is the ridgeline I was talking about. It's so strong. It allows you to isolate peaks to various different angles, and FaZe have been playing off of it, taking it away from the Falcons, who could really utilize it, only playing as two. With IHC trapped on their plateau there, they're going to have to make a little bit of a dash here. They've got one player further up, that's Yol, who might be able to find some shots over towards FaZe, but it's really looking pretty dire for IHC in this scenario. Only 2 eliminations into the top 3. And remember, these guys need some big matches to come on out and break this one through. Mormon actually sending forwards a little bit exposed to Enigma Galaxy potentially, who are, remember, in this next circle as well.
No, they're maintaining presence. They do have the next circle as well, like you said, which is a really big deal because they're still able to play off the back of that embankment. The question is, how do they really escape from this position? They would need to rely on the circle heading down towards the south side again, but that is not the case as we're heading into Zone 9 next, and that's just going to center up over to where Mormon actually cleared out that position earlier. They need to get a couple of knocks. I think the best thing for Enigma Galaxy to do right now is wait for this fight to break out between IHC and FaZe. Then they need to make a quick wrap over towards the eastern side. Now is probably the time to go for it as FaZe pulls the trigger.
Over the top they go. Onzen spray down with the Bisons. Yol's down as well. Rogue is there, the last to stand for IHC. There's damage done to Ventores and a lot of damage done to Onzen's. An opening for Enigma Galaxy. Unfortunately, with the way that they cross the river, they just don't have vehicles, Blank. They can't go quickly. IHC are not out just yet. They didn't manage to confirm. Rogue is still there and a potential to res Yol. With Ralph going down, FaZe are looking to continue to put pressure onto this lobby with a big elimination game. We'll see if they can convert in the final moments here. Mela tries to light up the sidelines, but Rogue is just slipping through the cracks time and time again. Enigma Galaxy, they're down to 2.
This is a lifeline of a game for FaZe. Desperately needing this one to keep themselves alive. An adrenaline shot to the heart for the team here. Another goes down and they are picking up every single elimination they can find. Up to a potential of 25 points on this match. They still need to clear out the last 2 players, and that is them down. FaZe bring themselves back into the light off the back of one game on our angle.
What a stand-up from FaZe. They were third-partying, they were playing on the outside, harrying everybody before them. TJB, Getso Roy, Alter Ego, and the heart is pumping for FaZe Clan. The lifeblood flowing through them once more, Blank. That is fantastic for them to close it down in such a strong fashion. Let's head back to the desk.
You better be careful, son. Last time we saw you dance and do the floss, FaZe Clan drop down the leaderboards, but at least for them, up the leaderboards, the only way they're going to be moving in this last match. And honestly, Hot Jukes Maxman, that could have been the game. That could have been the match that gets them into survival stage guaranteed.
Yep.
That was the game.
That was it. That was the game. 100%. Dude, I mean, come on. I mean, FaZe with that many eliminations, these guys, you can see the excitement on their face because they know, like, hey, you know what? We don't got to worry anymore about being passed up because, I mean, IHC couldn't get it done that game, Max. I mean, they needed that win. I said it. Like, they had to win. Unfortunately, they couldn't. So for me, in my books, I think that's nail in the coffin for them.
I think it's going to be pretty much donezo for some of them, unfortunately, and IHC is going to be one of the squads. I get what they were trying to do. They were playing pretty passive onto the western edge, but because they dropped George Paul, I kind of get the whole idea that, oh, okay, we're not going to be too aggressive this game. We're just going to make it to the late game. But here, relinquishing this high ground spot that you can see in this replay to FaZe was just the nail in the coffin, Hot Jukes. That spot alone gave them such a good ground to hold on to bully IHC, to bully Enigma Galaxy, and all of the other teams too. The thing is about FaZe too, right, Jukes? They didn't just get it for free. They had to fight versus Team Kesso super early, clear their backside, eliminate TJB, and then and only then they could play that high ground the way they did. So FaZe, sure, they were confident in the late game, but it all started in that mid game to make sure they secure that spot in the first place.
I mean, it didn't become easier for them too, like looking ahead in the zones, right? Because they still had TJB, Alter Ego, Falcons to all deal with, to worry about. And that was where the clutter was. I would think I was saying during the match that if FaZe Clan can come out of this without losing a player, I think they're going to win. And they ended up doing so. But how they're able to get through all those teams so cleanly still blows my mind.
Yeah, it was craziness. The fact they were able to survive, what was it, 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 5 teams over there, man. That's crazy numbers. And they, like, we're not going to lose a single player just to prove Jason wrong. It worked out.
I mean, you take out TJB right after their monster performance too. I mean, how more? I mean, these guys had everything going for them in this game, and who knows what could happen? We still have more matches left to go. I think it's going to be pretty unlikely, but like when you get this opportunity, you have to take it. And FaZe just did not hesitate, and that's what I love. I love to see clutch plays in those championship rounds.
Oh, I didn't see that spray. Ooh, that was insane.
Let me ask you about this, Jukes, because I feel like this might have been a really good indicator from it, or in what I saw. Do you think teams are playing differently now just because of where they are on the leaderboards? For instance, I kind of thought IHC were maybe playing a little bit passive here. I think the Galaxy as well playing a little bit passive, just kind of waiting by the water, right, for their time to die, basically, trying to hold on to as many placements as they could.
I say yes. I think that IHC played it wrong, though. I think IHC needed to go for a win. I don't like the fact that they played it passive. I think playing it passive is something you do when you're right there in kind of like where FaZe position was last game, right? Like, hey, you just need to put some points on the board. You know, you're not in the best position. But I think IHC needed to go a little riskier here. And some people be like, well, if you're riskier, you're going to really just destroy your chances of making it in the top. But if you don't, where they're at on the leaderboards, I mean, I don't know. I get so frustrated because I wanted to see IHC just go for the push. If they went out, it's okay because they're so far down at this point that they needed a big game, Max.
Yeah, I like how it said, oh, they should have gone for the win. It's like, well, I think they were trying.
I mean, for sure, but like,
but the play definitely was not showing them trying to go for those big chicken dinners with the lava limbs. At least for me, it was a very passive approach. I talked about the high ground already. They relinquished it for free, pretty much, to the side of FaZe. And the moment that high ground was given away, then FaZe are going to use it because they have 3-4 players in position just ready to gun down IHC, to gun down the Galaxy. So yeah, IHC here, especially because of their rotate jukes, they had nobody between their drop spot and that western side of the circle. There was no one. So the fact that they just are playing so passive on the edge was a little bit surprising to me. I think they could have got involved in the conversation, maybe versus Getso Roy, TJB, even to push off FaZe earlier onto Team Kesso. Maybe they can get involved, but unfortunately, I feel like they're just trying to get placement points, but we know at this very moment, placement points alone are not going to cut it if they want to go to survival.
Exactly, dude. And that's why I get so frustrated because, like, I mean, yeah, 6 placement points, 2 eliminations. If this was day number 2, you know, match 3, 4, I'd be like, great game from IHC, right? They put points on the board. They didn't get a good position, but they did it. But, I mean, they are so low on the leaderboards here. I mean, what were they prior to this game? Let me go ahead and double check. Yeah,
last
they were...
place.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, they were in last
changed
place
for a while.
But I was thinking the math from FaZe, right? Because FaZe was in 11th. They had 98 points. IHC had 72. You're not gonna cross that with only 8 points. You need double-digit eliminations. You need a good performance. And IHC weren't playing for that. They were playing just to put points on the board. So I'm disappointed. I don't know if they realize what they're trying to do here, but maybe they were just trying to do it for this game, and then maybe the next one they're gonna go for it. But if I especially don't see a win from in the next game, it's especially over. It's over.
You know what, Jukes? You know, despite our disagreements at the top of the show, and I wanted to just hard disagree with you here about IHC, you know, looking at the numbers, I feel like I'm going to have to agree now because, yes, wow, staying alive, getting places. Oh, the world's exploding. Hacks. Max, keep your head on. The fact is for them, like, yeah, you might be about like 18, 20 points out of top 11, but you have to start making some moves, and you don't want to wait to that last match to make that move because anything can really happen in the last match like we saw last week. So for me, yeah, IHC, they have to go for it in this next match or I would count them out fully for sure. But maybe a question for you, Max. FaZe Clan, with that massive victory they just had, could they even be a contender now for top 3?
Well, I think that's a big statement to make. I mean, maybe mathematically speaking, they could. Who knows? That could happen, right? But right now, I think they're just keeping himself safe from possibly going down in the bottom 5. I think that this game alone just solidifies their spot in the survival stage. And one thing I want to highlight about FaZe, and I think me and Blank kind of echoed this point a few times, is that Mela clearly is the star player of FaZe. It is good to see another player here, especially Onzen, being the MVP player of the squad. I'm happy to see it's not just Mela. Onzen is also bringing numbers on the board for this team and helping them reach 7th place. And I just hope that we see a little bit of a hotter start from them in survival, because top 3 for me, I'm not really counting them in just yet. But survival, if they play the way they played this match in particular, Jukes, I mean, I have high hopes they can maybe go the whole way. Like, that was a really solid game of PUBG Mobile from them.
Yeah, beautifully executed from FaZe, and right at the right time too. I mean, yeah, it is still possible, Jason, for them to get in the top 3. They got to go back to back though. They need to win this game. But the problem is though, as we get into these championship rounds, I mean, IHC needs to win this game. Udia needs to win this game. Everybody up in between, FaZe Clan need to do the same thing. So it's only going to get harder from here going on forward.
One really big issue is that Team Kessel went out early, Virtus Pro went out early, Furia went out early, so they were having a little bit of momentum, but it just fell flat on its face in this game. So unfortunately, they need to pick it up big time for our now next 3 matches. We're already halfway through the last day here for Group Red, and the clock is ticking, and there's not many points available for these squads to make that comeback. And especially when you look at the top squads that are now getting a lot of those points, I'm telling you, I think that a majority of the bottom 5 are unfortunately going to stay bottom 5 until the end.
Even Alter Ego, I kind of want to give them a glimpse, man. They got 8 points in the last
Don't
game. I
get
think
me
it was 7
started.
eliminations, 1 placement. They got 4 eliminations in the match prior with with the 6th place. I would have hope for them. I want to see Rosemary get to the grand finals, but we're going to have to wait because we're going to head to a short break to get things ready for the last half of our final day of Group Red. We'll see you all in a few.
Welcome back to the final day of Group Red. I'm joined by none other than Senator from Team Falcons. By the way, shout out to all the fans that voted in the chat on that poll. Senator, let's get straight to the point. You guys are currently 20 points away from top 3. What are you guys going to be doing on the next 3 matches? What's the main focus?
Yeah, we still have 3 matches left, so everything is possible. And we will try to, our rotation even in the previous days, rotation was good. Now we want to focus more on team gameplay and team fight. If we win the fight in front of us, top 3 is even possible, even with the last match. So,
right on. Well, I'm glad you mentioned last match because something that we kind of saw last week during the last matches were some hot drops, especially from teams that were already a little bit secure or teams that were actually fighting to at least make it to survival stage. You guys are a big known team. You guys are a team that some people might try to hunt you down just to kind of make your life a little bit harder. Is the team prepared for some hot drops or some teams wanting to engage with you guys a little bit more?
Actually, our boys always prepared for everything, but this depends on the game, right? Sometimes we lose, sometimes we win, but we're trying our best. So hope we play as we want. Assuming we have hot drop, and if is as our plan, we have more points, right? If we lose, not some. So we should see the positive side also, I think, yeah.
I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you so much, Senator. And for everybody currently watching at home, let us know in the comments below what plays will Team Falcons finish. Back to you guys.
Thank you.
We are back as we got to hear from Senator coming in from Team Falcons. Not too worried about the hot drops, thinking it as an opportunity to get more points. Okay, interesting stuff. I got Hot Jukes and Jason Statham, or French Jason Statham, going to be joining me here on the desk. I'm not sure if he's actually committed to the bit or if he's committed. So Mr. Statham here, obviously seen a lot of these teams in PUBG Mobile going head to head. What are the teams you're really keeping your eye out on?
I'm looking at the big fragging teams here, Jason, and realistically, I've got to say, what the hell is IWNRX doing? No chicken dinner yet, kind of cringe, so it's gonna happen.
Kind of cringe. Yeah, Hot Chicks, what's your thoughts? I mean, don't be too flabbergasted that we have the celebrity Jason Statham with us.
I mean, I'm just shell-shocked right now. I mean, what a pull, dude. That's what I'm talking about. I mean, yeah, IWNRX, extra cringe. Extra cringe right now, dude, without a chicken dinner. I mean, hot drops, I think they're in the conversation at this point. I mean, you got your last Aaron Gale of the day. You know just how important it is to pull out a big match here. If you're Falcons, IWNRX, trying to hunt down Nigma Galaxy or I8, I think definitely in the cards. Jason, what do you think? I mean, Statham.
Oh, me? Okay. Oh, you better be talking to me or you'd be in danger, Hot Chicks. But the conversation for top 3 is very dark and ominous. I mean, it keeps going all over the place except for TJB. It keeps changing squads. I8's up there, Nigma Galaxy's up there. I mean, Na'Vi and IWNRX might make a jump in top 3, so it's hard to predict, but I can predict anything because I'm Jason Statham.
No, Mr. Statham, I know you're going to be, rocking the primary acting role in the new PUBG Mobile movie coming out next year, and you're here to obviously research about how to get into it and how to play your character correctly. And what's the team you're really supporting here, and the team you're looking to follow around and learn a lot about the game from?
What?
What? It was intentional.
I didn't know, Mr. Statham, that you were such a comedian. But we are taking a look here at Vengeance up against Alter Ego, our current 11th and 12th place. And we can see, Alter Ego's elimination is definitely going to be on point, as we've seen Vengeance in the past, specifically trying to play for these placements. But that top 4 rate is really, I think where Alter Ego's starting to struggle here.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a... Can I come back? Is it my time?
Yeah.
He had to go film a scene or something. I don't know. He's busy. Yeah, Alter Ego right now, they need to make it just further into the matches. Sure, they showed some good potential fights every once in a while, like Hans again, Rosemary. They have that fragging potential, but they just... Again, the top 4 ratings are 9.5%, just 10%. What? They're just going out so early. I'd love to see their survival time, but it must be insanely low. So they need to step up on that front for sure.
You know what? I got a question, Max. What do you think about, at this stage, IHC is what, 18 points behind Vengeance, right?
It's not happening.
I know it's not happening, but wouldn't they have to go for Vengeance at this point, right?
It's not happening. Stop.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Statham, while we have you here, can you tell us about your favorite mobile device that actually all the players here at PMGC are using?
I'm actually really happy you bring it up. It's this device, Jason. It's great. The Infinix GT20 Pro. I recommend it. Me, Jason Statham, love this device. It's fantastic.
There you go. Right from the mouth of the actor himself. I'm so happy to have him on the show. We can see that Mr. Statham, I think he might have to go again and film another scene. He might be used on set or a mission. I don't know. I'm hoping we can get Max to take his place here in just a few. But Hodgix, Alter Ego, I feel like they do have a legitimate chance to get back into top 11, which is why I kind of have them as one of my teams to focus here. But really, the bottom of the table is it's so rough right now. Where again, one match can lose it for you. One match can almost guarantee it for you.
Yep. Yeah, and Alter Ego. I mean, they're in that stage where it's hard because a chicken dinner obviously would be amazing, but they're in that place too where it's like just putting points on the board is a necessity. So I'm not going to be ashamed to see Alter Ego play it a little conservative here, Max. What do you think? I know that you picked them.
I mean, looking back on some of their games, we had one around earlier where they were just completely scared of fighting i8 in the first place. I think that here they're doing something similar to IHG, which is we just want to survive to the late game and hope that it's enough to push us in top 11, which for Alter Ego, that might be enough. But again, we mentioned it many times. Those eliminations are really going to count towards the end of the day. So Alter Ego, sure, placement points good, but they need to take fights eventually. Pull like a note out of the book of Furia. You need to start sweeping the edge in those kind of situations. They haven't done it yet, but 3 matches down, they might start to go for some big, desperate plays to hopefully push themselves in the survival stage.
Well, I know we did have Seven give us information that Team Queso and Alter Ego are really feeling like their confidence is at an all-time low going into these matches, which I can kind of understand. I mean, for Alter Ego as well in particular, the fact is they got into this from PMGC points. They were horribly ranked in their finals. They were insanely low ranked at 15th place. I think our lowest placing team to get into the group stage here. They have a lot of work cut out for them. And honestly, they're one of the biggest teams in Southeast Asia. And to not make it to even the survival stage here would be a massive letdown for not only them, but for their fans. And we've already seen the impact on Rosemary taking himself out yesterday in match 5, feeling like he's just not playing well enough to deserve to be on the roster, the starting roster right now.
Oh, yeah, their mental game's is at an all-time low. I mean, honestly, the way I'm looking at it with how they've been playing, they need like a huge circle gift, I think, if we're going to see them make it at this point, unless they show me something different. Because I mean, hearing it from their mouth, just saying that, you know what, that they're not feeling it going into this is a big statement to make. All I know is that I would never admit that. You know, I'd be like, hey, we're ready to go, let's make it happen. You got to cheer your squad up and just kind of reset here, because they are one of the best teams in the world. You can't get in your head at this time in the championship round. So for me, when I hear that, I count them out already. As crazy as it sounds, that's just the way it is.
Man, that's rough. That's really rough indeed. And obviously still 3 matches to go. We'll see and check back in with that later on. But what about FaZe Clan? Max, you had them as one of your teams to focus. I kind of wanted you to go into why.
How they were playing in SEA was actually quite interesting. They were not one of the most fragging teams in the lobby. They were not just like this big standout squad. They were just consistent. And for me, consistency is pretty important going into a PMGC. A 4-day tournament, consistency is quite relevant. And I thought that would be enough for them to push them at least in survival stage, maybe even competing for top 3. They were kind of an underdog team for me, Jason, in particular, and I thought that they could be a bit of a surprise, but they had a little bit of a slow start, so that did unfortunately hurt them for the overall rankings towards the end.
Okay, well, another team here on your screen, IWNRX, need to have a step up here. I mean, again, it's Mir and Sejong to be towards the top of the table for almost every single day, that to go into the last day and not be able to just have that one good game you need to catch back up could be unfortunate for them. But I believe it is time here, gentlemen, to head into our final Erangel of the group. John Allen and Blank, let us know your thoughts here about IWNRX and how they can look to improve in these final matches.
I think they need to find something. They need to fix it, call the mechanic, get them locked in on the vehicles and getting on in as fast as they can, because no game is expendable here. They need to be fast, they need to be furious, and that's right, I have just rattled off 3 Jason Statham references. Fantastic to have him on the desk. Really appreciate him stopping by and showing his appreciation for PUBG Mobile.
I might also do some jokes and then explain the joke that I've made.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Being there at work.
Stop being a crank.
Sorry, bro. I apologize. That's actually a Jason Statham move, if you guys didn't know. That's why it's funny. Yeah. You know, for IWX, not a real one. For them, I think the difficulty they're running into, they seem scared in a lot of their engagements when they're rolling through. I don't really know how you fix that, honestly, because it's a mentality problem. That's just got to be something that where they'll have that switch happen during the games of a case of, guys, we have to stop worrying about getting into these fights. I mean, they're still doing fun stuff. I mean, the road spikes over towards ASI8, that was incredible. Loved that. And it worked too, which is the best part. Usually those type of players just completely fall flat, but we got one of the vehicles down, that's for sure. But for IWNRX, definitely need a little bit more of that juice coming through from this team, because they are known to be quite an aggressive squad. But what we're seeing here is a lot more safe plays. I'd like to see something different come off the back of that here.
Looking for something special on the Southwest Circle. Leaning on the horn here for TJB. Letting it be known they're here to play. Fantastic stuff. Top of the tables right now. 10 points in the lead. The Southwest Circle means that from Severny, they will have to rotate quite far from all the way up that north side of the map. It's a non-zero possibility that we end up on Military Island, but I'm giving it a 10 to 15% likelihood of going on down towards the Military Island, which means we're much more likely to end up in those Gatka fields around that quarry area.
Yeah, there's definitely a possibility to head it back down that way. So I think teams need to be aware of that happening, as we have had some funky circles in the past too. So that's something teams will have to make sure that they're aware of going into the future of this game. I think that if I'm looking at the circle right now, though, ASI8 do have a big benefit for the fact that they do start a military base and the circle cuts so much of that island in. There's no one else there. They have a ton of time to loot before they think to make their approach out. We do have a interview coming through from the coach from ASI8, and he's going to go over some of the little different things that have been going through that team's mind to keep them set up towards that top side with 7.
Welcome back to a quick interview with the 7WG, and I'm actually joined by the coach from ASI8, Trenda. You guys were able to get a chicken dinner. You're currently in the top 3. We have 3 matches left. What is the team feeling like? What are you guys going to be working on the next 3 matches to make sure you maintain yourself within the top 3?
It's a do or die situation for us. Yeah, the team is confident. It's now or never situation, you can say. Yeah, the team is pretty confident. They, like, whenever I ask, are you guys taking any pressure or something like that, they say no, we will go more aggressive. This time, more aggressive. So yeah, we have 3 more maps. So right now, we are on the 3rd spot. Inshallah, we will do better.
I appreciate you, brother. Thanks so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Fantastic stuff coming on through. I mean, the fact that you're not letting that pressure get to you, that is so important. The mental game is one of the biggest battlegrounds in PUBG Mobile, in the competitive scene, is making sure that you can keep your head level when all those around you are losing theirs, and that is how winning is done.
Well, for ASI8, I always enjoy watching this. This is not how you climb, but in PUBG Mobile, it's definitely a way that it works to get it up on high and go for some scouting positions. Also a really nice spot to scout from, just purely because this is one of the positions where you don't have a lot of sight lines looking out this way. You can't stay up here forever, but it's a great spot to know when teams are coming in, especially from the roadside. But going back to ASI8, it's a very interesting one, the way the coach talks about the team and their confidence, because I think that ASI8 was one of the few teams that came into Group Red with the best mentality of, we want to get 70-80 points today. That's our goal. And that was on day 1. 70 to 80 points on a day is a ridiculous feat to grab, but like I said, they're shooting for the stars, and if they fall short of the stars, it doesn't matter, because they've still rocketed into outer space, which is what they've been able to do during Group Red. 153 points. It's looking very, very nice for ASI8, and the fact they're able to keep that mentality up and take some of these more aggressive plays, which have sat them up towards the top side of the lobby, allowed them to win from spots like southern side of Everest inside the fields. Yeah, really, really nicely done. And I can only hope it continues, because this is a team that has really impressed me, and some of the greatest talent coming out from Pakistan.
Great stuff, great performances coming on through, and it's just kind of unfortunate that they're facing off against TJB, who have had the most chicken dinners of any team ever in group stages at these international tournaments since we've had this format. and they have just absolutely come up blasting, which is a little bit unfortunate. It means those chicken dinners haven't been going elsewhere. Otherwise, things may have been a little bit different. If day one TJB had returned, this would be a very different story right now, and things could be a whole lot more chaotic, which I know is strange to even consider that to be a possibility. Getso Roy, they have continued to keep up that sort of middle of the pack pace, getting into these late games, moving quite efficiently and effectively, but not really holding up in those fights on the other end of it. However, they are still profiting and should likely be in the survival stage, but it's definitely possible that they could slip down as well.
Yeah, if it gets to right, they're a team that was just about holding on, right, keeping the five-finger grip on the game so far, but they are now in a little bit of a dangerous scenario in 10th place with Incilio rocking up 118 points, Tiamba 121, and FaZe for the first time in a long time been able to pick up that 7th place. And not too far behind Falcons at the moment. And we had a nice interview there with Senator. Still feels like that mindset is good for them. I actually really appreciate the comment of the are you expecting hot drops? It's like, yeah, but you got to look on the bright side. As if someone hot drops us, that's plus 4 points, right? Surely. So I like that. But again, yeah, for Falcons, it was very obvious that they were very much working on their rotates coming through. Ooh, this is big actually. Coming through those first 3 days, but I like that now they're looking further towards their team fights, because that is certainly a position where they are lacking, and we saw that from the very first match of the day there on Sandhawk, where instead of going for the full 4-man push up towards FaZe, they lose that fight out, and that might have been the opening that FaZe needed to get towards this position now.
It's crazy. There are 2 teams waiting for this TJB rotate, right? That's both on either side of it, ready to slice straight on through that approach, and TJB on 2 gonna divert into the crates here. It's interesting decision to take on this path. I mean, you're using that cover from the east side, and trying to get around Everest, I suppose, and send all the way out on that west side of Gatka Fields. Maybe a little bit of a change of plans after they lost 2 of their players, but I'll see if they can adapt into this one. Flower, Triple S, both fairly solid, well, very solid players for the roster, so not out of it just yet. We'll see how much further they can go. But this is good news for teams looking to take that top spot from them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that when you look over towards some of our squads who are chasing, Tiamba's never quite been able to get, Tongjibao's never been quite able to get fully ahead of the squads in 2nd and 3rd place. They have definitely made a good breakout for it, but it's not happened just yet. Another circle that benefits ASIA, they can just calmly chill down towards the southeast side. No one's going to want to go towards Military Island, because they know that no one is heading out there in the first place. They know the circle's likely not going to end up towards the southeast side. Good shots from IWNRX as well, with that scouting position up on high, alerting their teammates to the squad that is coming in fairly quickly, and Zedwolf will once again take up position on that high ground.
He's up on that radar dish, and he scanned the galaxy for a point. Fantastic news. And yeah, he's just going to hippity-hoppity his way back up the pole and see if he can keep that presence. I feel like it's going to get very, very dangerous quite quickly, though, and I don't imagine he's going to be able to stay up there for more than maybe a minute at best without going down, if he stays too boldly faced on that position. The good news is there's a lot of trees that surround it, so in general, the sight lines can be covered off, but it's super exposed. That's not going to stop him, though. Shots over to Tixie, and Virtus.pro lose one of their approach.
Yeah, I mean, Virtus.pro, 15th place, they are not massively far away from breaking in to the survival stage. And again, not a load of our teams down towards the bottom 5 aren't. I mean, IHG's even been able to get up towards 80 points now. It's wild how close this is for those bottom 5. I think this is our most competitive lobby, and probably will be even going into Group Green. We had Group Yellow, which was a group of death just because it had some horribly strong teams over in there, mixed in with some of maybe our weaker squads, but still very strong. For Group Red, on the other hand, I think this is way, way more evenly matched, to the point where I think you wouldn't be unhappy to see any team drop out of survival stage and one of these teams from the bottom 5 jump up. I don't think it would feel like anyone was stealing away a spot towards the survival stage, because they all sort of deserve to be there in their own rights.
It'll be interesting to see how many teams from each group make it through the survival stage as well, Blank, and that's what I'll be looking out for, to see if, because of how closely fought it is, we're going to see some very strong teams from the top of Group Red and even all the way down through the middle of it have a really good go at those survival stages, see if they can get all the way through it as well. Maybe, and it kind of feels this way, right, where looking at those survival stages, you're taking 9 of our very, very best teams out of there, right? The top 3 from each group, and you're giving the middle of the pack a little bit more of an opportunity to shine. I think you're considering the fact that you're going to see one of TJP, IWNRX, Na'Vi, ASI8, all of these teams potentially lose that spot and have to go over to those survival stages, have some incredibly impactful games. A big shift over on the circle sends it to Ferry Pier, and ASI8 currently not leaving from the military island, with Na'Vi behind them, actually.
Yeah, Na'Vi was able to make a cool rotate over towards the eastern bridge and move down. And I think they sort of expected ASI8 to just be quite calmly chilling over on this side. They already find Noki because they have been brazen on their approach here. I didn't expect anyone to come down here. I didn't expect anyone to push out into military either. But Na'Vi with a very interesting rotation looking to take up that position from ASI8. I love this. I really do love this. And it's very indicative of a team currently in 4th place. And they're taking out their direct opposition as well in ASI8, who are currently in 3rd place. So this is massive in terms of the standings.
I mean, they were talking about Sandhawk potentially being a calculated approach to the team in boot camp, moving on in, and I feel like this may be the same sort of play. You're right, it is so pivotal that it's against ASI8, and you know 100% of the time that ASI8 are going to be on this military island. So you push in behind them, you're moving on through as Na'Vi. This has been a great opportunity for them. They're playing as 3 on ASI8, but one of them's trapped down the cliff face. UZM split off. Falak is completely out in nowhere. And so whilst they are as 3, they're basically 3 solos right now.
It's painful. I mean, from starting out inside this lobby to being a case of, we have such an amazing amount of space to play around with. It's a good counter from UZM, but now this res has to come through incredibly quickly. We're halfway through into stage 4 coming in, where it will be unresable to pick up your teammates.
Down.
Yeah, and he should do as well. Puncher goes out. This is a great comeback coming through from UZM.
You might take one of us, but the rest, a little bit hardier. Now they're aware of your presence. They've set up for it. And with the blue zone at the back, Na'Vi are going to be eating the damage first. Puncher, very unlikely to get rezzed here. The spray down for Flip, not going to quite connect there. Pushes back, and remember, there is still IQ underneath them on this cliff face. Lemon gets rezzed, UZM repositions. The 2 players from ASIA on the northern side of things will move around this coastland. They can get to the bridge and play in this zone as well, Blank, but it looks like they want to stay out and guard Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi 6 goes down to IQ. Is a good comeback coming through on the side of ASI8, and again, it's so important on the standings with ASI8 and Na'Vi both battling out for that 3rd place position. So any damage ASI8 can get done here is really pivotal. Essentially for Na'Vi, they need to get ahead of the problem here, and the best thing that they can hope to do, because they should understand that this is ASI8 that they're going up against, is that they should just hope to guard them out. That's the best thing they can do. Even if it costs them their lives, what it creates is a situation where they can get a reset on the game. Out goes the bow. Good shots right now from Lemon, looking to finish things off for them.
Maybe just a little step too far there to go for an open rotate. They thought that Na'Vi were going to be across the bridge already, but a back step there, and Lemon drops out while the zone doesn't fully close. They've got 20 more seconds to try and find this shot, try and find this shutdown, and he's tagging the damage out into the water for Uzum. He is going to eat the final bullet there, and Lemon leaves a bitter taste in their mouths. I mean, there was some retribution, but Na'Vi exact their toll as well.
Yeah, unreal play, actually, from Na'Vi. Again, they just give up on their teammates, because I think that's totally off the back of an understanding of where ASIA are dropping. should be 3 elims going through to them as well off the back of that. But well done to Na'Vi. I think that is a tough choice to make in the moment, but it is the right decision overall for their game.
It felt like they really had that all under control, but it kind of went pear-shaped, though, right towards the end of it. Disengaging us too, though. I mean, you're right, that is kind of the best of a bad situation. Tiamba looking to try and get rid of Tunch, but he won't go down that easy. They're launching nades on the inside, but he's already managed to exfiltrate on the building and do a lot of damage. Keep that hold on going. It's interesting, though, because ASIA and Na'Vi both have gone down. This is IWNRX. This is Falcons, both with a big opportunity in big positions as well on this circle blank to make a lot of ground up and get back into such that tight grouping of teams towards the third place bubble.
Yeah, and again, this is the aggression that I wanted to see from IWNRX in this position. They've been handed a game here, which drops over towards where they start their matches for IWNRX. So I want to see a little bit more. Vengeance has clear overview towards Na'Vi's push across. ASIA actually able to get their second player back up again, so 3 elims not going over towards Na'Vi as they left that spot earlier on. So well played to them. And as to, there's a good chance they can get further into this game.
If they can get up into the ridge line that stretches that tree-covered ground, but at the moment, IWNRX really not letting anyone else in because this east side is popping off with Incilio taking heavy casualties, and FaZe continue to put pressure on the lobby overall. Remember their last game, that was pretty bombastic. We'll see if they can have a repeat performance. They've managed to get 4 eliminations on side already. The Falcons unlikely to stretch out for a big third party to their location, and likely the only team to counterpoint the IWNRX spot, the Flip, close by, playing Secret Agent Cody Banks right now. Yamek doesn't spot it. Flip stays alive a moment longer.
Yeah, that's the step up, move forward. And this is a dangerous run that he's making, but it's the only play that he can make in this moment. Get himself further in. No more first aid kits either. I think he's working with bandies as well as some stims.
Have they?
They must have seen this, surely.
Oh, yeah, they definitely have. They're going to know something's up. Did he just take shots? Not entirely
he went
sure.
down. He went down.
He's down. He's down. Crisis averted. Vengeance handle it. Na'Vi are out, and that is a pretty big team to fall at this stage with only 2 elims. They don't make it across the crossing.
They have to essentially now hope that ASIA go down early in the next couple of teams, so they don't really get too many more points off the back of them. But yeah, this could have been a really good game for ASIA, and it is scarpered by Na'Vi. Doesn't gain either teams too many points in the future, but it does just get a reset in. And for Na'Vi, considering where they were playing at the beginning of this game, to be honest, I don't think that they had that big of a chance into this circle anyway. So taking your competition out, it's a bold move. There might have been a world where they were able to get in towards one of these positions on the eastern side of the lobby, but who knows? We'll never know. This game would have to be replayed.
SIA actually spotting players from Vengeance, picking up some points there on the south side, trimming the overextensions away and maybe looking for more to the high ground. That's IQ landing another knock. This guy is on the warpath today, and I mean, you can tell why with the points tables as close as they are. Unlikely to see this flex back out from Vengeance. I think that might be Lily just going down, and IQ continues to surge out and put pressure onto Vengeance. With 2 of their players remaining, he gets the flush going.
IQ are actually going crazy right now. ASIA, you can never count them out until they're done. Actually finding 2 extra eliminations as well. Here's IHC coming against Tongji Bao. Currently down to 2 players. Nice nades over the top, keeping them at bay, keeping them cornered inside of the shack. And IHC on 4 elims on the game.
TJB looked to stop the first approach. Demo does go down. I thought it might have been to a team nade, but it was a step out spray down. IHC moving up to the shack against 2. One of them on a sliver of HP as well. But finally, just down to 1. It's just Flower to contend with. They got cut out earlier, and IHC are fumbling this approach. Flower low, but they're out of there completely. The third party angle. No, wait, Godless is still there. Okay, now he's down. But so's Flower. What just happened?
Oh, dear me. I mean, to be honest with Godless, you gotta admit, in that moment, The fact that he's able to jump up just as a vehicle explodes and gets the DBS shot through the window is somewhat remarkable. So at least they're able to finish off Tongji about in that moment. Nice nade comes through from Flower as well through the window. Didn't even prime it, just allowed that one to cook on through, and then it explodes at the worst timing there for the boys over on IHC, who go out with 6 eliminations.
Blank, the point scoring capability of the top 4 is severely diminished now. ASI8 finally going down. They get 5 eliminations. It's a decent result given what situation they were in. Getting those 5 elims, as Jason was saying back on the desk, that's Kaplan, not Statham. It could be enough to see you safe, but towards those top 3, it's probably going to need a little bit more juice. Enigma Galaxy on that south side with 2. If they can survive for longer, they may be able to secure that second place. Zedwolf finally having to hop down there. But IWNRX, 4 players alive, looking fairly solid in their spot. Falcons, 4 players alive, fairly solid in their spot. FaZe, 4 players alive on this northeast side. We know they're liking to frag out today. Can these pushes towards these top pack come on through on this game as well?
I mean, FaZe are just flying through. They have done this multiple times, though, in the past in terms of getting into tournaments off the back of their final days. Yeah, I mean, for FaZe, 4 eliminations. Like you said, point scoring potential of our top 3 severely limited. ASI8 were able to get 5 eliminations. So, honestly, big thumbs up to them for the fact they were able to make that happen, despite the shaky start that they had, which sits them a little bit further ahead of Na'Vi. IWNRX, though, is the team that I am focusing over towards. They have had a good game so far. 8 teams remaining, 22 players. This is where they need to make their breakout. This is where they need to clear that gap between them and Na'Vi and ASI8, and potentially even Enigma Galaxy on the 2 players they have.
Enigma Galaxy, they have Team Queso to their south side, but IWNRX are making that approach for Team Queso a little bit rough here. Getso Roy, I mean, trying to rotate into the late game here again, but they don't have too much to work with. Only the 1 player, and already Zedwolf knows where you are. A nade, not going to target Car directly, but spots him as he peeks his head up over the parapet, and Zedwolf takes it clean off. That's Getso Roy down.
Yeah, good stuff. Very, very good stuff there. We'll keep IWNRX nice and safe over towards that side of the map. FaZe, though, up against the Falcons. Both teams, I honestly don't think anyone would have expected both these teams to be so closely in contest on the leaderboards, but FaZe is here to play now. Big. Team Queso, though, nice shots over towards Enigma Galaxy, especially for Team Queso now on the chase above Vengeance, who are on 100 points. Team Queso currently on 99.
Remember, of course, those placement points are going to start to rack up for Team Queso, which means that they're likely already over that mark, but they want to be more than that. They want to be further ahead. Beat out Getso Roy on 104 plus whatever placements they got. Maybe try to catch up towards Incilio if they go down soon, because they're on the back of the queue on the east side and they have just fallen. So Team Queso, again, with an opportunity up into that 11th place now. Vengeance slipped down.
Vengeance now in 12th place. Not a good place to be for them. And Team Queso, 4th match of the day. A bit of confidence maybe regained here for them. Just so needed. And we saw them earlier. They looked pretty downtrodden over on the stage. FaZe attempting to get these nades over into the shack, but the smoke cover allowing them to keep the eyes off the ledges and make those angles to line up for FaZe a bit harder. Yes, you can try and throw a bunch of nades in over that way and hope one fits in, but a lot of times in these end circles, it's a good thing to throw those smokes because teams do not want to waste nades at this point in the game. Falcons getting will feel so incredibly bad because this is the game that they have been waiting for so long now. And East already falling right off the bat, John. Ooh, it's not a good feeling for them.
I mean, it's so unfortunate because they're kind of in the saddle of this ridgeline as well between FaZe and IWNRX. The 2 teams around them on the tables as well. It is so devastating either side on the tables, either side on the ridgeline. And Falcons need to hold off this push. FaZe try and go on in, but it's being cut down here. East has been flushed away, but they still have 3. And only Venturas now sits on their flank. This is a big pickup on the position for the Falcons. FaZe may have just been able to lose out here.
Yeah, FaZe down to 1 player in quite fast fashion. So for FaZe, who are looking to put about back-to-back that Hot Jukes was talking about earlier, feels like it might be off the cards. Good shots from Ventoras, though, finds another from Falcons, but Top is quick to readdress that scenario, but not likely anyone else from his team is going to stay up. So now down to just Top remaining as he tries to slither on through inside this valley. Team Queso, Melodious, can't quite go back to pick up his teammate Holgo, but does find some great shots over towards Furia, who are trying to enter from this eastern side, but the Fury is more over towards the side of Team Queso as they start to light the fire underneath this lobby.
Team Queso looking for the last player of Furia, who's moving out in the open, sitting down, trying to go for these spray challenges, but it is just a last-ditch attempt. Can they get the res? It looks like they should be able to. IWNRX, 4 players alive. A third place guarantee for Falcons. I think they got 7 eliminations on this game. A big game for IWNRX as well. They've been waiting for this all throughout. FaZe, the team that fell by the Wade side on this match. They still got a decent result, but the teams ahead of them will accelerate away. The top pack also slowed down, caught up in the fighting on the south side, and it has not been a successful story for them this match. And it is, again, a front page scramble for 3 spots. There's 7 contenders.
It's more than likely, like Jason said, going to come down to the final match of this tournament. As time and time again, we get those sprint outs in the front line. That should be Falcon. Whoa!
How did that not catch him?
Okay, Falcon. I mean, Top just survives that one.
Just built different.
Nade protection. Yeah. Wild.
Just built different there. Either way, still in a pretty dire scenario, all things considered, with IWNRX pushing up to the ridgeline. Team Queso wanting to secure themselves further and further up these tables, trying to do the Americas proud. There's IWNRX moving on over, trying to stop that story. Turkey are behind them too. 4 of their players, they've got 14 smokes to play with. That is a lot of utility on side for IWNRX.
Yeah, they're ready to take this game home, and they really do want to. Falcons, like you said, 7 elims on the match. Top doing a good job here. They should know of this location from Top, considering they got the nades.
Definitely do. 2 nades in the pocket.
Ooh, they are lining up towards his left-hand side. That's unfortunate on the timing at which he readdresses the approach on the buggy and maybe just trying to bait something out. Good shots to start off things with a Melodious. Almost goes down, but this might be the trigger pulled now for IWNRX as they hear that breakout. The damage has been done, but they don't push the issue.
I mean, Team Queso are on the back foot here, right? The circle closest to the center, and IWNRX know they have these angles under control. They have a lot of smokes to play with. They're redistributing all of their ammunition. They're playing this one on the smart game, not the aggressive style that we have seen from some of our teams so far. With 9 eliminations, with 4 more, they could add up to 13 eliminations. A 23-point game would, I believe, see them towards the top spots here. Blank, this is such a crucial moment, not only for IWNRX, but for Team Queso as well. The best case scenario for making the tables as interesting as possible, in my mind, is Team Queso get 3 of these elims and then lose to a full 4 elim from IWNRX. That would shake things up the most.
Indeed. Now, Team Queso, how do they want to play this now? Because we are in stage 9 now. IWNRX playing off the back of this ridge side. They would like the players in Team Queso to rotate into them. They have good control a little bit further over into the middle side of this lobby, but it is a full 4v4. But with Zedwolf picking up the first elimination onto Melosa, that's their big off angle. And IWNRX look like they're taking this one home already, John.
Melodious goes down, and Nade to follow it up from Kane. No damage to be seen in response. 2 players at the back line, and they're already eating damage from the shrapnel. Frozen launching that Molotov forward. Zedwolf as well, cooking one up, making these rotate so hard. Papi Patro and Colgo trying to make the spray down, and a bold push out on the buggy. 2 of them almost go down as just Colgo now left standing, the last player in the mix for Team Queso, and Frozen rolls forwards, but it's the buggy to connect first, and that is how you shut down a game. A 13-point chicken dinner in the closing moments for IWNRX. We're going right down to the wire again.
And look, the big thing is, IWNRX get themselves a chicken dinner, the first one of the tournament. This is the changing point. 2 more matches to go, but they picked up that chicken dinner, and maybe now's the time for IWNRX to get themselves back up into the top 3. No more sad faces, only smiles, because they can only go up from here.
They done
Yes!
it!
It's possible!
Let's go! Oh, man, IWNRX. Clutch badge has been earned, Max.
Just a chicken dinner. Jason Statham would be proud. I am proud.
Dude,
oh, damn,
everyone's proud.
he's
Look at
still
Team
here.
Kessel.
Wow.
Not happy, dude. Not happy at all. And rightfully so, man. This was an absolute banger away to end Aaron Gale, right? I mean, we got 2 Miramars coming up. Team Kessel are on the cusp. IWNRX just made things that much more difficult for squads trying to make it to the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, again, the point sponge at the top is even worse now that we saw IWNRX finally get himself a chicken dinner. But Team Kesso, this would have been the big game here, possibly, Jukes. It was so well played, too, against Furia. There was Insidio, there was FaZe over to the eastern side, even Enigma Galaxy. And they knew that to really get some information while not taking too big a risk in this game, playing that ridge south of Longwood was the big play to make. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with IWNRX that sure are low on ammo, but they have the best weapon in the game, which is a buggy, you're going to be in a world of hurt. But Z-Wolf, these are crazy What? 9 elims, 1.5k damage in one game.
Yo, I was talking to you at the top of the show, and I was like, can you imagine a world where Z-Wolf doesn't make it into the grand finals with how he played so far? And he said, he must have heard something, you know, his ears were twitching and was like, this is not gonna happen under my
He's talking smack.
That's right, dude. 9 eliminations, dude. Z-Wolf on fire in the final moments. This is literally a movie.
I mean, if it starts back at the beginning of the match. Luckily, the spectators caught it for us, the observers. We saw Z-Wolf go up the tower with some sweet little hops, and he stayed on top of that tower, and I believe he got 4 eliminations from that tower. Then eventually he did have to come down from this one, and then he picks up another 5 eliminations on top of that. Like Z-Wolf almost single-handedly carrying his team through to the grand finals here. A phenomenal performance out of the guy who's the MVP after day 1 and 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you could do it again today. I mean, can you imagine if you're a player, okay, you're just going through Longwood, you're rotating, you're playing your typical PMGC lobby, and you start getting shot from somewhere, and you're looking at the tree like, where the hell, where am I getting shot from? And you're getting smitten down by one of the gods up in the sky, and he's just spraying you down with his M4s. Like, well, you have no idea he's up there. And actually, the trees in Longwood really give you so much cover while you're up there. It's not just like tree chunks. You have the actual leaves, the foliage up there that helps him so much stay hidden while still gathering information, because no one in their right mind would go check in the trees. But he's up there. He's hidden.
It makes sense, dude. I mean, come on. You see Z-Wolf doing his best Sanji impression, right? Just jumping all the way to the top to that tower.
Skywalking,
and then, exactly. And then who's going to expect a wolf in the sky, right? I mean, look at this guy. I mean, 9 eliminations, 1,500 damage, but even more impressive, 77 damage taken, right? This guy was destroying this lobby.
I think Z-Wolf, I think it was actually Jason Statham playing Z-Wolf, and he was researching his new movie called The Tree Walker. It's kind of a sequel to The Beekeeper. I don't know, man, how you kind of pull that play off, especially in PMGC, but hey, it might have pushed IWNRX up into our top 3. Obviously, Team K is going to be a little bit upset considering they were outside top 11, but we have to talk about 2 other teams here, gentlemen. I8 and Na'Vi over in military. Na'Vi like feinting that they were going to go through the eastern bridge to go rotate in towards one of these zones. Instead, they go through the western bridge, which are the western side, I should say, and they clash against I8, except Na'Vi are going to be the first ones to go out, and I8 still get some points. This is rough times for those teams who are just trying to hold on to top 3.
Yeah, so trying to hold on to top 3 for those 2 squads, and it didn't quite go the way they wanted. I mean, good for IA. I think it's fair to say, Jason, they still get 5 points, so they're still able to remain around in a position that's somewhat able to compete for top 3, but still, the whole clash is just unnecessary. We did talk about it, right? And I think, Jason, you especially highlighted that Na'Vi were going to the east and then came back to the western bridge. Actually, going to the eastern bridge, committing to that, just like 4MV would do back in CSA, it is not a bad idea. I think, actually, in this game, that would give them an easy access to Longwood, so maybe Na'Vi should have maybe thought of that and actually committed to that play a little bit earlier.
Second thoughts, dude. Second thoughts. Literally, before going into this match, my teams to watch were Na'Vi, IWNRX, and Falcons, because these are all 3 teams that needed to break into that top 3. And IWNRX and Falcons needed to win this game IWNRX did. Falcons put up some big points, and Navi were right there. And that's the hard part, was when you start playing towards the leaderboards and you're so close into breaking into that breakthrough point where I think it was Navi only had, 5 points? Yeah, only 5 points away from ASI8. At that point, you can get in your own head. You can be like, ooh, all we need is 5. We just need to put something on the board. Ooh, going down this other bridge is too risky. Let's just stay here, and it punished them. And that's a problem. Again, and especially it being in the last Air Gale, you're going into Miramar now, a whole new map with only 2 left to go. And the last game's going to be crazy. It's going to be that much more difficult for Navi for sure.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be so complicated at the end, by the way. Again, GGZ Wolf, while we surprised his MVP, no, it's pretty much what you expect with these kind of stats. Crazy, crazy numbers. But I do want to highlight one team here that has been really silent, and their spot in the survival stage might not be assured anymore, and that's going to be Getzo Roy. They've had a bad day, to put it simply. They've had a really, really bad day, and currently they've been slipping. I mean, they we'll see on the leaderboards how far they are, but they could be overtaken. But here we go, leaderboards, and IWNRX still not back up there. They're tied.
No, yeah, exactly, tied. But because they have only one chicken dinner, I has 2. They're not able to surpass it. If we ended right now, that would have been the worst case for IWNRX. But to still see, like, I think FaZe, okay, 7th and down, we're probably calling out, unless we see a big win out of one of those teams. But Falcons, Navi, IWNRX, still in the running here for top 3, whereas TJB, I mean, as long as they just don't go out 16th place in the next 2 matches, I think they're going to be through.
Even then, I think they're through.
They're fine. Yeah, TJB's good.
Yeah, but IWNRX, Jukes, they need to do it again. We need another one. If you want to make sure you can at least win that tiebreaker, we need a second win on the Miramar. So it needs to go down at some point.
Dude, you got all of Pakistan right now biting their nails. This is so close, dude. I mean, it's coming down to the last match here. I mean, even Enigma Galaxy aren't even feeling too happy with this one. Anything could happen here. Looking at the second page, though, oh my goodness. Getzo Roy on that cusp now. Beautia are still in the mix. They need a big game here. After watching IHC go out early, bang, bang, bang. That's the nail in the coffin. These guys are going home.
I'm so surprised by Getzo Roy. They were in 8th position and they just kept slipping the entire day. They're 5 points ahead of Vengeance. Also, Vengeance slipped out. What the hell's happening over here, man?
Well, so Team Queso, they were 13th place and they moved up to 10th after that last match, which is why I was kind of surprised why they were so upset or didn't look happy about that last game. Obviously, they wanted to win, but they still were able to jump up massively in the leaderboards.
Yeah, it was a really good game for them. But I think that the way they were upset, Jason, is because there's not enough points to make them comfortable going in the last 2 games. They could very easily fall out of this.
Would 4 more points make them that more comfortable?
Yes.
I think it would,
Literally,
yes.
Yeah, especially when you got Vengeance with 100. I mean, it's the games that you feel like you could have won, right, Max? Like Team Kessel, I think it was so close that they're biting their nails because they know how crazy the last 2 matches of a group stage are. So the fact that they've seen plenty of times where teams don't make it because of one, game, 1 point. I mean, they should definitely feel uncomfortable for sure.
And it's not just 4 extra points, Jason. Sure, they get the placement point from going from 2nd to Chicken Dinner team, but you also get possibly those eliminations on IWNRX, and that also pushes them higher. So 8 points possibly in that match would have definitely made them a lot more comfortable in the conversation. And it's good to get it now because going in those Miramars, you're going to have so much uncertainty going in those matches. I mean, hot drops, Jukes, we know they're always a part of the conversation. Are we going to see it happen towards those top teams to make it to Grand Finals? Or are we going to see it for the bottom teams to just make it to survival stage? Yeah, they might be a target team here for some of the bottom squads that need to make a final dash into top 11.
Well, let's talk about it, right? Let's theory craft a little bit, Max, right? Because, I mean, we're the last 2 matches of the day. Hot drops become a necessity. And the last match, again, I can't repeat enough of just how crazy it's going to be. You need those points right here, right now. So in your opinion, looking at the leaderboards, which teams do you think need a hot drop who? And then I'll go after.
I mean, I'm not really going to focus too much on the grand final teams right now because I think that might happen in the last game, not this early. You don't want to give your game plan away. But really at the bottom squads, I think you're looking at Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have to do something here because Virtus Pro are currently, what is that? They're going to be 17 points away, right? I think from their spot. So they're around that point. I'm not good at math. But they are technically in reach, right? But they need to also beat the competition above them because otherwise that's a moving goalpost and it makes your entire day for these last 2 matches way harder. So Virtus Pro, for me, even IHG to some extent, that is their final opportunity to make it to the survival stage, is to hot drop, eliminate a team, and get some big point games on the board.
I agree with you 100%. I mean, Virtus Pro and IHC need to hot drop Getzeroy, or even Vengeance, right? One of those two teams, I would prefer probably Getzeroy, because right now 145 points, you need to destroy the cutoff team. So if I do not see Virtus Pro, IHC hot drop, then not only is it nail in the coffin, they've given up. They're laying down in the coffin, right? And as far as for the top 3 goes, I mean, FaZe needs to hot drop, I8, Tianba is done for, no chance. But yeah, even Falcons, ooh. Falcons with 13 points on I8, I would say so too. Yeah, if you're Falcons, hot drop, why not? Because, I mean, you got no choice at this point. Last 2 matches of the day, you got to do it. What do you think?
A bit early. I would say for the top 3 teams, you might want to start hot dropping towards the last game. I think now you don't want to give your game plan away too soon, because then teams are going to be wary and they'll be very cautious about you possibly hot dropping the next game.
Well, we can sit here and discuss hot drops all we want, but instead, we're just going to jump straight into our penultimate game of Group Red here. It's our first time on Miramar. We know all the teams are in the conversation of either it's top 3 or top 11. Let's see how things are going to wind down here as we drop on in.
The last 2 games are upon us, and we're going back to the desert, of course, to heat things up. 23 out of 24, almost that full 1 fraction as we head on in with a plane path from Partona up towards Ruins on the northwest side, cutting out areas like Torrejomara and Tierra Bronca on the northeast.
Yeah, we're pushing far off towards the west here, which is always an interesting way to start off a Miramar. The first one of the day and the penultimate match of Group Red. We will be finishing on the next match there. And like the boys were saying on the desk, it is a tiebreaker right now due to those chicken dinners in the top side of the tables, with IWNRX definitely catching up at ISIA with that valiant performance they made in that last game to put up 5 eliminations despite being harried by Na'Vi on that south side. Still in contest for that top 3.
IWNRX breaking out down to the southwest, probably going to head out towards Valle de Mar, play on that west side. I'm expecting to see Na'Vi up on the north coast as well, back up in La Cobreria, so potentially able to split apart there for 2 of our top teams. But Chumasera for TJB, that means that they are going to be close by, around that IWNRX position. The teams at the top locked horns once again. Enigma Galaxy as well over towards El Pozo, as everybody is going to have to make their way up towards the north side. Na'Vi happy with this circle. It keeps La Cobreria in.
You know what? Also, this I think is the first Na'Vi-orientated Miramar we've seen all Group Red. They've mentioned before how they really haven't had much luck on the circles at all in terms of Miramar so far. So again, this is now time to put your money where your mouth is. They get the circle. This should be a position where they can play from. So I'm excited to see what they can get done here in this match in particular. For Na'Vi, currently in 5th place, but only 8 points behind right now. FaZe starting to lag behind a little bit. Again, I don't think anyone had many thoughts that FaZe would be challenging out for a top 3. The fact that I even have to say, oh, they're not quite there yet is funny to me, but they have certainly got themselves nice and safe now, which is good to see. On the bottom end of things though, John, Team Queso with that last match get themselves up to 109 and Getzeroy 105 right on the bubble.
Yeah, IWNRX just on the cusp of getting on through into that top 3, losing out that tiebreaker. Can they find another chicken dinner? Well, we're going to find out a little bit from their coach. 7 caught up.
Interview with the 7WG. I'm actually joined by IWNRX coach Bluffs. You guys were finally able to get that win. I know in the past we were talking about how the win wasn't that important. Now with everything at stake, how important is that win for your team?
As I said, if we keep getting more points, high points, it's not necessary. The win is not necessary. We get the high points in the first 2 days, but last 2 days it was so bad. We couldn't get that high points, and win was necessary for us. And finally we get the win. We are so happy because it was too nervous. We were too nervous, and finally we got that relief. So finally we get the win, and finally we get close to top 3 again. I hope we can qualify.
I think so. With that performance, is definitely going to push you guys a little bit higher. You're mentioning that you guys are happier. I saw the players; they're definitely a lot more confident. Thank you so much for your time. Back to you guys.
Excellent sentiment there, using that win as a bit of a mental reset as well for IWNRX, and coming in on their strongest map. This map is where IWNRX beating out everybody on the numbers blank. This is a big opportunity.
And it's where they need to take that momentum and push it forward, right? And I think it's fair enough. It's been a long time coming now for the guys on IWNRX to pick themselves up a big win, and I'm happy to see it come through for them. I would just like to see IWNRX make their way back into a top 3 because they have such a pedigree behind them. And I think the fact that they've come into Group Red swinging like this is really, really good to see. So I'm very, very happy for them. Hopefully that can be change that they need. Also starting over in El Azahar, always a nice spot to be in for IWNRX, so they can move forward over towards that northwest side of the map. And I think they've had a fair few times where they've had this worrying performance where, do we crunch into the eastern side? And then they've allowed loads of teams around them, and it has been awkward. I think actually IWNRX is probably grateful for a little bit of freedom on rotate. Six finding one of the players there coming through from Vengeance early on.
This is a long flex out from Six from the rest of his roster as well. Currently, the rest of them still up in La Cabrera, so does need to be careful, which is why he didn't fully step out, look for that commit. You saw him looking down to the south, to that counterposing hillside. I think actually Enigma Galaxy have made their way up there, so he's very worried that if he goes down, he's basically done for. So nice and cautious for Na'Vi until they regroup and put 2 players up there. If that's what they decide to do, you do need to be making those cautious plays. Ralph, though, get a little bit bold with these peaks down towards Vengeance. He's a lot more happy to take that risk.
Yeah, they know they need these points to stay up on top right now. Still taking some shots over towards, I believe that is Na'Vi on the other side of things. But yeah, it's certainly an interesting one at the moment. I think when you look at this map in particular, what I'm looking towards is definitely those high grounds that currently you do have Na'Vi holding, as well as Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Can't really afford to move the buggy either. To get in, it would be probably a knockout, and because there's no one else up there with you, you don't want to risk the knock.
Chamber on that east side. Moving over open ground. They may have done enough to seal themselves that chance at the survival stage. They're on 121 right now, bang in the middle of the tables, unlikely to slip down too far enough to fall out of it, and very unlikely that they can achieve the point score to get all the way towards the top. So very likely we'll see the team progress to those survival stages. Similar story was true for Getzo Roy, but they have had some really disastrous games today, just not finding that late game position that they have done previously. However, against FaZe, they may be able to not only allow themselves a little bit of safety, but also ruin FaZe's chances of getting back in that conversation again for our final map.
Which you do not want to see. To be honest with you. I think on the final map, getting pipped to the post there always feels really rough. And I think this is the group where 100% anything can happen in that final match of the day coming through. If you're Tongji about Enigma Galaxy, ASA8, or even IWNRX, at this point in time, you want a massive chicken dinner. You want to see yourself safe towards that top side where things don't change all that much into the future. Nice bumper tap there to stop both vehicles short, but opts to grab back into that one.
I mean, that's a really nice use of conservation of momentum there. Two similarly massive objects crashing into each other, opposite directions. Just immediately cancels out all that momentum. Very good braking technique. Not so good for the whiplash, though. Difficult to get that one to work with the spine. Triple S, you can't park there, mate. You got to move that buggy.
Yeah, get out of the way. Get out of the way. No reason to keep that around because it needs to get maneuvered into a spot where it's not going to get taken out. And especially on a map like this, you need those vehicles. With all the high ground that's in play here, you need to be able to maneuver yourself into a better position inside the lobby.
Big north shift. Ooh,
Ow.
Pops all the way up to La Coqueria, gives Na'Vi a lot of that ground, but what we've seen from previous games where teams taking up that wide split on the north side is that they just get cut off. Teams move in between them, and slowly they get shredded away. So for Na'Vi, they need to make sure that that doesn't happen to them. The question is, how do they go for that? Do they move the players down towards the south, back up towards the north side? I feel like that high ground is going to get severely diminished in value fairly quickly, so I think that might be the play.
You know, for Na'Vi, it's a case of... It's a hard decision to make. It's like, where do you want to play around here? For them, they do have that central position on that high ground. I think they're going to try and regroup a little bit, allow teams to flow in around them. La Coqueria currently been picked up by Enigma Galaxy at the moment, but they are split off between one another, and it has to be an instantaneous rotate. Redox was the closest nearby, so he's going to hold down the fort for the time being, but it is IWNRX currently splitting the path between the two of them, and already finding that first elimination over towards Enigma Galaxy, and that breaks them into the top 3.
But just by that 1 point, it is so tight. The race just keeps getting more difficult for these teams. TJB, they've had a couple of false starts in the previous couple of games, and they're looking for a little bit bigger of a position to secure that top spot. And it's very unlikely that enough can happen where they do not make it through in those top 3, but it is still possible, right? With 2 big games from IWNRX and ASI8, Enigma Galaxy gathering a couple of points. If they go down early in both games, it's definitely possible. Would need a perfect storm to make it happen, but TJB can't rest easy just yet.
Yeah, again, 173 points, although it seems far ahead, when we looked at the jump up coming through from the phase, like, it's an insane grab in terms of points, and that happened in 1 game. Albeit being like a 17 Lima, so it was a chunky match. Tongjiabao, certainly not safe by any stretch of the word for themselves. But Enigma Galaxy losing 1 player, that's the tough thing here for them. They need to play a safe game, they need to play a consistent game. The best way they can keep themselves up here, because, yep, you do have ASI8, Na'Vi, all banging on the doors right now. Enigma Galaxy currently cowering on the couch, closing all the blinds, turning off all the lights. I don't want anyone taking this position away from them. That's me, by the way, on November 5th.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Just turn all the lights off, making sure.
Yeah, I should. No more fireworks, please.
I'm not home. Why are you setting fireworks off? What's going on? Very scary. That's for anyone who doesn't know. November 5th, the day that everyone in England sets off fireworks.
Yeah, my cats hate it.
Yeah, that's pretty awful. That's the worst part of fireworks night. The fireworks are pretty, but yeah.
Yeah. I just have. I am a big fan of fireworks, though, to be fair. I enjoy people enjoying themselves. But yeah, the cats don't like it, but that's on me. I have cats. I have little earbuds for them.
That's true. Oh yeah, you could get like little ear warmers that cover their. Oh, that would be so adorable. You could definitely sell those. Getso Roy gonna try and hold off a push from Furia, and if Furia need to make that bid for freedom up towards the survival stages, you're still hung up on cat earmuffs, aren't you?
Yeah, there's a plan.
Maybe gonna need Furia. Maybe need a couple of earmuffs because they don't want to hear what's just happened. They've just lost one of their players, and that's a big cat to go down.
Yeah, for Furia, I genuinely think they had a chance, and I think they came in today with some good plays and the right kind of rotates that they were trying to replicate from their day 3. They just haven't quite found that success yet, and the fact they didn't find it in match 2 or 3 means their life just becomes hellish now towards the end game. They know that time is slipping away. With Na'Vi finding the first limb over towards them, likely going to find another here if they can get the shots off.
Not quite able to fully connect there. Maybe a res is possible, but it's only one player now left standing for Furia across the way. Silence trying to get Arthurzen back into the mix here, but the bullets just keep on raining down. Na'Vi did manage to successfully regroup here, and if Furia fall, it's all on what the teams around that bubble can do this game as well. If they also go down, it will be a battle in the last game for those 11th, 10th, maybe, well, probably not 9th place spot, but still 2 of those placements definitely going to be up for grabs. The question is who's going to be able to reach out for them.
Yeah, because we are limiting it now, and you're right, because before it was sort of like 4 positions were available to be jumped over the top of. Now we have cut that down to just the 2 in Team Queso as well as Getso Roy. I'm not sure. Not sure who I want to go through. I want to see Alter Ego pull up those points scoring. I want to see Rosemary head over towards the PMGC. I think Jason completely is on that same train as well. But right now, they haven't played to a survival stage standard, honestly. There has been a lot of games where it's 4 to 5 eliminations. But they haven't really fielded one of those games where you're wowed by it yet. I think that's the worrying thing for me about Alter Ego. And I think you do need a wow factor game to get you into a position where you're safe. And that is displayed perfectly by FaZe just today.
Yeah, they had that massive breakout game to put them safe, at least to the survival stage, if not going a little bit further than that. They've lost a player. The circle shifts up north. This gives Tianva a very central compound here, Blank. You've also got Enigma Galaxy. I think that is very, very central, looking to defend their second place spot. And it's a great time for them. However, they have already lost a player, and getting across this road may be a little bit too tall an order should it come down to it.
Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, it didn't start off well. I mean, they made the right choice, which is to send Redox forward as an anchor, but they were so disparate in terms of their positioning that by the time they made that rotate in, they were getting caught off from a lot of sides. So Enigma Galaxy, again, they are just keeping it held down. They're not in a horrible spot for themselves, central. Down towards our southeast side, though, Falcons and Tong Jiabao. Now, how is this going to work out? Because they do have ASIA in the wings too. And this could be a dreadful fight for our 4th and 1st place team.
Mela looks to hold the cross, doesn't quite get the full knock, but a little bit of damage tickles through. Unfortunately, there's that opener that Alter Ego were looking for, and Mela has to retreat up the stairs. Venturas as well, holding that stairwell. Alter Ego not going to fully blast straight on through this engagement, but Mormon getting rezzed means that FaZe can stay up as 4. Falcons are starting to move up from the south side as well onto this engagement, and Alter Ego with 3 on the outside here may be in trouble for it. It's going to linearize their approach and make it all the tougher to move through those breach points with Falcons on the oversight.
Falcons be able to look over towards this one. Could give them a lot of points. Icy's already on the way up. You can see them off in the distance there. Action making his way through. Alter Ego, they need this fight, but with Hanzu already down, Tanch needs to find something big, but they are falling like flies as the shots nail them from the side coming through from the Falcons.
Tanch looking for the res now, but down go FaZe. Onzen, maybe. No, he's getting picked up there on the off angle. Onzen cannot quite get to Mela just yet, making sure that that smoke cover is there, and maybe Alter Ego can get back into this one now. They are in their own little room here, and the reses can come through. Boysil back to his feet, and Alter Ego could stabilize. Falcons waging on into this fight as well, maybe, on that western edge.
We praised Onzen earlier, but did he have to really nade Mela to make sure he gets the most eliminations in this game? That might have just killed their chances here because they had the upper hand, but it allowed them time to get back into this fight. And now Alter Ego making this real difficult, and Falcons likely going to be cutting FaZe out later on. They do finally clear things up, but with Onzen's as well as Mormon down, and it's impossible to get them back up into this fight at stage 4. These 2 players just have to send out. Dude, what a throw. What a throw there from Onzen's, honestly.
Quite literally. The nade. Just
yeah.
A really poor throw for them. TJB, they've lost 2 of their players. They're trying to move past Na'Vi again. They're trying to make their break towards the top. Falcons as well behind Na'Vi. This is a big test for them. All of these teams chasing for top spots. TJB looking to defend their 1st place. Going down here for TJB would give them a little shiver down the spine. It might not be enough to fully ice bath them into the survival stage, but for now, it's got to feel a little bit cold. Longs and 676 trying to move over the ridgeline. Find Falcons rotating, but they hop out. They're ready for the hold and ready for the fight. TJB having to drop Longs back into the blue zone, but they push forwards. 2 players on into the 1v2, but there's the crash in with the buggy to save the day against TJB, trying to take down the top team, and it will be successful. Falcons go in for the fight and take the victory, but Na'Vi sweep out. FaZe are behind them as well, and Lemon looks to find the final shutdown. Action, the last to go for the Falcons.
I mean, I respect this from Na'Vi massively. I mean, they've made a big breakout inside the lobby. This is all the way from that central side, and they hear the fighting. But I think this is a team that knows, understands better than anyone else that they need eliminations. They cannot have these two games be quiet here. They were desperate for the circles earlier on in the tournament. Now it's been given to them, and they're going to extract as much value as they can off the back of it. Vintoris almost finds the shot over towards Na'Vi. Luckily, they back it off and should be able to get the reset here, especially with the circle starting to push on in. They cannot afford to take a knock now.
Action, in the meantime, did manage to mount up and skedaddle on into the middle of the circle, but he's under a lot of pressure, just hiding behind these ridge lines, and Team Koso know that he's there. Team Koso with 3 players, Vengeance down to the southwest with 4 of their players up as well. Everybody's going to be aware of this. Nick McGalaxy, 3 players on the roadside. The shift back down south gives them a little bit of breathing room here, Blank, but it is not so easy on the southeast.
Nade over the top. Team Queso still rocking with 3 of their players. Look over towards Action. He's the final player now from Falcons, able to put up 4 eliminations. You can see all of our teams, 5th, 6th, 7th, they understand they're not safe yet. They're still putting up those numbers, which is great to see. FaZe still with Vintoris left remaining. Great shot from Na'Vi, though. Should take down Colgo. But I think he just about gets him to cover there. Happy Potro might be able to pick him up. If I was Na'Vi, I'd be looking to crash this bad boy soon.
It is potentially an opening, but the question is, do they know that there's only 3 players in there? You're really worried about that open range in front of you, and you don't need to go for it right now. Maybe try and work it a little bit more. They haven't pulled the trigger, and they can't go for it now. The res is very likely to have come through, and they'll be back up in an action to hold off that approach very quickly. And remember that Getzo Roy are on that north side as well, who could get that side swipe. Na'Vi, a dangerous roll-up in their future. I mean, sure, you've got that knock, but you don't need to go for it just yet, and maybe a better opportunity will present itself, but you can't wait too long.
So Roy, underneath and on the bubble, 11th place, 1 elimination found for them so far in this game, but playing really quite safe now. Not wanting to make any mistakes into the end of Group Red. Tiamba on that north side, they know that they're slipping down the tables a little bit. They're still fairly safe, and I think that even if they just get a few points here on this game from that central position on the northern edge, they could see themselves happily into that survival stage. But 42 players and 14 teams at stage 6 is somewhat surprising. I think that that is a symptom of the circle being cut off in the middle by this mound, essentially, this big hilltop, which is allowing a lot of teams to stay outside of each other's sight lines for quite a while, and we do send a backup over towards it. Action has found that approach in towards the middle, so could survive for a little while longer here for the Falcons.
This circle is big for both IWNRX and for Na'Vi, not in terms of the ease of approach, but in terms of what they need to achieve in it. IWNRX need to push in from the western side, defend their 3rd place spot. Na'Vi from the southeast and try and push up towards that 3rd place spot. Both of them with a chance to prove themselves here, but unfortunately for IWNRX, they've already had a knock over to Frozen, the forward position on their approach towards IHC, who are holding out with 4. Vengeance are up top as well, which does slow everything down. I mean, for IWNRX, this is really rough to move on into, and I don't expect them to be able to get too much further, to be honest, Blank.
I think for IWNRX, they're getting cut out big time. It's like you say, it's a rough push for them over towards IHC. It would require an opening knock to allow them to find a bit of an avenue inwards, but without high ground up top, like without vehicles
Zedwolf
to make that push, might be difficult. But Zedwolf, he's potentially taking fate of IWNRX into his own hands. This is a crazy push out from him.
He's just scouted all the way up towards Vengeance, underneath IHC. That may give them time to get the res, but he's into the fight. He's just 1v4ing. He has the backup coming in, though, fairly soon. The nades don't quite find their way in through the window. He's not down just yet. IHC playing up on the top floor, and the nades still bouncing off. IWNRX need to be landing these. That's 2 now wasted nades that could have found an opener, but Zjol is into the fight as well, on the ground floor, looking for Zedwolf, but it's just him and him alone that they're dealing with, and seemingly they don't know how to do it. IWNRX now finally getting all 4 of their players in. 1 is cut out on the back as Furia go down across the way, but Swain is in the building. They could look for these reses. IHC just not stopping them.
Just hilarious, really, that Zedwolf was able to get over towards this building, and it has caused so much pandemonium for IHG that IWNRX basically were able to just walk up. Crazy Molotovs coming through from Zol, though. Only Swain left remaining here. Can heal back up, but I think that will confirm onto at least one. There is another nade sent back down the stairs, and though IHC was struggling from the get-go, considering Zedwolf just said, "What's up? Hey, hello, I'm in the building now," and he still is. Yeah, that really confused him in that moment, but he is waiting, biding his time. They should have seen him now right up onto the counter, but has to go for this 1v4. It's not possible. It's a shooting gallery over towards him, but yeah, I mean, still trying to make something happen. They are technically ahead of ASI8, but depends when ASI8 are going to go down, because I think that at the moment their position sat over towards that northern side, it looks fairly safe for now.
And in the meantime, Na'Vi have passed their test. They're into this circle. They're up to 6 elims. They're 2 points behind ASI8, 3 points behind IWNRX. If they can push ASI8 out of their location by the roadside, that would be huge. You've also got Tianba, who are going to be looking towards ASI8. So a difficult hold for ASI8 to come on through. And the circle will choose its location soon as well. Action has survived through it all for the Falcons. Nigma Galaxy, dead central. Keeps the north side of the road in. ASI8, Na'Vi, Nigma Galaxy, all in there too.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in. But again, 11 teams at stage 6. This is... you can tell just how much all of these squads wanted to stay here and remain within PMGC. IHC still trying to get it done from that western side after they cleaned up that fight between them and IWNRX. It's Team Queso right on the money right now. Ghetto Roy as well. Vengeance moved their way in. Team Queso versus Vengeance. Right now it's going very well for them with only Yamak left remaining. Extremely low, but Na'Vi moves up.
Okay, they still want more out of this lobby, trying to keep cutting away at it. 7 eliminations found. They're up to the ridgeline and controlling from the east side. A nice stretch out for them. They're not getting over aggressive, but maybe if they spot a weakness in Team Queso, they could try and close it down. However, they know that this is a team that's just going to have to leave these buildings. Leave 6 there. He can cut them out on that approach to the wall as they try and make their way further north. They are aware of 6's position, however, and that might make it tough. Na'Vi split 2 and 2.
And they have to go for something bold here if they want to try and control on towards this fight. You see IHC making a move for themselves.
The Galaxy on towards as well. On that western edge, and they've lost 1, but still trying to hold on against Incilio, against IHC. Tianba, in the meantime, Virtus Pro, they've been on the northern side of this road for a long, long time together, and now finally they will bring their feud to a conclusion. The question is, which way is it going to go? Nades in from all 3 of Virtus Pro through the door frame. A nice bouncer, and Shan is found. One in the back door as well as Icy steps in with the spray down. They're hopping on through. A step out and a break wide comes through from Tianba to get a little bit of an answer back, and it's 2v2. Healing not coming through for either team just yet, but Bond wants to make sure he's healthy for this fight. Across the road, you've got ASI8 and Getso Roy both looking out this way, which makes it so hard for Virtus Pro to find an opening. The healing wasn't there, and Malloy nails the nade. Just one player left standing, and another cook is on towards the back, looks for the flush onto Shan, will find it. Nearly the full wipe on towards Tianba as well, as Malloy and Icy up into the fight. The Molotov to slow them down on the corner, gets the flush, steps up onto the bed, and will not get burnt away just yet. Malloy with the cook, they know he's close, but the blue zone's closer. A bouncer on the nade, and Q's just away from that angle. Pushed back off there. And will play behind the furniture now. Needs to get some healing, but so do Virtus Pro. They want to find it because the road crossing is next.
Drops the smoke, thin cover in this situation, but the QZ, he needs to have an unbelievable pop-off scenario here versus Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro desperate for more points on this game. Potentially opening up a last final chance here moment for them, but QZ is wrecking them right now. Moves forward, knows Icy's low. It's just 1 bit of damage required.
Icy steps out for the challenge, and they're down. Virtus Pro are out. Tianba looking to try and cross the road with 1. I don't think they're going to be able to get too much further, but in the meantime, Blank look in 3rd place. Na'Vi, 11 eliminations. All 4 of their players alive, and they are looking to make a bid, not just for 3rd place, but for the top spots themselves.
This is what we're talking about. They've not had the circles just yet, but this one was certainly one they could play off the back of. Incredible 2-2 split that they played. Single-handedly between 6 and Lemon, they've taken out the entirety of Team Queso on that south side, whilst handling Getso Roy at the same time. ASI8, their competitors still inside this lobby on that north side with 2. Na'Vi wants to shut them down in 4th place, giving them the least amount of placement points coming into this one, but Flip is wary.
SA8 may be able to jump up as well, but only time will tell. Falcons there as well in the middle. Action speed surviving for such a long time. Remember the engagement with Na'Vi and ASA8 spotted. 1-for-1 trade though as IQ out towards the blue zone. Leaves Na'Vi now on 3 active. Reduce 1 sightline for the res, and that might give IHC an opening. IQ though low and ASA8 are out. Their main competitors on the tables, and Na'Vi look to push even further. 12 elims found, as I think one of those got pinched away by IHC. And can IHC take the time to navigate this ridge side now? But the spray downs there.
Nice.
Yol for 6 give them exactly what they're looking for.
It's too aggressive coming through from Zjol. I mean, you have to be certain that that fight went terribly for Na'Vi. But you know they have the high ground. You know they were taking shots downwards. You just took shots and saw elimination away. The fact that he goes for an aggressive push like that, you got to be expecting that Na'Vi's already posted up and ready to go. Action is going to go for a little bit more healing, but that nade will do the job. And IHC, again, with another high placing for them, though, which is important for their chance in this tournament of Group Green. But unreal shots coming through from 6.
And Na'Vi make their bid in towards the top 3. TJB sweating right now as it's only Godless to stand between Na'Vi and a big chicken dinner. Maybe able to get all the points they need. 2 more yet to be racked up here as Godless moves on into the smoke. 15 eliminations. Let's put a 16th up there. And EMEA looks to make their statement here in Group Red. What a close down. Elation for Na'Vi. They've just been able to breathe a sigh of relief for the first time in a while.
Massive game, 26 pointer, I believe, on that one with the chicken dinner on side. And again, I'm so happy to see it because they really did put their money where their mouth was in terms of we get a nice circle over towards that northwest side, we're getting a chicken dinner, and that sits them comfortably towards the top side of the lobby.
Oh man, Na'Vi. We keep thinking no one's gonna be able to put up big numbers the rest of the day, like we saw IWNRX do, and now Na'Vi are able to chime in, showing we can do it too. That should, I mean, I don't want to call it, gentlemen, but that should almost be solidifying them a top 3, right? That should almost be guaranteed a PMGC Grand Final slot.
That's not almost. It's done.
It's done.
Like literally, it's done. So I mean, a game like that. I mean. Oh my goodness, these guys got to be so excited. You saw it, the slam on the desk, because they were just like, that's it, we did it right here, right now. Yeah. Going from 5th place all the way to the top 3. Let's go, Na'Vi.
That was a big slam too. I'm telling you, whichever team gets it for Group Green is like, wait, why's my desk broken? What happened? Slammed it too hard after that win. What a game. But realistically, Na'Vi, I mean, Jason, you called me out saying, oh, Max, you said earlier they were in trouble. They were somewhat in trouble because they had 4 teams Southeast. You had Falcons, you had the side, you had Na'Vi, of course, you had TJB, you had FaZe. They're able to weather the storm over there, get a bunch of eliminations and loot, which is very important in this late game. They had a bunch of utility, grenades, Molotovs, smokes, and then make the cross over to Team Queso as they are fighting Vengeance and then start just obliterating teams from that high ground spot in the dips. And look at the player stats, 989 damage, 829, 709, 654 from every single player. That is a great ratio for every player on Na'Vi. That's mental.
I'm sorry, Axer. I don't think you're getting a spot back on the starting lineup here for Na'Vi, man. You gotta let them be the way they are. And what a pickup Lemon has been for Na'Vi as well, Max. We got to see them back in CSA, or him back in CSA, and when you called it right then, we're gonna see him picked up by a better team, and the success he's had here, Hot Jukes, has been ridiculous.
I mean, clutch time, baby. Clutch time. Lemon shows up with 6 eliminations, second to last game here. I mean, they were down and out. I mean, you couldn't write a better story for these guys. So they've got to be so pumped. 1 game left. At this point, it's just about holding on, right? Yeah. It's just about holding on and defending yourself from other players. You're going to be watching those elimination counters. You're going to see which teams are going out. And if you possibly can engage or if you get into engagement with one of the teams that could take you out, you just got to take them out. And if you do that, that's it. You're in the grand finals. So ugh, man, I mean, for the teams that are going to have to catch up, they have to pull off a miracle here in the last round.
I think, Jason, going back to Lemon real quick, they were looking at CSA in spring and they saw him in the hot drop fight like, that guy's pretty good. And just slamming their credit card on the table like, oh, we want him. How much do we have to pay? We want Lemon on the squad. And to be honest, this is one of the most successful pickups we have seen in a long, long time when it comes to EMEA, right? Like, you have other pickups like Novalo and Snowix for the side of Nigma Galaxy that they are playing especially well for this group. But yeah, Na'Vi putting on an absolute clinic in this match here, sweeping so many teams on the eastern edge of the circle. And you can even see the dips they were playing, Jukes, were so strong because it kept them safe from other teams taking shots, but they were just taking shots pretty much the entire game. And the only reason why they could shoot as long as they did is because they were looting the crates of everyone they obliterated on the pathway to that chicken dinner. So the amount of bullet shots by that team must be an insane number. What the hell?
Oh, man. Virtus Pro up against Tianba.
Oh, no.
It hurts to see. We don't need to talk too much about it, but obviously that was a fight that probably Virtus Pro should have won and should have won earlier, as you were saying, Max. They need to push it quickly or else they're going to get third-partied. But one team I do want to mention about holding on, Hotchukes. IHC, they're kind of holding on here.
I don't know if you heard me earlier, right? I said knock, knock, right? I said that the nail was already in the coffin, and now IHC decides to do something in the final hour? This is gonna be tough. I mean, yeah, 18 points. That is solid. They gotta be stoked. It's gonna go into the last match. It really, really is. I can't wait to see the overalls because I want to see just how far they jump. They were in obviously last place. Geto Roy was at that cutoff with in 11th with 105 points. This will definitely put them in that. The reason why I counted them out is because you hear about everybody's mental game at the bottom. Just seeing their play every single game before this, just so safe, right? Playing it like that, I was like, there's no way they're gonna get enough points to do it. Then all of a sudden, they take out IWNRX, who just won the game. That's crazy.
You look at it right now, i8's got himself 5 eliminations. IWNRX not even on the first half of this page. So top 3, guess what? Once again, it's gonna be all over the place, except for TJB, because they're just always in first place, it seems. But really, it's going to be changed. I think we're going to have Na'Vi pushing up there. Falcons were able to survive into the top 3 thanks to Action, which I think they could have gone further, but losing players early is kind of been a recurring issue for Falcons this tournament, it seems like, in the league stage, so kind of a troublesome. But one thing I'm a little bit sad about, Furia have not been able to maintain that momentum, man, and here this 0-pointer, that is really hurting them and maybe putting an end to their hopes of making it to survival stage.
Yeah, I think we're almost have to call it as over for them, unfortunately. And Max, are you sure TJB are still going to be holding on to number 1?
I mean, they should be. I was just said that because they had such a big gap, but maybe
Well, I can kind of tell you from my quick maths, looking at our overall rankings from last time, that we might have a new number 1 team. But we'll see when we get there. You see Lemon going to be the MVP, and our overalls in Na'Vi will surpass TJB by 2 points because they got 26 and TJB got 1 in that last game.
Well, that's a first, Jason. I cursed the team before going to the leaderboards graphic. That's my power was undefined. But okay, so Na'Vi, I mean, a game like that is definitely going to jump you up the leaderboards quite significantly. Going up to first place, overtaking TJB after an insane day they had yesterday, getting 2 chicken dinners and a podium finish. Absolute madness here, and going into this game, this point sponge is going to be a real issue for the bottom squads. Like, all the points are going towards your top team, Na'Vi in particular. I don't know, man. This is great. It is very competitive, this group, and IHC on 12? There's no way they qualify in the last 2 games. No way.
I hope Hotchukes does not work at a funeral home because he won't know if those bodies are dead or alive, counting out IHC before, man. 3 points away, bro. Hotchukes. It is very possible for IHC to come off the bottom of the leaderboard and make it through the survival stage. I don't even know what to say if this happens, honestly.
They're doing the PMWC, Jason. They're doing it.
I'm gonna ask you, Jason, what did you say earlier at the top of the show? 5 points a game, right? Let me ask you this. If IHC gets 5 points this next game, do you think they make it?
It depends if Getzeroy goes out early.
I mean, obviously, right? But just saying, like, but if you really think so, do you think 5's gonna cut it?
I mean, I think it can for sure. It just depends on how Getzeroy plays.
Yeah, I think they could. Dinner will cut it for sure.
Getzeroy have been, I mean, like Max said before, right? They've slipped from like 5th or 8th place down to potentially not even qualifying. Like Getzeroy has had absolutely no results these last 2 days.
They've done absolutely nothing today, to be completely brutally honest about Getzeroy. They've had nothing go their way whatsoever. They've had circles go even somewhat close to their initial drop locations, and yet nothing's been happening. And you know, Jason, we've heard so many people say, oh, IHC, they play well in PMGC, they just don't care about the other tournaments. No, they forgot to say they play well in PMGC in match 23 of the league stage. Very specifically. But I'm telling you, how do you feel when you had such a big game that is literally keeping your dream alive to continue your PMGC adventure for 2024? Do you go for Hail Mary play we mentioned a few times, Hot Jukes? Do you play it passive to maybe get those 5-6 points you're mentioning? I don't know, but you have so many thoughts going through their minds right now. I'm telling you, they are lost right now as to what they're going to do, but they need to make a decision and fully commit to it.
Yeah, I mean, well, they're going to need minimum 5, period, right? So I think you have to play it safe if you are IHC, you know? But the sad part is, you know, playing it safe is what got them here all the way at the bottom, you know? So it's one of those 50-50s, and the crazy part was looking at the top of the leaderboards. I mean, just watching Na'Vi go, what was it, from 5th place all the way to 1st? That's going to make things so much more intense for that top 3 moving on. And I hate to say it, but IWNRX with only 1 point in that last game, man, dude, they got to do something special here if they want to go to the finals.
And you know what? The thing is, we talked about it already, but the fact they only got 1 chicken dinner, if it goes to a tiebreaker like it was before this game, they could lose a spot to Grand Finals because they only got 1 chicken dinner. Which is crazy thing to say, but that literally could be the case. But again, you got storylines. Who's going to qualify to top 11 for the survival stage? Who's going to make a final dash into the top 3? Literally, we could have 2 different teams in the top 3 after this game. That is how close it actually is right now, Jason. So try to predict this. It's impossible. No clue who's going to make it, but it's going to be a close call.
Not only could we have new teams in the top 3, we could have like 3 new teams in the top 11 as well. It could be everything changing up here in the final match of Group Red. It has been a bloodbath the entire way through, and that bloodbath has to come to an end. It's going to be on Miramar, and it's going to be brought to you by John Allen and Blink.
One last trip, and what a way to go into this one, Blank. Miramar is going to be exciting. A true slobber knocker in the truest sense of the word. We are ready and raring to jump straight on into the melting pot. Let's get underway.
There are several teams vying for a top 3 here to make their way on through to the Grand Finals over in London in match 24 of final of Group Red. Na'Vi just picks themselves up a massive game that sits them in 1st place, but IHC pulling the old classic. Is it the last match that they're going to make their way into survival stage off the back of, or will this be the game where their dreams die?
They have got one more opportunity, and they're out of the plane already, kicking things off. Let's see what they can do. On the south side, Alter Ego, Virtus Pro, TJB dropping over towards Chumacera. That will be where they remain. Seeing where everybody else goes. Those teams in crucial positions. Na'Vi likely dropping out over towards the north side, heading up to La Coplaria again. It served them pretty well last time, of course, and throughout the course of this tournament. They've had their ups and downs, but they'll go for it yet again. Everybody around that top end making a tough approach to the tables, but the circle for our final time on Miramar here for Group Red. It's out to the west.
It's over towards that northwest side. It's not quite as hard up towards that side of the map than it was last time, so Na'Vi may be slightly worrying about this, but to be honest with you, in 1st place, I think they'd be okay. It should be a confirmation over towards the Grand Finals, though I'm scared to say anything quite like that at this point in time with the way things have been shaken up the top side of the lobby at the moment, John. IHC 12th place, 104 points, chasing Getzeroy. As Maxman has said, this team, it's sad to say, but they really have not done all that much today. It has been very lackluster, and that is exactly what you don't want coming into your final day. This is where you want to save your strats for. This is when you save all of that final bit of energy to make that last sprint to go through.
Teams will start to fall by the wayside as we unfold the goings on of this game. It is all to play for. Team Queso looking to defend a survival stage spot. And Encilio not out of the woods just yet. I mean, it would be pretty dramatic for them or Tianba to drop out of this one, but still possible. However, unlikely it is. Of course, this group has been so hotly contested across all of it. Group Red has definitely been one for the history books. Breaking records with the most chicken dinners found in a group stage for TJB. But they're still not in that top spot because Na'Vi took it back from them in the final moments.
On back of a fantastic game as well. They start in La Cobreria up towards that northern side, see if they get any more points done and try and beat out the scoreline coming through from Team Spirit in Group Yellow. But honestly, I'd just be happy to see two PMSL EMEA teams taking first place over in Group Yellow and Group Red. But we know Tongjibao is a fearsome team. They can strike anytime, anywhere. So if you're Na'Vi, you're certainly wanting to keep yourself in. And I think we haven't really talked too much about third place, though, because Nigma Galaxy 166, ASI8 163, and IWRX just slightly lower down with 159. Right now, Nigma Galaxy, this is their last chance to make a decent run for this one, as they have been just scraping by, I would say. And for a team that was so dominant over towards the first couple of days, it would be a shame to see them knocked out here in the final match.
I would say, though, I feel like Na'Vi's momentum is strong here. TJB's absolutely not. They've had some real shaky games over the last few showings. They had their massive chicken dinner where they got shift after shift after shift today. But after that, it just kind of has been a little bit disappearing from them. And because of that, I'm not taking it for granted that they're in at this stage. Nigma Galaxy, ASA, IWNRX, all of these teams could surpass their scoreline here. And if two of them do so, they're out of the top three. This is a pretty crazy dynamic to happen in the lobby. I'm a little bit more confident in Na'Vi's ability to stay towards the top, given that they're coming off a strong chicken dinner, a massive adrenaline high, but they need to keep that under control because it can go both ways, right? You can get that performance boost from that elated feeling that you have for finding a massive 26-pointer, but then you need to make sure that you keep that under control. You don't get jittery. You need to stay cool whilst channeling that energy forwards. Making the most of their opportunity when it comes to them. FaZe, they've fallen a little bit by the wayside. They have had that wow factor game that you talked about previously, Blank, but they haven't really been able to make convincing arguments as to why that is a consistent feeling. It is just these one-offs, it seems, from FaZe, but they should be able to see themselves safe into the survival stage. Furia, in the meantime, on the northeast side, they, again, same story for them. It has not been convincing from them this tournament. They had a little bit of a glow-up, but it has been pushed aside by the teams beneath them. IHC, most notably, up into that 12th place now.
Vengeance losing their first player on Yamak, player that has put up quite a performance for Vengeance as well. Maintaining their presence inside the lobby, so losing Yamak early for Vengeance in 13th place. It's not quite a death sentence just yet, but it does not feel good.
It's a real rough time for them. I mean, everybody has got to be so nervous. I think probably the team that is the calmest right now is potentially FaZe in their scenario, right? It's very unlikely that they can jump too much further up. Similar story for Tianba. So I'm interested to see what they do with this match because everybody else needs to defend or attack on these tables. And with Vengeance losing that player early, the 101 starting to look terminal at their scoreline.
Virtus Pro, for them, it just feels sluggish. The performance feels sluggish. They feel out of sorts right now in 16th place. But even so, 16th place has a chance.
It's so close.
To ladder up. Even 16th place has a chance to get into survival stage. But I just don't think the energy's there for Virtus Pro right now. I think that's the difficulty. Everything they've tried to do has gone wrong over the last 5 matches. They've been able to put up points here and there, but again, when it comes down to those final moments where it really is a do or die situation, they've died.
No doing.
No doing.
And it has been their undoing so far. So hopefully they can tie up this tournament with a little bit of a stronger performance, even if it's not enough to get towards those top 11, right? You have to feel like it's maybe, if nothing else, a good morale booster to be moving forwards into the next season as players, as a team, to be able to show that you can. No, you do have talent. It's just that this lobby was really bloody hard, and it absolutely has been. And that is indicated by the fact that literally any of those bottom 8 teams could be changed around, and it would be a reasonable result to see at the end of this match. Ooh. The circle shifts down to Picardo Blank.
Southeast shift on this one as well is really uncomfortable for a lot of our teams. As you can see here, so many of them are on that northwest side right now. It's not an easy spot to be playing in. IHC on that western edge is a team that everyone is holding their breaths about. Can they make it through, as they've got Tongjiabao ahead of them? Further down towards that southeast side, there's Incilio. How do they progress through inside this lobby?
TJB have Godless on a lock-in. All 4 of their players surround with a DBS at his side. That's all he's got that stands between him and elimination here. And the first blow to be struck against IHC. But in comes the backup. A drop down, and Flower goes down first. That Triple S can't quite handle it. The rest of the team are coming on in as well. And quick succession, but Godless does go down to a spray from Longs. IHC committing to this, their last chance to make the tables, and against the table toppers themselves who got dethroned in the last match. Can they take them all the way down here? Going down early for TJB would be disaster, but another of IHC fall. A massive fight for the impact on the overall standings here. Blank and TJB need to hold on, but he goes down to Rogue. IHC extracting value, point after point from TJB's side, and it is disaster as they lose 1. As both teams going down to 3. Demo needs the res. He's across the road, and Rogue is in with the nade. Looks for the cook over towards 676, and he finds it. Big. TJB now again on the ropes as the crash comes back in from Ziol. Rogue and Ziol looking to take on the 2 from TJB themselves. It is so down to the wire. And in the first fight, everything could be decided.
IHC making their breakout versus the second place team.
Team Queso.
The team with the most chicken dinners. Team Queso on the side as well, taking shots. Oh my days, Rogue is down. 1 player left alive. It is IHC in a 1v1. Rogue gets flushed out, and IHC's dreams might just be shattered in these moments. They go for the res, but so does the enemy team. A long-range nade, though, heads across, doesn't quite do the damage, and TJB is still alive here, but IHC right on the brink. Getso Roy down a player.
Every point matters though, Blank. Both teams come away losing 2, but gaining 2 points. That is huge. TJB are back in first for now, and Na'Vi need to make a bid back for it. If TJB fall here, if they get cut out now, it is a big opportunity for multiple teams to get past them here. And that could be a massive upset given the lead that they had coming into today, the strength that they showed at the start of the day as well. It would be a big change. But on that southwest side, they're going to be left alone for a moment longer.
Tongjiabao feeling like a king on an island towards the second half of this group. Now finally the boats are arriving. This island is now occupied and honestly looking to dethrone Tongjiabao and exile them from the top 3. They are not that far ahead, and it's likely that ISIA as well as IWNRX could ladder up over the top of them. But it will take some ginormous games, and it's down to ASIA and IWNRX to make that happen here. And Tongjiabao's just got to live. They're still on that southwest side, out of the way, out of the action. Team Queso has oversight. Nigma Galaxy's wrapping round on that western edge as well.
The power grid, the center of the universe for right now for these teams. It's all that matters. The high ground in the middle of the circle. FaZe and Getso Roy both trying to take control of it. As Furia looks to move up the mountain towards it. Virtus Pro try and stop them in their tracks. 2 teams towards the bottom of the tables. And both of them, as we said before, with a potential opportunity to move on in, but there are shots coming through. It's the Falcons to chime in. And the third party peek over towards Virtus Pro takes Tixi out of the mix.
This is Virtus Pro's last chance. Like I said, the energy wasn't quite there, and they have to lift themselves up somehow, some way. Someone's got to prop this team. And shots from the backside, it's East.
Oh, no.
Finding the off angle, that's 2 down, and Virtus Pro might be our first team to be leaving the tournament here in Group Red.
But a Fury are going to beat them to the punch. Well, you're going down, we can go down faster. Let's see who can do it first. As the Falcons may be the main beneficiary of this strategy coming on through. Look at where they are on the tables, Blank. Falcons on 154. They are 12 points behind the bubble. Picking up 4, 5, 6 points off this engagement would be huge for the Falcons and their chances into this one.
A spot onto Icy. Both knocks not quite gone through yet. There has been a regroup and a reassess on the res attempt. Smokes go down to try and allow this one to get up. They get all 4 players back up on their feet, so a good recovery from Virtus Pro. They know how much it means to them. Furia in a difficult position, careening on the outside edge. Shots go through some more, and Top is just lighting up these vehicles, both down to around about half health.
Furia slip away, slinking off into the distance. Top sending them off with a parting gift of a spray down from an M4, but doesn't quite connect enough to get a point here. TJB, they're making their move. Blank, that's to IHC. They're losing another player potentially. If the bleed out comes in, the blue zone is here. It's not going to be looking super resable. And IHC maybe not confirming now, but the blue zone should just crash in and make it unresable. I think that might be it. TJB are in stage 4. I don't think you can get this one back up. Flower should just be a goner here, and Longs is committing. In the meantime, Na'Vi are in a fight with Furia. Lemon, he's on his own. He's taken 2 down, but that might be a little bit too much for him to chew, even if he is Lemon himself. Na'Vi towards the top of the tables. DJB losing players to Renox coming on in. You deny the point to IHC if you get the revive, I imagine. But in comes the crash. The rest of Na'Vi are here to play. 2 pivotal fights on this fight will unfold now. A Furia from the bottom of the tables could have a massive impact, but there's only 1 player left standing against Na'Vi. Six and Puncher trying to break out wide. They've already lost Lemon, and they don't want to lose anymore.
Nade goes through, denies that res attempt. Another nade from Arthursin. Furia, 1 player left remaining. Na'Vi somewhat isolated on this engagement between the 2 of them, but they need to be quick as the Reds start to pile on in.
Oh no, IHC down! IHC are out! Blank! That's it, they haven't been able to make it. That denied point doesn't put them in the tiebreaker with Getzo Roy, denies them any other opportunity, and TJB with the res deny the access for the reigning champions. It's anybody's game now. The throne is empty.
IHC out is such a big deal. A lot of re-aggresses here coming through from Na'Vi onto Furia. Furia currently in 15th place, had a chance. Nice nade, doesn't quite do the damage. Silence on that top side, desperately just about getting rezzed up. Another nade goes through, but not quite anything found. And so much smoke cover in play right now for Furia. And Na'Vi is struggling to find these knocks. This could be good from Flip.
Koyovsky trapped in a corner now, and the nade was there. The first nade on the stairs pushes him back off. He knows there's an aggression from the window. Pushes him back. The Molotov keeps him penned in, and it is perfect utility usage from Na'Vi to seal the deal without going for the peak. A nice assault to the ground floor, though. There's still 3 players to go. They're letting this one drag on, and Furia still clinging to it. Na'Vi wanting to push TJB aside, who have managed to make their way on through for the time being, but still 3 up and 3 down on the southwest side of San Martin. It is still all to play for. 6 nade in, spray down through the window, but Silence stays alive.
Massive damage. This might be time to toss a quick nade up the stairs here. Great shot from the sidelines, though. There's the nade in towards the top. Still doesn't find too much of it, but it is now a 2v3. Flip is holding his own on the outside, but nice shots from the S12K will blast back Flip.
Pushes him back to that roadside now, but Arthursin goes down next, and it's still pair fires maneuver here for Na'Vi, making sure that they can pick up these points, chasing down TJB, and they get the wipe against Furia, the second team to be confirmed out of Group Red and out of PMGC. TJB now in second place once more.
Furia bites down the lemon at the start of that fight, but leaves a bitter taste in their mouth as they will exit from Group Red. Na'Vi just about holding onto their first place currently. Like you say, with Tongjiabao down into second. Enigma Galaxy not out yet with 3 players, and it looks like Tongjiabao has been found on the outskirts.
Virtus Pro in a fight against Tianba. Tianba in the middle of the tables, looking safer than Virtus Pro are. But right now, Virtus Pro seem to be a little bit in the lead on this fight. The backup from Tianba is slow. It's sluggish. Shan now finally in with those nades under the crag. It's so dangerous for Virtus Pro to leave. That next nade could seal the deal, but a big one up on high. Launched straight back into his face there. And Virtus Pro trying to stay on in with it. The nade dropped at his feet, and there's the light up from the off angle. 2 players down from Virtus Pro, and it's only Icy and Koa cowering under Pride Rock. The shelter from the top rope, and it's the Falcons above them, perched on high, who could change everything.
One Mongolian team goes down and another steps up here for Falcons. They start to cross open ground versus Tianba. 2 eliminations found, but a long journey ahead of them to try and get up into a top 3 scenario. The nades going long here, not quite finding Virtus Pro. In the meantime, it's Vengeance up against Enigma Galaxy. Doing damage going both ways at the moment on that northwest side.
Such an important time for Enigma Galaxy as well. Falcons are making their big strike towards the top, but Enigma Galaxy looking to try and hold on to those spots. They are in 3rd place right now, Blank. Going down here would be disastrous. IWNRX and ASI8 are clashing on the south. There is so much popping off here that means so much to so many. And IQ, first blood drawn towards him in that engagement. Falcons finally take down Virtus Pro, a 4th team to go down. It's only Alter Ego who can change our survival stage now, but it's the top of the tables that draws the focus now.
IQ falling short, IWNRX. This is such an important fight for them to ladder up above ASI 8 into 4th place and challenge for a top 3. Second nade goes in, will take down Falak, and that is the drums of war in the ears of IWNRX. What a shot from Noki, threads the needle.
And nearly gets a second. Kane has to retreat here off the angle, and the wall is his to control, but Noki with a hop shot gets taken down. The off angle now as IWNRX making a bid for the top 3. It's traded off, but ASI8 falls short just at the final hurdle. They are scratched away time and time again, and the blood beneath their feet will be the lifeblood of IWNRX as they try and make their push towards it. But Enigma Galaxy are still holding on. TJB are in the distance.
I say cut out, unfortunately, will not make that top 3 of push for themselves. Alter Ego, 3 players alive. Last chance saloon for them. Getso Roy holding on weakly to that 11th place position. Down towards the south, they control a lot of the compound there, and that might just be the position that keeps them safe going forward. Insane shots coming through from IWNRX over towards Encilio. There is a little bit of a clap back, and it's over towards Swain there, but 6 eliminations found already. 165 points, lagging slightly behind from Enigma Galaxy.
Alter Ego versus Getso Roy on the south side, the only fight that can matter in terms of the survival stages. Alter Ego on the back foot with 3, Getso Roy with 4 in the buildings. They have the stronghold. They have the strength to hold out the south side, but Getso Roy have not been performing today. Now is when it matters most, though, against Alter Ego, the team that could push them out of the way. Will they be able to do it? Enigma Galaxy on the west, they've got Longs to deal with, and again, he is the team that's in their way. If they can get over TJB, they've basically sealed their ticket in the top 3 as well.
Longs somehow surviving into this match. Alter Ego takes themselves a knock on the south side. And Getso Roy lays down the riot shields at the rioters protesting at their position inside of this leaderboard in 14th place. Only 2 eliminations. They'd need 8 more points. Not to mention the placement points or any eliminations that Getso Roy might find in this game. And it's looking less likely by the minute. Enigma Galaxy out on this western edge. It's Tongjiabao in front of them. Just Longs remaining. If Enigma Galaxy can secure this one, it will be Na'Vi holding onto that 1st place position for now.
Enigma Galaxy could take it from them, so could IWNRX, so could the Falcons. It is still all to play for. 6th place to 1st is a strikeable distance to make. And that, in the final match of our 24-game set, is crazy. The scorelines here are so close. And Team Queso look to move in ahead of Getso Roy. Team Queso in 10th place. If Getso Roy and Alter Ego jump up ahead of them, they could fall down as well. But they got that Orm in the hands as well. A high nade goes on in towards Longs. I don't think they know where he is. Because that's definitely not where he's sat right now. Nigma Galaxy. With their chance. Snowix on the outside. Could be caught on the broadside by Longs in the bush. There's a vehicle right next to him. That should give the game away.
Long's in the fight of a lifetime right now. Hidden inside the bushes. I'm having flashbacks to Luxie.
Well, we've seen he steps up, spray down, and it is going to be Nigma Galaxy taking down TJB. They draw their match to a close. Their tournament finishes here. They're in the top 3, but for how much longer? Alter Ego clashing with IWNRX, who are looking to sweep on through on the south side, and it's a good opener for IWNRX, but there is casualties both ways. Swain down by the vehicle. Boyce looks for the spray, as so does Alva on the off angle, but they're being handled time and time again. IWNRX looking to take Alter Ego out of the tournament here, as the reses need to come through. Swain and Zedwolf down on the outside, and Frozen's the next to fall. IWNRX still hold on, and Kane is the last to go. But can Getso Roy fall into line? Can East take IWNRX out of this one? 9 eliminations, and IWNRX are down to 2.
Last chance there for the survival stage with Alter Ego now out. Boysil had an unbelievable chance there to potentially push Alter Ego further into that match. A 1v1 it came down to. And luckily, IWNRX is able to win that one in the end. Team Queso, nothing really left to play for both them and Getso Roy. They'll be in their own fist fight here as Team Queso does fall, but will make their way into the survival stages. It took a while. They did not have the confidence today, but they limped in towards a position of survival stages, and that's really what it's all about. This point in time, just gritting your teeth and getting what needs to be done out of the way here. Now all eyes on Nigma Galaxy and IWNRX, potentially even Falcons, who hold a massive amount of space on this eastern edge.
This is all up for grabs here. Every single team with something to play for. Getso Roy, they've already done the job they need to. They're the only team right now that won't really be able to do too much with this game, but they definitely have a chance to take it home here. IWNRX with 9 eliminations blank. They only have 2 of their players alive, and with the Falcons putting the phalanx together on the south side, they need to break that shield wall.
Navi claim a northern spot on this circle, but with the Falcons, honestly, they can just control the majority of the central of this circle here. Nigma Galaxy on the outside need to push on through versus FaZe, who have had themselves a nice day today, but with Mela going down first, a bit of a star player for the squad, and getting rid of him will definitely dim the prospects of FaZe going forward. Only 2 eliminations for them.
FaZe really crunched in on this one with Getso Roy stopping their route out, but Mormon tags a nade onto Redox just before he repositions. That slows Nigma Galaxy down. That allows Getso Roy to actually move on in, and FaZe want to use this as a go signal. Victorious goes down though to Stoics on a step-up spray down. Redox, is he getting rest in the meantime? No, they have to just hold the ridge, and Nigma Galaxy could fall down here, give IWNRX the mark to shoot for, but with 6 teams remaining, the placements add up, and they're quite a way ahead already. The question is, what can Nigma Galaxy do to stop this one? Because FaZe will bear down upon them. Mormon, with the fury of the DBS and the backup from Onsens, take Nigma Galaxy out, and IWNRX have the door flung open, and so do the Falcons.
I think with the top 5 as well, IWNRX might just be able to get in off the back of this one. For Tongji Bao, I think Falcons need roughly 17 more points, so a chicken dinner and 14 elims on the game. It's going to be rough for the Falcons here, but they can certainly excel over 3rd place quite easily. I'm so curious to see what happens going forward, but I think for the Falcons, they have a real good shot at that top 3 right in those final moments, John.
Oh, it's all down to the wire. The numbers gonna get crunched fairly soon, but right now we need to crunch these teams out of this lobby because there are only 5 remaining for our final match here in Group Red. And the Falcons seem to be in the driving seat. What a way to take this one back. You said it earlier. 1 Mongolian teams, the defending champions go down, and back in, another rises. Getso Roy looking to make their way on out, but they have been curtailed, stopped on their route away. Icy on the back foot, but Na'Vi on the north side still out for blood.
East, 6 eliminations on this game, leading their team True North towards a strong victory here. They just back it off. They know all these squads towards that western side. They're in awkward terrain right now, and they have to come out. Na'Vi, though, Puncher, as well as Six, this dynamic duo. We talk a lot about Flip as well as Lemon, but Six and Puncher together in these final moments as clutch maestros on the team, they've certainly done a lot for them. Falcons want to extract more value. They don't want to leave this up to chance. They want to secure a big win here and be happy in their performance.
With IWNRX going down, I don't know if they've done enough to jump up over Enigma Galaxy with those placements, but we'll see if the Falcons can spread their wings and get towards the top, because top just goes down there to Porsche. Gets a Roy on their breakout from Power Grid, looking for more as well to move past the rest of the Falcons. Their backline now is the only thing stopping them, but FaZe look to chime into this fight. Look to try and seal themselves in the middle of the tables. They are in the survivals, but how high in that bracket can they go? Na'Vi looking their way, and now it's just Mormon remaining. They get a little bit too big for their boots, and they get humbled, Blank.
Yeah, FaZe has been a wild ride today in day 4, and it has taken them quite far, but finally, I think it will start to push them off. And maybe this is the end for FaZe, but a survival stage from the brink of losing, of going into that bottom 5 and dropping out of the lobby. I mean, FaZe has done a wonderful job to stay within the conversation. Mormon steps up once again, finds another off the back lines of Getso Roy. Na'Vi, Falcons, as well as FaZe, 2v2v2. What a way to end this one out.
Will the Falcons be able to do enough to push their way back into the top 3? I think with this game, we may have a second EMEA top table, Blank. That first place for Team Spirit over in Group Yellow, and Na'Vi defending the title over here in Group Red. They will pass the torch to Group Green and see what they can do. But the Falcons still want to try and push them out of the way. I think it might just be too distant for them now with the top 3 confirmed for Na'Vi. And the duo have done enough. 2 players on either of these 3 squads.
Falcons, though, a lot rests on this game for them. They know they're close, but to really confirm it, to feel good in those final moments, they want that chicken dinner. East and Icy still up and alive. Six the first to fall in this 3-way engagement between Falcons and FaZe. Quick step up, but you can see the pressure is certainly mounting now for the Falcons. Feeling constrained, constricted in this game.
Puncher so low and Na'Vi are out. FaZe 2v2 against the Falcons. Looking to move up from the low ground here. Ventores up on the knoll. Will take the shots down towards them. Suppression, but Mormon breaks forwards first. If they can isolate this fight quickly, they can handle him and move on to the next. But the spray downs are difficult to make work. Mormon behind the tree. The roll, the wrap around with the buggy, and the jump out wide. It's FaZe to take the chicken dinner, but have the Falcons been able to find enough? Beating the chest. But what will the final table say? The top 3 are in flux here as FaZe Clan take down the Falcons.
It is so down to the wire here for FaZe, though. Let's hope this isn't just a FaZe bomb, because 2 chicken dinners on the day to see themselves nice and healthy towards the top side of the lobby. But for the Falcons, that must be sweat beading on their forehead right now. You can see them. They're not sure whether they've made it or not.
Oh, it is
so close. That's right. That's right. It is.
It's just unbelievably down to the wire. Are we going to see the Falcons force Phoenixes rising up, or will they be left in ashes and forced to go to the survival stage? They don't think they've done it. Let's see over on the desk who's going through.
I wouldn't want to be Maxman right now. I could hear the sweat beating to head as you're just wondering, did Falcons do enough to qualify? I mean, let's run this back though. IHC getting caught out almost for the roster, but IHC just couldn't hold on long enough and went out their hopes of making it through into the next stage. Even just survival go out the window.
So the rotation makes sense for IHG early on, right? It makes so much sense to go for it, but unfortunately the timing's a little bit off in the sense that they rotate at the exact same time. as Tong Jabao, and that causes them to then have a crash. There's only one player there, and then the entirety of IHG just try to send it to get that play back up to win the fight versus TJB. But as we saw, Hodgix, they got almost over-involved in that fight, lost 2 players, and after that tried to survive, but maybe just trying to leave that 1 player to go out and survive as 3 would have been the better option for IHC.
Oh man, dude, it's the worst case scenario for IHC. Not only was it that rotation, just their luck, right? Couldn't have been worse, right? If you're gonna go and play aggressive in the final game and just kind of try to take out a squad early, you gotta go against TJB, right? Out of all the teams, they didn't get 1 finish. They had no idea who they were going against, and I mean, brutal situation. I can't believe this team didn't make it, and I just think that they tried to turn that aggression switch on way too late. I said it. I said you don't want to wait until the last match, because we saw Circle 5, Circle 6, half the lobby was gone already, right? And you know, Falcons, they did an amazing game right here towards the end, but those eliminations were getting just taken away from them time after time again. I don't know what's going to happen on the leaderboards, but man, one thing we know for sure, yeah, IHC just couldn't do it.
Well, there's one thing you can say to just wrap up the conversation on IHC before like it's the end for them, but that means with IHC being officially out of the race for the Grand Finals for the trophy, that means that 100% we will be having a new champion here for PMGC 2024, which for me, that is also very exciting to see who's going to be lifting this trophy for this new edition of PMGC.
It could be one of the teams from this group, as we've seen every, well, I'm not gonna say every team, but majority of the teams really showing that they are definitely viable, being the ones to secure that trophy when we get to that stage. But honestly, looking towards the top again, like IWNRX, have they done enough to get into this one? I would imagine not, though, with a crazy back-to-back fight. They fought up against I8. They kept getting shut up against Falcons thereafter. They could just not get comfortable. I really don't know. I just want to get to leaderboards, honestly. Can we just skip past this stuff? Go straight to leaderboards? Can we just see it?
Skip the replay. We want to go.
I want to see it so bad. Hey, yo, shout out to FaZe, though, right? We got to give FaZe some flowers here to clutch up a nice chicken dinner towards the end. I mean, the flossing, I think it worked to some extent, right? But still, it wasn't close enough to get them into top 3. Not enough movement.
They definitely played better towards the end of this tournament. So, you know what? A possible potential for the survival stage. I'm saying FaZe have been playing way better towards the second half of this group red. So we'll have to see 22 points on the board. But yeah, 14 points, Falcons. They needed 12, I believe, before this game even started, Hot Jukes. They got 14, but as we know, Enigma Galaxy, they made it far into the game. They got a few eliminations here and there, which yeah, the 14 is just not going to cut it, I think.
Yep, I don't think so either. Yeah, and it's so unfortunate. You saw it on their faces, right? I mean, I think that said everything right there. You just see the hands, the palms deep into their cheeks. That's gotta hurt, dude. I really hope that they can bounce back in the survival stage. I mean, I'm gonna say it already, but we don't know, of course, until we see those leaderboards. But man, this is, if they don't do it, it's going to be the second time we see them not make it automatically to the finals. And it's so unfortunate, because I think all of us, right, we're predicting that we're going to see Falcons in the top 3 before this group even started, right, Max?
Well, it's not over. Okay, they can still make it through survival stage, but I think that this was one of the teams that we were all looking at to make it hopefully through the top 3. But here you go. Congratulations to Mormon for being the MVP again. No other standout. You had Onzen, you had Mormon, and we were talking about Mela a lot when looking at FaZe. Seems like the other squad members have been kind of performing better around him, around Mela a lot more. So really happy with their performance. But looking at the leaderboards before we moved away from that on the match rankings, even I8 went out pretty damn early this game. They were in contention for top 3, so it did not happen for them.
Let's see. Well, there it is. There's the overall rankings. IWNRX by 1 point. Well, actually 2 points, right?
Because tiebreaker.
Yeah. Oh, that is unreal. How many times have we said it, Max? Right? 1 point could be the difference between making it and not, and IWNRX just come up short.
But I gotta say it, really, congratulations already to Na'Vi, TJB, and Enigma Galaxy. We will be seeing them over in London for the PMGC 2024 Grand Finals. I gotta say, with the way they've been playing, Hot Jukes, I hope they can maintain that for the Grand Finals, because these guys literally have a shot at the trophy this time around. But IWNRX, Falcons, I8, really good attempt this league stage in Group Red. And I gotta say that these guys, sure, they might not qualify directly through this group into the Grand Finals, but going into survival stage, they're gonna be a threat. They are gonna be a menace, and they're gonna give it their all to make sure they can go the entire way.
Yeah, Team KSO are going to make it all the way there as well to the survival stage. IHC just coming up too short right there. But you know what? I was looking at those leaderboards, Max. I think that if Furia would have won that game, it would have been enough.
Yeah. They had a good start.
No, I'm sorry, not Furia. I'm sorry,
Oh.
Falcons. What am I saying? Yeah, if Falcons would have won that game, it would have been enough.
Yeah, it would have been actually, but looking at Furia, they also got involved in that fight versus Na'Vi very early on. There was so much back and forth. You can feel the pressure on Na'Vi to make sure they secure this spot in top 3, and Furia to hopefully leave the bottom 5 ranking in this leaderboard. Unfortunately for Furia, that was not going to be enough. It was not going to cut it, and they did go out early versus Na'Vi. But man, Team Kesso, we said it, Jukes, that they had some potential, maybe some lesser results on the second half, but it was enough to make it to the survival stage, and I hope they can take some learnings from Group Red and just tackle the survival stage in the best way possible.
And look who's the MVP. Of course, it's got to be Z-Wolf, right, Jason?
I mean, the man in the tower, right? It completely carried his team in that final Erangel that we did see. I mean, he's been MVP when it's come to EMEA so many times, and very deserving when it comes to this group as well. Just crazy that he made the MVP, and yet his team didn't make it in top 3. I think that's a real testament to how well he's played over the course of these 4 days.
For me, it's undeniable that you would say in the past the best players in Turkey, maybe you would say would be the side of Hamsici, Kalsi, even Silas back in the day. It's undeniable now, Jason. The best player in Turkey is Z-Wolf. This guy is a menace locally, he's a menace globally, and he is the guy that literally could be taking home the MVP title for 2024 PMGC. That is how good of a performance this guy had.
Oh, not to mention you can see our assist as well. Kane going to be his teammate, going to be the ultimate duo with the Z-Wolf here with the PUBG MOBILE X Venom. The Last Dance collaboration is available now. If you guys haven't noticed, if you haven't even picked up the game, well, now you know. You can experience unique gameplay adventure. You can discover the Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Senhawk, Miramar, and Livik to obtain the Black Symbiote arm and encounter Black Symbiote warhorses. And you can equip the Black Symbiote arm to move rapidly by aiming at fixed targets. You can pull in mobile targets like players or even those airdrops and get yourself an imagery 3. And of course, launch yourself with slingshot-like moves. You should gear up and harness Venom's power in PUBG Mobile. You can bond with the symbiote and become the ultimate duo on PUBG Mobile now. You can play the game, watch the movie, and then aspire to be the ultimate duo like Kane and Z-Wolf.
Is Jason Statham in the movie? Oh, well, that seems even more interesting.
You know what else
There's
is
an MG3 in the movie.
I'm going to tell you.
Oh, okay, I'm going. Yeah, I've got my C reserved already.
Oh boy.
And there you
I'll
go.
tell you one thing.
MVP.
You know what?
Of the week.
Z-Wolf MVP, but one thing's guaranteed. This survival stage is gonna suck for these teams, dude, because it's gonna be absolutely stacked to the T. So it's gonna suck for them, but boy, is it gonna be fun for us to watch.
Man, I mean, look at the survival stage. Look at the teams we had already from Group Yellow. You had Deek Xavier, Vampire, you had Bigatron Knight, you had Loops, you have Major Pride who just popped off, Mir and Sejong with the insane center play. And now you got these teams. You got IWNRX, you got Falcons, you got FaZe, you got... I mean, bro.
Bro.
Who's making it? I don't know, but it's going to be tough. That's the real group of death, is the survival stage. I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Well, not to mention you still have teams from Group Green to come in as well, which will be happening on Thursday, I was going to say, basically next week, with a plethora of insane teams as well to kind of match up to them. I mean, you have the likes of Stalwart, who have been a massive surprise this year. You've got 4MV in there as well. You got Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Thunder Talk, Kagasaka, D+, which we are very curious about, I would say, considering how strong South Korea has been so far in PMGC.
Yeah, especially excited to see Osal, Favian, especially playing those two guys have been just top-tier star players of the South Korean region. And I think they're going to take, a page out of the book of DRX, Amir, and Sejong of how they played in their group. But yeah, South Korea's here to play. So many regions are here to play and then to make it to the Grand Finals. Yeah, Group Green, I gotta say, Group Red was not my group of death, it was the group of entertainment, and now I have even higher expectations for Group Green to deliver in that aspect also.
Is there any upset, you'd say, in your eyes, Hot Jukes, of a team who didn't make it top 3 that you kind of feel like deserved it?
As far as top 3 goes, I mean, it's got to be IWNRX,
yeah,
without a doubt. I mean, these guys, Z-Wolf tried to put this team on his back. I mean, it was a clutch day for them too. They got that chicken dinner that they've been needing so desperately. They were playing so consistent, and I think it just came down to that. They weren't able to put another chicken dinner on the board, and I think that's what made them come up short. But man, like, this team is so impressive. I'm so proud of how they performed here. I think they definitely got to hold their heads up high. Of course, they're going to be so disappointed and upset. But you know what? The survival stage is coming around, And honestly, these guys got to get to work because I said it before, I'll say it again, right? That survival stage is going to be absolutely brutal.
What about you, Max? Any team in particular?
I have to echo the sentiment of IWNRX. But if I had to go for another team, I think that Falcons, Jason, still has to be the highlight of teams we wanted to see make it directly to the Grand Finals. I think that some people might disagree with me, but for me, the Falcons we've seen this tournament so far, still not the Falcons of old. We still need to see a bit more. I'm happy though, Jason. I'm happy to see that East actually had some really good performances. That does give me more hope, but we're still losing some players relatively early in matches. They go down to 3, then down to 2, and they just can't quite compete for those podium finishes or those chicken dinners. So Falcons, there's still some room to grow back to that stage, but I believe that survival stage, they can go the entire way.
Well, maybe if Falcons didn't go out to the blue in that last match, maybe Falcons could have qualified top 3. For me, it was going to be I-8 because this team from Pakistan proven to be definitely the best team out of Pakistan, but they still have another chance. In the meantime, though, we're going to head down to the stage for the interview with Nigma Galaxy as they get themselves into the finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our 3 teams that are going to be going to the London's Grand Finals from Group Red. It's going to be none other than Navi, TJB, and Nigma Galaxy. And I have Rauf right here with me. What does it feel like to finally go back to the Grand Finals?
It feels unbelievable, man. I thought at the end, like when we died, we were out of top 3. But thanks to God, we were in top 3 still. And I'm really happy. It was the hardest 4 days of my career, probably. This group was a really tough challenge for us. I didn't expect it to be this hard, but it was really hard playing the game. And yeah, thank God we're in the finals now. And inshallah, this time I'll win it.
Inshallah. And for Peko, if you can actually go in the mic real quick. Peko, this is going to be your first PMGC Grand Finals. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. I'm actually feeling great. I mean, 3 months before, me and Rauf had to make a new team and everything, and look at us now. We're just standing, going to London, and yeah, just like nothing. I can't really describe my feelings right now. It's just insane.
I'm happy to hear that. If you can give the mic back to Rauf, because you guys are proving your haters wrong. And that's something that I've finally been wanting you guys to be able to say. Now, going into London, right, let's move away from that emotion that you currently have. What are your expectations going into London? I know you mentioned you want to be able to win it. How would you achieve that?
My expectations for London, I feel like we will compete for the championship for sure. I've been waiting 2 years for this, man. Like since 2 years, been trying to qualify and go back and have another shot at it since we got top 3 last time. And yeah, I'm gonna do my best, whatever it takes to win this next global championship.
And I have to ask this, Rauf. What do you think is going to be your toughest challenge in regards to teams when you get to the Grand Finals? I know that there's currently only 4, but just give us an idea of who the toughest teams will be.
The top teams, I don't know. Whoever makes it to London is going to be a tough challenge because it's so hard, man. Like to qualify from this group stage from 48 teams and make it in the top 16 itself. So yeah, I expect every team to be like a really good challenge for us and to compete with.
Shukran, Habibi. Hopefully you guys get to the top because it's going to be amazing. With that said, though, as I mentioned, that is going to be the top 3 teams from Group Red moving to the London Grand Finals. Back to you guys.
Well, you heard Rauf there. It took him 2 years to get back to this point. And who would have thought the key to that success was 2 Frenchmen and a Romanian on his roster?
That's what I'm telling you. But no, it's such an incredible story for Rauf. I think that me and many, Jason, have been critical about Rauf's IGLing style. I've been hyper passive for the past 2 years now, it feels like. A comeback like this as an IGL, I feel like I've never witnessed such a big improvement over such a short amount of time, especially, right? Peko said it, 3 months to make this team, and now you're making it to the biggest event of the year, to the PMGC 2024 Grand Finals in London. That is a story and a half, and really, if they lift the trophy, that would be an amazing story, and I would not have it any other way.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, literally, I'm speechless. I literally am, because when it comes to this team, I mean, I can't believe it. You take away which is considered the best player on your squad. You know, you go and make some replacements, and in 3 months, all of a sudden, you're beating teams like IWNRX, Falcons. I mean, these guys, you just see, This is the hardest 4 days of his life, and I totally understand why.
Well, I think maybe key to their success is, of course, the Infinix GT20 Pro that they've been using here during PMGC, which I believe I did hear is Maxman Statham approved, if I'm not mistaken, with 120 FPS and 144 hertz at the screen. You guys can pick one up to play like the pros. And also, while you're picking one up, you can still buy tickets to the Grand Finals kicking off on the 6th of December. Between the 6th and 8th, you can be there in person watching who lifts the trophy, crowned the best team in the world of 2024. And activities and some freebies you'll be getting while you're there as well. But gentlemen, I'm not sure if I'm lagging out right now, but feel free to tell me your quick recap in 10 seconds or less, Hot Jukes, of Group Red.
All right, dude. Let's go. All right, Enigma Galaxy. What an crazy expectation comeback from these guys. Na'Vi being able to clutch it up, amazing. TJB pulling off what they did in PEL was ridiculous. Just the final days, these guys got warmed up and made it happen. And then, of course, IHC. You know, what happened?
That's your closing statement? Okay, well, thank you. I'll do mine. We talked about Na'Vi, TJB, and Enigma Galaxy a lot. I want to again highlight the teams that are going through the survival stage. IWNRX, Falcon, I8, they are not going to go out without a fight. They're going to come in swinging for the survival stage. And, good luck to the teams of Group Green who make it to survival stage, because they're not going to have a good time. It's a really bad time, Jason.
Well, they're not going to have a good time, but we're going to have a good time, as we do have a couple of days off before Group Green does begin over on Thursday at the exact same time. And of course, once Group Green finishes off, we'll be heading directly into the survival stage, straight into the last chance before we head over to London to find out which team will be crowned supreme. Thank you guys again for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoy your days off, and we'll be seeing you on Thursday for the continuation of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 League Stage.
Come bring that fire, yeah? We could've gone lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, more fire, grow that fire, pure fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Make a move and we dip, we can meet west side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire. Lifted higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah? Wait, so lift that higher, yeah? Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire, yeah? More fire, yeah? Pure fire, grow that fire, pure fire. Breaking the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the go, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field, fam. Taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks. Bringing the heat like we're bringing the hot. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Grow that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Grow that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire.
to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive, rising up in the zone. Champion is for the top. With my crew strong.